Chapter 1557. Buzz, in an ancient and boundless space, purple mist rose all around. An otherworldly woman's delicate body suddenly emitted mystical purple lightning arcs that filled the air. However, there seemed to be some kind of restriction in this space that could isolate heaven and earth. Then, the purple lightning arc disappeared from her delicate body again. How can this be? Why did a martial vein suddenly appear in my body? It seems to be related to lightning. The woman's delicate body trembled, and her face was filled with doubt. Then, ripples appeared in her eyes as she muttered softly, "Brother, have you come out from the Golden Rock clan? Wait until I become an expert. I'll help you escape." Inside and outside the martial-proof platform, the surroundings were silent. All the living beings were trembling, and their eyes were dazed. No, this is impossible. How could Brother Ing Emo lose? Then the eyes of the younger generation of legalism trembled, and they were in disbelief. The young men and women of legalism clenched their fists, and their nails dug deep into their flesh, causing blood to flow out. They couldn't believe the scene in front of them. No, this can't be real. Brother Ing Emo definitely won't lose. The young women of legalism shed tears, and their eyes were in a daze. He's so strong. Emo Junyu, Jiang Yunfeng, Su Lingzi, and the others were deeply shocked at this moment. They could only smile bitterly. The Demon King was so terrifying. Thinking back to 2 days ago, they still wanted to suppress him. Now that they thought about it, it was already lucky that they weren't ruthlessly trampled on that day. The guy that Big Sister likes is indeed not bad. He passed my test. Chi Jejun curled his lips, and the shock on his face couldn't be concealed. Then a smile appeared on his face. Chi Jejun also understood. No wonder that guy didn't hurt him yesterday. It was because he was his future brother-in-law, and that guy didn't dare to hurt him. In the distance, all the old men and experts of legalism had solemn expressions. What kind of martial vein is that? It's too strong. I've never seen such a lightning martial vein before. The Golden Rock Supreme beast confused with martial veins. It's so strong. Some experts of legalism exclaimed and looked at each other. That kind of strength made even them tremble. You're stronger than I expected, but I haven't lost. Han Ningmo raised his head and looked at Du Xiaofu. His messy purple hair danced in the wind as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his long sleeves. His demeanor did not change at all. No matter how disheveled he was, his posture and temperament were still extraordinary. Boom! As Han Ingma's voice fell, the void above the martial arts demonstration platform began to tremble. Dazzling runes began to spread out from his body. The light was so resplendent and dazzling that no one dared to look directly at it. The terrifying aura was like an erupting volcano, causing the indestructible martial-proof platform to show signs of cracking at this moment. At this moment, the aura on Han Ingma's body began to rise violently. His power increased, and his aura skyrocketed. At the same time, the entire legalism heaven and earth had a mysterious and mighty force madly converging, descending upon the martial-proof platform and enveloping Han Ingma's body. At this moment, Han Ingma's eyes shone brightly. There was no trace of embarrassment in his eyes. Instead, he exuded an invincible confidence. Between his brows, divine light began to dance like flames. Above his forehead, rings of divine light appeared one after another. As the rings of divine light appeared one after another, Han Ningma's aura became stronger and stronger. Rumble! When the last 6 rings of divine light circled above his forehead like divine rings, a vast aura spread out from Han Ingma's surroundings. A supreme being was suppressing all living beings in the world. It was also at this moment that the entire legalism heaven and earth shook. Tides rose and fell. Heaven and earth rumbled and the ground cracked. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. It was a heavenly phenomenon. At this moment, countless living beings in the surroundings knelt down involuntarily. The aura that descended was simply unstoppable. Supreme Being. Haningma is a supreme being who has undergone nirvana. A supreme being who has undergone nirvana. Haningma is indeed a monster. He's too powerful. The hearts of the Qi families Jun, Mo Junyu, Hung Qi, and the others trembled. Everyone looked at Haningma on the martial proof platform. Those 6 rings were the symbol of a supreme being who had undergone nirvana. They contained the might of heaven and earth. This result caused Mo Junyu and the others to be shocked. However, they didn't seem to be surprised. It was as if they had already received the news in advance. A supreme being who has undergone nirvana should have reached the nirvana stage. In the crowd, the girl called Hong and I by Huang Linger had ripples in her eyes. Haningma will not lose. All the elders and experts of legalism had solemn expressions. However, their eyes were filled with conviction. At this moment, they were emitting divine light. I'm a supreme being who has undergone nirvana. I'm an existence that you need to look up to. Prostrate before me and tremble for me. Haningma spoke. His body shone with resplendent light, erupting with endless light that shot into the sky. It illuminated the heavens and earth, causing them to tremble and resonate with him. At this moment, all the living beings in legalism, heaven, seemed to have heard the Tao voice of the 9 heavens. On the martial proof platform, ancient runes flickered in the void around Haningma. They merged with heaven and earth, bringing with them strong gales and Tao voice resounding. All the living beings were dazzled. They were shocked and gasped in shock. At this moment, the purple-haired youth was a true, supreme being. Endless might and power spread out from his feet, filling the air with strange fluctuations. Everyone was shocked. At this moment, this part of the world was sealed. Countless people around the square were affected. It was as if they were trapped and could not move. It was as if they were trapped in a swamp and could not activate their profound qi. This is the might of a supreme being who has undergone nirvana. Countless living beings looked at Haningma in shock. Everyone understood that this was caused by Haningma. The might of a supreme being who had undergone nirvana was a true, supreme being that no one could resist. It's all over. Haningma attacked again. 6 resplendent divine rings began to revolve. In the end, they gathered together and formed a huge, resplendent palm print. This palm print was resplendent, but it did not have any fluctuations. It just floated in front of Haningma's palm. This palm print was formed by the power of a supreme being who had undergone nirvana. It received the protection of heaven and earth and channeled the energy of heaven and earth. It gathered the power of legalism and gathered all of Haningma's comprehension in his life. In the end, it gathered into this calm palm print. This is my Tao. I am a supreme being. I've transformed into a supreme being's palm. You shall kneel. Haningma said. He regained his indifference and activated his palm. The resplendent palm print slapped towards Du Xiaofu's head and pushed horizontally. Crack, crack. The palm print was calm. However, wherever the palm print passed, the void around the edge of the palm print collapsed. Black spatial cracks spread out in all directions, revealing countless pitch-black spatial cracks above the void and devouring the light in the sky. At this moment, on the entire martial proof platform within the entire legalism, it was as if there was only one palm print. It was as resplendent as the sun in the sky. The surrounding void quietly collapsed and sank into oblivion. A supreme being's palm print. I'm afraid even an ordinary great domain being would be killed. At this moment, the extraordinaires from the various families and forces exclaimed. That terrifying palm print caused many experts to be frightened out of their wits and their primordial spirits to tremble. That terrifying palm print was enough to kill an ordinary, great domain being. That was the power of a supreme being. It was unparalleled. Can he still withstand it? Qi Jejun Mo Junyu, Zhou Yu, Jiang Yunfeng, Huang Linger, Hong Anai, and the others trembled. Under that terrifying might, everyone felt small and insignificant. They couldn't help but worry for Du Xiaofu once again. Du Xiaofu calmly faced Han Ningma. The purplish gold lightning arcs in his eyes became even more resplendent, and his hair fluttered in the wind. The terrifying palm print swept across the heavens and earth and instantly appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. The void around Du Xiaofu was already cracking. Arrogant brat. He's going to lose in the end. Looking at the terrifying Supreme Being's palm that had already arrived in front of Du Xiaofu, Han Qianran, Qin Jie, and the other legalism's younger generation revealed fanatical expressions. A Supreme Being's nirvana is unparalleled. At this moment, the elders and experts of legalism in the distance revealed satisfied smiles on their aged faces. Han Qianran's Supreme Being's nirvana was the hope of legalism. Du Xiaofu moved. Facing the Supreme Being's palm, he didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced and directly soared through the sky. Then, when the huge palm print was less than half a foot away from Du Xiaofu, everyone could see it. Under countless hair-raising and trembling gazes, Du Xiaofu raised his head, stood with his hands behind his back, and directly said, "Stop!" Boom! Just as Du Xiaofu's stop fell, the surrounding void seemed to tremble once again. Then, under everyone's horrified and trembling gazes, they saw that the palm of the Supreme Being, which had destroyed the void along its way, actually stopped in the space less than 5 feet away from Du Xiaofu at this moment. It instantly froze and was unable to move an inch forward. At this moment, behind the palm print, Han Ningma's expression suddenly froze. The surrounding heavens and earth were dead silent at this moment. The smiles on the faces of the elders and experts of legalism froze, and their gazes were lifeless. Under the trembling gazes of all the living beings, Du Xiaofu stood with his hands behind his back. His resolute and determined face revealed a slight smile towards Han Ningma, and his voice resounded in the area. Could this be the so-called Supreme Being's palm? Have you seen a real Supreme Being? His voice was calm, but it rumbled in this dead, silent area. When his voice sounded, divine light spread out in front of Du Xiaofu's forehead, like a divine fire, and turned into 6 divine halos. When these 6 divine halos appeared, the entire void rumbled, like the sound of the heavens, like the beating of a heavenly drum, and fell on the hearts of all living beings, shaking them to the point that their souls were about to scatter. Within the heavens and earth, the space between heaven and earth suddenly turned pitch black, as if the heavens and earth had suddenly sunk into darkness. The ground began to shake, the mountains began to shake, and the rivers and waters began to surge with raging waves, causing everyone to tremble uncontrollably. All these changes caused one soul to tremble. Everyone's gazes trembled. On the martial proof platform, the young man in battle clothes, who was facing the Supreme Being's palm, was shrouded in light, and the 6 divine halos in front of his forehead were much more dazzling than Han Ningma's. Nirvana Supreme Being, the Demon King Du Xiaofu, is also a Nirvana Supreme Being. Oh my God, the Demon King is also a Nirvana Supreme Being. Everyone's gazes trembled fiercely. The 6 divine halos in front of the young man in battle clothes represented that he was also a Nirvana Supreme Being. He was also a Supreme Being. At this moment, countless gazes from legalism suddenly trembled fiercely. No, he has 7 divine halos. Oh my God, what's going on? Suddenly, the surrounding people exclaimed. Suddenly, countless people couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Under everyone's gazes, another divine halo quietly appeared on the 6 divine halos in front of the young man in battle clothes. 7 divine halos surrounded him like divine flames, releasing endless majestic and domineering pressure. At this moment, the young man in battle clothes was shining with divine light like a miracle, and there was a kind of Supreme Being aura pervading the air, suppressing heaven and earth. However, it was far from over at this moment. In just a short instant, under the gazes of countless people who were at a loss for what to do and were shocked, the eighth divine ring of the seven divine flames had started to silently appear above Du Xiaofu's forehead. Between heaven and earth, the pressure continued to increase, and under the eight divine halos, the heaven and earth were sinking. Boom! However, the eighth divine halo appeared, and then the ninth divine halo quietly appeared. With each additional divine halo in front of Du Xiaofu's forehead, the pressure of heaven and earth in the surroundings increased by several times. Rumble! When the 9 divine halos appeared, the surrounding space was filled with heavenly sounds, and the pressure caused the heaven and earth to rumble, as if countless heavenly drums were beating at the same time, shaking the hearts of all living beings, and all of them were stunned. The 9 divine halos appeared in the sky, and the dazzling light drowned everything. At this moment, a new powerful aura spread out from Du Xiaofu's tall and straight body, and an entire world of legalism. It was as if something had been awakened at this moment. Rumble! Legalism's world rumbled, and the earth cracked. From above the firmament, it was as if the 9 heavens had suddenly split open a huge crack, and there was a bright golden light shooting down, and a majestic aura and heavenly pressure descended. Boom! 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 Dark clouds rolled, the mountains shook, and rivers and lakes surged like a tsunami. On a clear day, thunder resounded in the sky for a long time, and demonic beasts roared. At this moment, all living beings were inexplicably shocked, and they couldn't help but prostrate themselves. At this moment, in the void above the martial proof platform, the young man in battle clothes was accompanied by vast and mighty heavenly pressure, and the terrifying pressure was about to crush heaven and earth. The nirvana of a Grand Supreme. He is the nirvana of a Grand Supreme. In legalism, an old man couldn't help but tremble and exclaim. He recognized the 9 divine halos. It was the nirvana of a Grand Supreme. The nirvana of a Grand Supreme. At this moment, in legalism, countless old men opened and closed their eyes, and divine light shot out in all directions, and they trembled. At this moment, after the Grand Supreme's palm, Han Yingma's eyes rippled like stormy waves. Now, have you seen the real Grand Supreme? Du Xiaofu spoke. On the surface of his body, mysterious runes fluctuated. The light was gorgeous and moving, resplendent and shocking. His entire body was shining, dazzling, and mysterious. This was a true paragon. When the voice was heard, Du Xiaofu moved, and with a wave of his hand, his right hand stretched out and slightly clenched into a fist. He stretched out his index finger, and his finger lightly tapped on the frozen Grand Supreme's palm in front of him. Walala! When the finger touched, the terrifying Grand Supreme's palm was like smoke blown away by the wind, and suddenly dispersed quietly and disappeared without a trace. That light finger had destroyed Han Yingma's Grand Supreme's palm. However, Du Xiaofu's finger also directly tapped on Han Yingma's palm. Ka! At this moment, a monstrous and resplendent rune light appeared, and the moment the finger and palm collided, there were sparks. Then, as if Han Yingma was struck by lightning, his palm directly cracked and shattered, and turned into countless fragments of blood mist. Then Han Yingma let out a blood-curdling scream and spat out blood. His entire arm was spasming, and in the last moment his entire arm exploded from the shoulder, and his body was like a meteor and crashed into the martial proof stage from midair. Rumble! The unbreakable, indestructible runes on the martial proof stage were shattered, and the surrounding ground of the square was also cracking, and the cracks on the ground spread out like a spider web. Han Yingma's body was buried in the pile of rubble on the martial proof stage. At this moment, the hearts of all the disciples of legalism were buried in the pile of rubble. The pride of all the disciples of legalism were crushed and buried together. Boom! In midair, Du Xiaofu's figure landed and stepped on the pile of rubble that buried Han Yingma. His body was glowing, and his tall and straight figure was surging with pressure. That was the Grand Supreme, and it caused all around to prostrate on the ground. Du Xiaofu raised his head to look at the sky, and his eyes were like two dazzling suns that were about to rise, and the resplendent light shot straight to the sky. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu shouted loudly, and accompanied by lightning and thunder, and a majestic and mighty pressure that swept across the entire legalism. "Mother," Xiaojing, "I've come to find you. Where are you?" When the voice was heard, it echoed endlessly and affected the majestic power of the heavens and earth. And like the roar of thunder, it shook the entire heavens and earth and shook people's souls. This voice was hoarse, and when people heard it, their hearts choked, and they mourned endlessly. Chapter 1558. The voice reverberated in all directions. In the ancient space, a beautiful woman was sitting cross-legged. She looked so arrogant. "Chi, chi!" Suddenly, the beautiful woman opened her eyes. The light in her eyes fluctuated, and her chest trembled in pain. "Xiaofu!" The beautiful woman's heart trembled. Her beautiful figure immediately flew into the sky and disappeared. "Chi!" In the ancient mountain range, the beautiful woman's figure appeared in mid-air. "Third sister, where are you going?" Suddenly, a gentle voice sounded. At the same time, an auspicious light appeared in the sky, accompanied by a terrifying aura that permeated the mountain range. In the light, a figure appeared. The light was so dazzling that it looked like a star. "Big brother, is my son Xiaofu here?" The beautiful woman asked. Her eyes were shining. Mother and son were connected. She could feel that her child was in the legalism. "You only have one daughter, Xiaojing. Don't be stubborn." In the light, the voice sighed. It was a gentle voice, but when it fell on the ears, it made people's hearts tremble and their souls tremble. "I'm going to see my child," the beautiful woman said. Her eyes were firm. She was sure that her other child was in the legalism. "Third sister, you shouldn't be stubborn." In the light, the voice deepened and the aura rippled. "Big brother, he's third sister's child. You killed him once. You dug out his heart without staining it with blood. All these years, did you really not have to worry? Now that he's miraculously alive, why are you still making things difficult for him? He's also your nephew." At this moment, a hoarse voice sounded. It resounded through the mountain range. When the voice fell, a middle-aged man with disheveled hair appeared. He wore a dark robe that looked like it had not been washed for a long time. However, one could vaguely see that under his disheveled hair was an extremely handsome face. "Second brother, what's going on? What happened to my son?" Hearing this, the beautiful woman's beautiful face immediately turned pale, and she immediately asked the middle-aged man with disheveled hair. The person walked towards the beautiful woman, stumbling all the way as if he was drunk. His eyes looked at the light figure in the air and said, "They sealed the news so that you wouldn't know. They also didn't dare to let you know. Our good big brother had to dig out his own beating heart with his own hands. Only then could Xiaojing's withering heart disease be cured. That child is very lucky. He didn't die and miraculously survived. Right now, he's at the Martial Testimony platform. He's here to find his mother. But our big brother seems to want him to die. That poor child, my poor nephew." "My child!" The beautiful woman's eyes were moist. Her heart was in pain. She turned back to look at the figure in the light, her eyes flashing with a cold light. Her peerless face was as cold as ice. At this moment, the sky above the entire mountain range changed color. The sky suddenly darkened as dark clouds gathered. The beautiful woman's voice was ice cold. She looked at the figure in the light and said, "Big brother, you're really cruel. Audong, you've gone too far. You have to remember that I'm your big brother." The figure in the light's aura fluctuated and his voice became stern. "You're my big brother, but if my child dies, I'll still kill you and bury him with you," the beautiful woman said, emphasizing every word. "Audong, how dare you?" When the voice spread out, the entire mountain range trembled. "If you dare to stop me again, I'll attack." The beautiful woman turned around. Her eyes were moist but firm. She wanted to leave. At this moment, her heart was in pain. She just wanted to see her child. Third sister, go ahead. Let me see how much our big brother has improved after all these years, the drunk, middle-aged man said. He looked at the figure in the light and signaled for the beautiful woman to leave. The beautiful woman left, and the beautiful figure disappeared in the air. In the sky above the mountain range, the figure in the light's aura fluctuated and spread out in all directions. But in the end, he held back and didn't attack. My big brother, our nephew, he didn't die. He has already undergone nirvana. Your son, my nephew, Haningma, is no match for him. Are you starting to be afraid now? Ha 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 ha, the drunk, middle-aged man laughed. His laughter echoed endlessly. In the square around the martial-proof platform, sorrowful cries reverberated in the air for a long time. The voices moved the listeners and made them choke with sobs. He seems to be related to legalism. Who is he? The 8 great families, the Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan, and the other major forces were all staring at the young supreme being with astonishment in their eyes. The disciples of legalism were all stunned. Some of them knelt down under the pressure of the supreme being and couldn't resist. At this moment, all the disciples of legalism didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. Facing the young man in battle armor, they only felt a deep sense of powerlessness. The nirvana of a supreme being was enough to defeat all the disciples of legalism. Nirvana of a supreme being. He has undergone nirvana of a supreme being. Some of the old men of legalism trembled, their eyes shooting out divine light. Some of the old men of legalism had a complicated look. Some legalism experts were happy, some are shocked, and some are fearful. Swish! When the voice faded, Du Xiaofu expressionlessly reached out his hand and grabbed, twisting the space and directly grabbing into the pile of rubble under his feet. Golden light burst out from the claw, destroying everything. The rubble turned into powder, and the boulder cracked into ashes. Ah! A blood-curdling scream rang out, shrill and mournful. Then, under countless gazes, Haningma, who was covered in blood and had lost an arm, was grabbed by Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu's claw was on Haningma's neck. At this moment, as long as he exerted a little force, it would be enough to destroy Han Ingma's soul. At this moment, Han Ingma's purple hair was stained with blood. He struggled for a while, but to no avail. His cold eyes were sluggish, but more than that, there was fear. As arrogant as he was, how could Haningma have thought that the person he regarded as an ordinary person, an ant that he didn't put in his eyes, was a supreme being that had surpassed his lesser supreme being? There was a fine line between them, but the difference between the two levels was like heaven and earth. A supreme being that had undergone nirvana was enough to completely shatter all of his confidence and pride. Du Xiaofu, what are you doing? In legalism, some of the old men came back to their senses and immediately exclaimed. The demon king, Du Xiaofu, had already killed a lot of legalism experts. At this moment, they definitely didn't think that Du Xiaofu wouldn't dare to kill Haningma. However, if Haningma was killed, the price was something that the entire legalism couldn't afford to pay. I sincerely thank you for your tolerance and support. Xiao Yu bowed in thanks. Chapter 1559. Are you guys scared? Du Xiaofu turned his head and looked at the many legalism elders who appeared and exclaimed in surprise. His resolute face revealed a chilling intent as he said, I want to see my mother and sister, or else I will kill Han Ingma. Brett, you dare! A legalism elder appeared and his voice shook the void. You dare to be so arrogant? Old man, get lost! Du Xiaofu bellowed. Golden light shone from his body, and a purple lightning swept out. It was like a lightning dragon that crossed the space and arrived in an instant. The elder's expression immediately changed. He shot out a palm print and blocked the purple lightning. However, his body was directly pushed back and blood spurted out from his mouth. Electric arcs surged on his body and his hair stood on end. He was in an extremely sorry state. Du Xiaofu, let's talk nicely. A legalism elder was calmer. He appeared and wanted to negotiate with Du Xiaofu. Han Ningmo was in the hands of the Demon King. They didn't dare to make a move rashly, and also didn't dare to anger the little Demon King. I want to see my mother and sister, or else I will kill Han Ningmo, Du Xiaofu said, as he gazed at the increasing number of old men and experts of the school of legalism. He showed no fear. Since he had already been exposed, Du Xiaofu knew that today was destined to be a bad day. At this moment, with Han Ningmo's position in the legalism, it was enough to make the legalism elders hold back. This would be his last chance. This is a small matter. Let Han Ningmo go first. A legalism elder spoke and comforted Du Xiaofu, hoping to save Han Ningmo first. Do you think I'm stupid? If I don't see my mother and sister within an hour, Han Ningmo will die without a doubt. Who was Du Xiaofu? How could he not know the intentions of these legalism elders? If you dare to kill Han Ningmo, you will also die without a doubt. A legalism elder shouted loudly. However, at this moment, a group of people were floating in midair. Their auras were vast and powerful, but they really didn't dare to make a move. It doesn't matter if I die. It's not like I haven't died before. I just don't know if Han Ningmo has died before. Du Xiaofu roared, causing the surrounding space to tremble. The faces of the old men and experts from the school of legalism paled. At this moment, the group of legalism experts and elders looked at each other. At this moment, they felt that even though only a few years had passed, things had changed. The young man in the battle robe had grown to the point where they had to be wary of him. He was no longer the young man they regarded as an ant. How dare you? Suddenly, a voice resounded from high up in the sky. Many figures descended, and the halos around them were like dazzling suns, causing others to be unable to look directly at them. It caused the surrounding space to tremble, and it was as if gods had descended to the world. Then, a few old men appeared in the air. It's the second guardian. Seeing this, many elders and powerhouses in the surroundings immediately gathered around with joy in their eyes. Brat, do you want to die? Among the few old men, one of them walked out and shouted loudly. His voice was like thunder that resounded through the sky. It contained endless ancient majesty that reverberated endlessly. Old dog, it's you. Du Xiaofu recognized him. He had seen him in the void painting that his drunkard father had shown him. The old man who spoke was the 9th guardian of legalism. Not long after Du Xiaofu was born, he had almost killed him in his infancy with a palm strike. That was the first time he had escaped death. His drunkard father had also been severely injured by him. Looking around, Du Xiaofu also saw an old man. That was the 2nd guardian of legalism. He was the one who had led people to separate his family. The 9th guardian and the 2nd guardian seemed to be different from the guardians of legalism. Their auras and cultivation were far more powerful. At this moment, seeing these figures, Du Xiaofu's eyes suddenly surged with blood. Coldness shot out, causing the surrounding temperature to suddenly plummet. The 9th guardian's face was gloomy to the extreme. He looked directly at Du Xiaofu and said with killing intent, "Little bastard, I should have killed you back then. Let go of young Master Ningmo. Otherwise, you will die without a burial place. You are just an old dog who has barely stepped into the martial domain realm. If I want to kill you now, it will be like stepping on an ant." Du Xiaofu opened his eyes and a cold light surged. He shouted, "Do you want me to let him go? If I don't, what can you do?" Crack! As soon as he finished speaking, Du Xiaofu waved his left arm and broke Han Ningmo's remaining arm. Blood spurted out and splattered on the ground. Ah! Han Ningmo screamed and almost fainted. Unfortunately, he was restricted and suppressed by the vast power. He could not struggle at all. At this moment, the disciples of legalism trembled. Their souls were also trembling. The demon king, Du Xiaofu, was so cruel. Sigh! Huang Ling aside and sighed for legalism. They did not understand that guy. When had he ever been threatened? Back then, the Dragon's Dragon 9 had ended up like that. Bastard! Seeing Han and Ma screaming in pain, the 9 protectors and the other elders roared in anger, their eyes cold. "Little bastard, you will definitely die today." The 9th guardian was furious, and his killing intent surged. "Who are you calling a little bastard?" Just as the 9th guardian finished speaking, a delicate voice came from afar. When the last word was said, a beautiful figure appeared in midair. It was a beautiful woman. She was out of this world and stood proudly. When the beautiful woman's figure appeared, Du Xiaofu's gaze suddenly shook as if a bolt of lightning had surged through his heart. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's claw print on Han Ningma's neck tightened. Han Ningma's face turned red, and his tongue was about to stick out. When this beautiful woman appeared, she looked directly at the 9 protectors. Her soul-stirring, beautiful face was calm, but the formless coldness caused the hearts of the 9 protectors to violently tremble. "Audong! The 9th guardian opened his mouth, and his eyes flickered. Slap! Before he could finish speaking, the crisp sound of a slap rang out from the 9th protector's face. The slap caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood, and his old teeth flew out. "Do you think you have the right to call me Audong? My son is not someone you can insult. I give you face and call you 9th guardian. If I don't give you face, so what if I call you an old dog?" The beautiful woman spoke. Her face was slightly gloomy, and there was a dignified aura around her that could suppress everyone here until they trembled in fear. At this moment, the beautiful woman seemed calm, but her majestic aura was increasing. She was like a volcano that could erupt at any time. The 9th guardian was stunned. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned. You dare to hit me!" After a long while, the 9 protectors covered half of their faces and came back to their senses. Their faces were filled with astonishment and disbelief, and their bodies trembled for no reason. Their legs trembled in the air, and they couldn't help but feel fear crawl out from the depths of their souls. "I didn't just hit you." The beautiful woman spoke as she looked directly at the 9 protectors. Suddenly, a dazzling light blossomed from her eyes, transforming into a dazzling sharp sword that was filled with the aura of a supreme being. After that, it rushed into the space between the 9 protectors' brows. Bang! A muffled sound rang out in the air. A bloody mist exploded, and the space collapsed. The 9th guardian's body exploded, and his spirit was destroyed. "You attacked my son. I can't let you live." The beautiful woman raised her head slightly and looked at the many old people and experts from the school of legalism. Her eyes were resplendent as she scanned everyone. Her eyes were dazzling, magnificent, and desolate. She was like a supreme being who could not be provoked. She said, "I'll kill anyone who dares to touch my son." Chapter 1560. At that moment, all the elders and experts of the Du family were stunned. They had never seen Han Audong act so violently. She actually attacked and killed the 9 protectors on the spot. "Audong, you've gone too far." The 2nd protector spoke. His eyes flickered with divine light, and his expression was cold. He stared at Han Audong and said, "You are from the school of legalism. What you are doing is going against the school of legalism's laws. You can't call me Audong." Han Audong stared at the 2 protectors without backing down. Right now, she faced all the experts and old men from the school of legalism by herself. She said, "I am a member of the school of legalism, but I'm also my son's mother. If I have to choose, I'll always choose my son and not you. If you dare to touch my son today, I'll kill you all." Han Audong stood proudly in the air. At that moment, she was just a mother. Ordinary people could not understand the terror of a mother. For her child, a mother would do anything crazy, including Han Audong. Countless legalist elders and experts in the surroundings had ugly expressions. It had already been more than 20 years. Han Audong had been under house arrest for more than 20 years, yet she did not feel any remorse. Instead, she seemed to have become even more unyielding. "Han Audong, you're challenging the authority of legalism. You should know the consequences. The second protector's face was completely gloomy. His aura was majestic and his body was shrouded in a bright light. All these years, I've been at your mercy. I thought my silence could exchange for the safety of the father and son. But you've gone too far and treated my son like this. Do you think I'll stop at just 20 years? Han Aodong said. Her voice was like a sword that shook people's souls. She looked around and said, From now on, I won't be silent and patient anymore. I won't be at your mercy. If you don't believe me, you can try. Back then, she was separated from her husband. She had just given birth and was weak. She could not fight back. All these years, she had been at the mercy of the clan. Although her cultivation had improved tremendously, she was willing to bear everything alone in exchange for the safety of the father and son and for Xiaojing's withering heart disease. However, now that she had heard that Xiaofu's heart had been dug out by the BI and she had seen her son being bullied by the entire clan, she could no longer back down. She knew the methods of the clan, and she knew that her child had suffered a great grievance and suffering. Although she hadn't seen it herself, she could imagine how much her heart was bleeding. At this moment, she was no longer the same person as before. In the past 20 years, she had turned all her longing for the father and son into motivation. She worked hard on her cultivation, and with her extraordinary talent, she was no longer the same as before. All of her hard work was so that one day she wouldn't be as powerless as before. The second guardian's eyes were trembling, and his old face was gloomy. There were also some old men who looked indifferent and didn't say much. Fourth, Aunt is so powerful. Some of the legalism's younger generation girls were astonished. Their eyes were filled with ripples. They had never seen their fourth aunt so forceful and fierce. Han Aodong's gaze fell on the second guardian, and she no longer paid any attention to them. She turned around and looked at the young man in the battle robe on the pile of rubble below. When their gazes met, her heart suddenly pounded. Her hands started to tremble, and the coldness in her eyes dissipated. Her clear face calmed down. At this moment, she wanted to say something to the young man, but she found that she couldn't speak. She couldn't even open her mouth. Her eyes stung as if she wanted to cry, but she forced herself to hold back. Tears welled up in her eyes. Countless times, she had imagined what it would be like to see him for the first time in the future. However, she had never thought that when they finally met, she wouldn't even be able to open her mouth. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was also looking at the beautiful woman. He had seen her in his drunkard father's painting. That was his mother, the mother he had been thinking about day and night. Before coming to the school of legalism this time, Du Xiaofu was still looking forward to seeing his mother. What would he do if he could successfully see her? Would he be excited or excited? When his mother had arrived, Du Xiaofu's heart had suddenly trembled as if an electric current had surged through him. However, Du Xiaofu found that he had gradually calmed down. He didn't feel as excited as he had imagined. Instead, it was as if they had known each other for a long time. It was as if his mother had always been by his side and he had never lost her. This feeling was strange, but it was also familiar. That familiarity came from the 3 years she had been pregnant. They were connected by blood. At this moment, the mother and son looked at each other, and the surroundings were silent. So, she's the Demon King, Du Xiaofu's mother. Some of the people from the various factions and families who didn't know what had happened finally understood, and they were incredibly shocked. They had never thought that the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, would have such a deep connection with legalism. Mother. Du Xiaofu opened his mouth and was the first to break the silence. His voice was calm but deep. Hearing that calm and deep voice, Han Aodong could no longer hold back the tears in her eyes. They flowed down her cheeks and her vision started to blur. However, a smile appeared on Han Aodong's beautiful face. Her aura was still supreme, and no one could provoke or offend her. Han Aodong's beautiful figure floated through the air and landed lightly on the pile of rubble. Her beautiful face opened her mouth before she spoke. She looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Child, let him go. Mother is here. I won't let you suffer any more." Du Xiaofu nodded. He reached out and threw Han Ningma, whose neck had turned red, to the side. He didn't pay any more attention to her. "Let's go. Mother will take you away from here," Han Aodong said. Her beautiful figure flew out and left the square. "I recognize you." Du Xiaofu looked at the second guardian calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, he followed behind Han Aodong and left. For some reason, when the second guardian saw Du Xiaofu's calm gaze, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He felt uneasy and his divine soul trembled for no reason. He had never felt that way before. Under countless gazes, Du Xiaofu left, leaving behind only his back. In the end, he completely disappeared in mid-air. Huff! Huff! At this moment, the surrounding people gradually began to regain their senses. Then, there were sounds of people sucking in cold breaths. Cuckoo! Looking at the pile of rubble on the broken Marshall-proof platform and the extremely miserable Han Ningma, who was dripping with blood, countless people felt their throats burning as they swallowed their saliva. The nirvana of a supreme martial artist. Han Qi, Huang Linger, Hong Ni, Su Lingzi, Mo Junyu, and the other representatives of the major forces and clans all had a change of expression. Their eyes trembled as they thought of many things. Dragon Fifth's eyes were dull as he trembled violently. He had never thought that this guy was actually the Demon King Du Xiaofu, who had killed his 9th brother. He was even the legendary supreme martial artist. As for Meng Wui, Heng Rushi, Guan Lianin, and the others, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this moment. They had never thought that the Demon King Du Xiaofu, a supreme martial artist who had achieved nirvana of a supreme martial artist, would be such a clown. He had obviously come to find trouble with legalism, but in the end he made them lose all their treasures and made them lose everything they had. Demon King Du Xiaofu is too evil. In the end, someone secretly cursed. They had seen the Demon King's strength with their own eyes. Even someone as strong as Han Ningma couldn't withstand a single blow. They probably wouldn't have the chance to get their treasures back in this lifetime. As for the disciples of legalism, they were all in a daze at this moment, unable to recover from their shock. A supreme martial artist who had achieved nirvana was like a million mountains crushing their hearts. Han Ningma's defeat had shattered their confidence and reliance that was enough to look down on everything in the outside world. They no longer had any pride to speak of. Chapter 1561. The quiet courtyard was huge and quiet. Although the furnishings were simple, they were very elegant. However, it was obvious that no one had been in the courtyard for a while. But there were probably servants who cleaned the place. There was no dust, and it was very clean. Have you been through hard times all these years? In the small hall, Han Aodong looked at Du Xiaofu. She raised her head slightly. The baby was now a head taller than her. She could vaguely see the traces of him. The heroic spirit between his brows was exactly the same. No. Du Xiaofu shook his head and replied, "Do you hate your mother?" Han Aodong looked at Du Xiaofu. She looked in the direction of Du Xiaofu's heart and asked with a trembling voice, "Your heart? I don't hate it." Du Xiaofu shook his head again and replied, "I'm fine. It's all in the past. As long as Xiaojing is fine, I'm fine too." "You've suffered because of Xiaojing," Han Aodong said. She felt an indescribable sadness in her heart. "Xiaojing is my sister. We are connected by blood. We are a family that cannot be separated," Du Xiaofu said with a smile on his face. "Child," at this moment, Han Aodong finally could not help but choke up. She looked at the young man in front of her. How could she not know how much he had suffered? "I'm really fine. All these years, my father has missed you and my sister very much." Du Xiaofu opened his mouth, and a smile appeared on his resolute face. "How is your father?" Han Aodong calmed down when she heard that. She looked at Du Xiaofu and asked. She was also worried about the other man. She missed the father and son every day. father entered Jinlei Tensei's cave. I don't know how he is now, but he should be fine, Du Xiaofu replied. Then the mother and son became a little awkward. They looked at each other and did not know what to say. The mother and son were speechless. They had never met each other since they were young, so they didn't know what to say. Du Xiaofu felt a little uncomfortable and awkward in his heart. Thinking about his mother at this moment, he was probably even sadder. Therefore, Du Xiaofu took the initiative to talk about a lot of things. He didn't know what to say, so he talked about the interesting things that had happened since he was young. Han Aodong's gaze was fixed on Du Xiaofu. It was as if she had not seen him for more than 20 years, and wanted to make up for it all. From childhood until now, Du Xiaofu had hidden all the dangerous situations he had encountered. He didn't say much and appeared to be very relaxed. Han Aodong smiled when she heard about her child's childhood. When she heard that her child had established a country called Huang, defeated Kyushu, slayed dragons in the Tianhuang mainland, and achieved nirvana in the Golden Winged Rock race, Han Aodong's eyes lit up and she was filled with pride. She could imagine how amazing her child was. However, Han Aodong's heart was filled with bitterness. How could she not know what kind of training he had gone through all these years? Otherwise, how could he have such achievements? However, she was glad that her child was standing in front of her at this moment. More importantly, he was fine. You fought with Han Ningma. Are you injured? Quick, take some elixirs. Then, Han Aodong seemed to have just remembered something. She immediately took out a large pile of elixirs from her Qingkuan bag and handed them to Du Xiaofu. There were all kinds of elixirs. Du Xiaofu smiled helplessly and took a few elixirs. Actually, he wasn't injured. He was just a little exhausted. However, Du Xiaofu knew that as a mother, she would always want to leave everything to her child. If he didn't take the elixirs, she would definitely be worried. This was the first time the mother and son met after being separated for more than 20 years. Du Xiaofu knew that his mother was feeling guilty, so she wanted to make it up to him. Du Xiaofu could feel it. The mother and son spent a long time together and talked a lot. Du Xiaofu also found out from his mother that his sister, Xiaojing, was still in seclusion, so she didn't appear. Then Han Aodong left. She seemed to have something to do. She told Du Xiaofu to go to his room and adjust his breathing. In the room, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged on the bed. He was in a daze, as if he couldn't believe it. Did he really see his mother? Perhaps it was because he had never seen her since he was young. But everything made Du Xiaofu a little dazed. It felt a little unreal. Then Du Xiaofu closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. He didn't hide anything and activated the cultivation method of the Golden Winged Rock clan. A day passed slowly. However, it was an extremely long and heavy day for the entire legalism. There was silence everywhere. Not many people spoke. At night, the moon was dark and the stars were bright. There are only two paths. Let him join legalism, or kill him as soon as possible. Otherwise, once he grows up, he will be a huge threat to our entire legalism. It's already a miracle that the kid didn't die after losing his heart. His martial vein is terrifying. He can integrate 3 spiritual thunders and comprehend the supreme beast energy of the Golden Winged Rock clan. The aura on his body is like that of a real Golden Winged Rock. He can even go through nirvana. There must be a huge secret on him. If we can find out all these secrets, we can create countless peak juniors for our legalism. That kid can go through nirvana. He must have many secrets on him. It's a miracle that he didn't die after losing his heart and integrated 3 spiritual thunders. If our legalism can find out the secrets on him, we can definitely suppress the other 8 families, the 4 Seas and Wudong Mountain. I'm just afraid that the kid won't be willing. Han Aodong is also helping outsiders. We can't do as we wish. We can't tolerate him. He must stay in legalism. At the very least, he must hand over the secrets on him. The blood of our legalism flows in his body. He has an obligation to do his best for our legalism. His personality isn't suitable to be forced. It's best if he is willing to stay in legalism. An elder was worried. Only if he is willing to stay can he last. If he is willing to stay, then he knows what's good for him. But if he doesn't know what's good for him, Rumor has it that the kid is the young master of the golden-winged Great Rock Clan. If we force him too much, we might alarm the golden-winged Great Rock Clan. Some people were also afraid of the golden-winged Great Rock Clan. That was a terrifying supreme beast clan. This is legalism. After all, the blood of our legalism flows in that kid's body. What does he have to do with the golden-winged Great Rock Clan? Don't tell me he dares to kill his way into our legalism. That kid is a human. How can he be the young master of the golden-winged Great Rock Clan? I'm afraid there are some secrets behind this. It might not be true. Many elders were sitting upright in the main hall. Their eyes flickered and revealed divine light when they opened and closed. They were discussing Du Xiaofu's matter through the night. There were different opinions and disputes. They only dispersed very late. At night, pearls were shining brightly in the quiet courtyard room. Han Aodong sat upright. She had a needle, thread, and cloth in her hands. She was sewing clothes. Occasionally, Han Aodong would raise her eyes to look at the wall. A smile would appear on her face. She was very happy. Her heart had never felt more at ease. Her son was next door, meditating. Her heart was filled with a feeling of joy. This feeling was different from when she was with his father. However, it still made her feel at ease. Throughout the night, Han Aodong would take a short rest while sewing. She could not help but walk to the door next door. She reached out and wanted to push open the door. She wanted to take a good look at her son. She wanted to touch his face, his hair, and his eyebrows and nose that were exactly the same as his. However, she resisted. Her son was meditating. She did not want to disturb him. She didn't dare either. To her, the infant in swaddling clothes was already so heroic and peerless when they met again. She thought that this was a dream. Everything had happened so suddenly that it didn't seem real at all. Hence, she was afraid. After all, her son was still a stranger to her. She was afraid that she would scare her son and cause him to disappear in front of her again. Tingxian, our child is very outstanding. He is even more outstanding than you. It has been hard on you all these years. Soon, we will be able to meet again and reunite as a family, right? I miss you so much, Han Aodong murmured. At that moment, she was very happy. After all, her son was by her side now. Things seemed to be progressing well. Perhaps soon their family would be reunited. His clothes are torn. I have to rush him out. Then Han Aodong returned to the room. Her beautiful face revealed a satisfied smile as she continued to sew clothes. At that moment, she was not the Han Aodong of legalism. She was not the Han Aodong who had once shocked the 9 great families. She was just an ordinary mother. After a night, the morning light swept away the night sky. Phew! In the morning, Du Xiaofu exhaled a mouthful of turbid air as he meditated. He retracted his breath. The golden light on his body flashed and finally disappeared. His eyes shone with a golden light. Then they became clear again. Du Xiaofu felt that his mother had returned. She had been standing outside the door for quite some time. Mother! Du Xiaofu pushed open the door. His mother was standing outside. Chapter 1562. I see that your clothes are torn. Try them on and see if they fit, Han Aodong said. Her voice was very gentle. She was a completely different person from the domineering person on the martial arts platform yesterday. Du Xiaofu was stunned and took the clothes. Put them on and see if they fit. Han Aodong pushed Du Xiaofu back into the room and closed the door. Then Han Aodong started to feel nervous. She did not know if the clothes she made would fit him. If the workmanship was not good enough, would he dislike it? In the room, Du Xiaofu held the clothes in his hands. There was a clean and tidy pair of underwear. The outer garment was a purple battle robe. The material was very good. It seemed to have been mixed with the skin of some demonic beast. It was soft but hard. It would not be easy to tear. The workmanship of the clothes was only average. If one looked carefully, there were many lines and wrong stitches. This was sewn by Mother herself. Du Xiaofu was sure that the clothes were made by his mother. He put them on. They fit him well. It proved that his mother had sewed it herself last night. Otherwise it would not fit him so well. As Du Xiaofu stroked the purple battle suit on his body, he finally felt the reality of it. Tears welled up in his eyes. When Du Xiaofu walked out of the room again, Han Aodong looked at the young man in the purple battle robe in front of her. She sighed in relief. It seemed to fit. Then she saw it clearly and deliberately asked in a gentle voice, "Does it fit?" "Yes." Du Xiaofu nodded. Then he added, "It fits me very well." "That's good." Han Aodong smiled. Then she said embarrassedly, "It's just that the style is not good. I was born to be a clothes hanger. I look good in everything," Du Xiaofu said as he patted his chest. He was not humble at all. He felt that he was telling the truth. "You're so shameless. Let's see which girl can stand you in the future." Han Aodong was very happy. She felt that the distance between her son and her was getting closer and closer. Girls? If Mother likes them, I'll marry a few more in the future. Du Xiaofu said with a smile, revealing his white teeth. His eyes were clear and bright. If those girls don't have any objections, Mother naturally won't have any objections. However, you're not allowed to deceive those girls. Otherwise, Mother won't forgive you. Han Aodong pinched her son's face gently. At this moment, she truly felt that her son, whom she had been thinking about day and night, was finally by her side. It was so real. "By the way, I went to visit an ancestor in my family yesterday. I wanted to bring you to visit him, but that ancestor has yet to return from his travels. He's not in his home right now." Then Han Aodong deliberately said, "Back then, the one who protected you and your father in the end was that patriarch. He has always taken good care of me. I only found out yesterday that when you killed some people from legalism on Tianhuang mainland, the patriarch also spoke out. I know him." Du Xiaofu nodded. Back then he had also seen a dazzling figure in the void painting. Although he did not see his real body, he should be the patriarch that his mother was talking about. After the incident on Tianhuang mainland, the people from legalism did not do anything. Du Xiaofu had also found it strange. It turned out that the legalism patriarch had spoken out. Du Xiaofu was not stupid. Yesterday, his mother had left to find the ancestor who had always been taking care of her. It was probably because of him. He had caused some trouble in the school of legalism, and his mother wanted the ancestor to help resolve it. However, today is the old supremacy's birthday. In terms of seniority, he should be your great-great-grandson. He said that he wants to see you first today, Han Aodong said. She looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "I know everything that legalism has done to you. The old supremacy probably wants to see you to ask for your opinion on whether you want to stay in legalism. When the time comes, you can decide for yourself. I know that you are peerless, but legalism might be stronger than you think. You can refuse, but at least before you have enough strength, don't let anything happen. I don't want to lose you again." "Yes, I understand." Du Xiaofu's eyes moved. He then nodded and said to his mother, "I can go see him." "Perform well." "My son is the strongest," Han Aodong said. Her eyes were filled with radiance. She said to Du Xiaofu seriously, "As for the other people from legalism, I won't let them bully you again." "I'm not that easy to bully." Du Xiaofu smiled. After a while, in front of a lake, there were ripples. The surroundings were lush. There was a small bridge, flowing water, and green bamboo. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was abundant. In an exquisite and simple courtyard, Du Xiaofu met the person he wanted to see alone under the guidance of his mother. Du Xiaofu originally thought that it would be an old man or an old man. However, the result was beyond Du Xiaofu's imagination. In the end, Du Xiaofu met a middle-aged man who looked like he was in his 40s. However, Du Xiaofu knew very well that this was the old supremacy of legalism. He was a terrifying existence who had lived for thousands of years. Great supreme nirvana. Peerless talent. Not bad, little guy. The old supremacy said with a smile in his eyes. His youthful appearance could easily dazzle people. He didn't look like the old supremacy of legalism at all. His appearance was also very ordinary. However, his aura were enough to make people respect and look up to him. This was a terrifying existence. He was probably a terrifying expert who could move unhindered in this world. Du Xiaofu didn't dare to be arrogant at this moment. He bowed respectfully. You also have the blood of legalism in you. No matter what reason you had in the past, you've experienced a lot. However, it's all in the past. Don't worry and stay here in the future. If some people want to do anything, I'll teach them a lesson. No one will find trouble with you anymore. The old supremacy smiled. He didn't put on any airs. Du Xiaofu didn't say anything. It seemed like he didn't know how to respond to the old supremacy's words. As for joining legalism, Du Xiaofu was naturally unwilling in his heart. If you're free in the future, you should take a look around legalism. There are many places that are good for you. From now on, you're qualified to go anywhere in legalism. The old supremacy looked at Du Xiaofu and smiled. Thank you. Du Xiaofu opened his mouth. He still didn't know what to say. The old supremacy suddenly smiled. He looked at Du Xiaofu and asked, "Oh, right, I heard that there are 10 beauties in the younger generation. Do you want to marry all of them?" Du Xiaofu was stunned. He didn't expect the old supremacy to ask about this. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Young people are all hot-blooded. If you like them, you can marry all of them. It's no big deal. The old supremacy said, "I'm afraid that even if I'm willing, the 10 ladies won't be willing." Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. "Don't worry. If I ask, they won't be unwilling." The old supremacy looked at Du Xiaofu. He seemed to be sizing him up. He smiled and said, "Of course, with your talent, it's their destiny to follow you. In the future, legalism will spread its branches and leaves. We'll definitely be able to nurture even more little fellows like you." Du Xiaofu was speechless. He couldn't say anything more. Could it be that he really had to marry one of the 10 beauties? Did he really have to? Du Xiaofu thought to himself, "All right, you can slowly think about this matter. Now I'll take you for a walk." A smile appeared on the face of the old High Lord as he led Du Xiaofu away. Although legalism had been heavy yesterday, it was still very lively today. The atmosphere was jubilant. Many places were covered with the word longevity. Today was the old supremacy's birthday. He had invited people from all over to congratulate him. He was also going to hold a sermon. Many families and major powers had sent their juniors to congratulate him. The Beast region, the Yao region, the Four Seas, and Wudong Mountain had all sent people. Many people came. Although on one hand, they were here to spy on each other, they were also here to preach the Tao on the altar. The old supremacy of legalism was a terrifying powerhouse who had lived for thousands of years. If he was willing to hold a sermon, it would be a great opportunity for the younger generation. In the vast square, a sea of people had gathered early in the morning. This wasn't the martial proof stage, but rather another plaza within legalism. It was extremely vast, with a high platform in the center. Gradually, the Mo family and the other 8 great families, the dragons, Huanglinger, and the other beast clans, as well as other major powers, had all been led here by the Du family. Everyone in the plaza was waiting. It was very quiet. No one made a sound. Even the arrogant dragons were respectful. They didn't say a word. Today, the old supremacy of legalism was going to hold a sermon. He couldn't help but feel reverence in his heart. Many of the legalism's elders and powerhouses were also present. This was a rare opportunity. They all wanted to listen. They hoped to gain some enlightenment and advance further. Rumble. As the sun rose higher in the sky, dazzling light suddenly appeared on the high platform. It was mysterious and vast. Two figures appeared. One was a middle-aged man, the other a youth in purple battle robes. When they saw that the youth in purple was none other than Du Xiaofu, many people were astonished. Many of the legalism's members were also surprised. Their gazes rippled. Happy birthday to the old supremacy! Happy birthday to Ancestor Xian! When the middle-aged man appeared, Du Xiaofu was astonished for a moment. Then, from the legalism's elders and powerhouses, some of them knelt down on one knee and began to respectfully offer their blessings. The sound waves converged and resounded through the clouds. Finally, a large longevity character appeared in the clouds above. It released a dazzling light that was profound and dazzling. Congratulations to the old supremacy for having fortune as boundless as the four seas and a long life as long as the heavens. Han Qi, Void Spirit, Jiang Yunfeng, Dragon Fifth, Huang Linger, Honganai, and the others from the various great families and powers bowed respectfully. Although they were in awe, they didn't kneel. They only bowed. "Rise, all of you," the old supremacy said with a smile. His voice was loud and clear, shaking the void. Chapter 1563. Boom! At the same time, a powerful wave of energy emanated from the old supremacy, shaking the heavens and the earth. Finally, it turned into a ray of light that filled the sky. As a result, the sky was filled with dazzling symbols that illuminated the surroundings. It was as if a god had descended into the world. The old supremacy is going to preach. Everyone was excited. They immediately sat down cross-legged and prepared to listen to the sound of the Tao. "Xiaofu, why don't you sit beside me?" The old supremacy gestured for Du Xiaofu to sit beside him and listen. When the surrounding people heard this, they were all astonished. The old supremacy's action was undoubtedly a declaration to legalism, as well as to Kyushu, the Yao realm, and the Beast region that legalism had accepted Du Xiaofu's existence and treated him well. Even Han Ningma might not have received such treatment in the past to be able to sit beside the old supremacy and listen to the sound of the Tao. However, afterwards, many people came to an understanding. Du Xiaofu, the demon king who had undergone nirvana, had a close relationship with the school of legalism. The school of legalism would obviously do everything they could to rope him in. Du Xiaofu didn't refuse. He looked at his mother from afar, then sat down cross-legged behind the old supremacy. The Tao is the origin of all things. It is the origin of all logic. The Tao is the origin of all things. As the old supremacy spoke, light spread out from his body and enveloped him. Countless strange phenomena appeared in the sky, as if forming a world of its own. Listen carefully and seek the fruit of the Tao. All the disciples of legalism were pleasantly surprised and listened carefully. All living things in the world, all living things in the world, one thought for an eternity, the second thought for the Middle Ages, and the third thought for the present age. As the old supremacy spoke, light enveloped him like a miracle. His voice was like the sound of the Tao, piercing through the hearts of people and resounding throughout the world. At this moment, Qi Jejun, Huang Linger, and the others were also immersed in the sound of the Tao. The old sovereign's sermon lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, causing the heavens and earth to move. The stars rotated and countless strange phenomena surged out. It was as if he had led everyone through 100 reincarnations, and everyone had benefited greatly. On the square, countless people sat cross-legged, their bodies shrouded in fluorescent light. They were immersed in it and did not wake up for a long time. From the 4th day onwards, there were people who made breakthroughs, one after another. There were quite a few followers of legalism. Among those who obtained a spot to enter this time, there were some who broke through as well. Their eyes revealed looks of joy as they obtained great benefits. In the 6th and 7th heavens, there were also people from the school of Taoism, the school of vertical and horizontal, as well as the other 8 major schools. On the 8th day, Du Xiaofu woke up. Golden light flickered in his eyes, and the radiance on his body was restrained. Du Xiaofu looked at the old supremacy on the high platform. He did not know when the old supremacy had disappeared, but in the past few days he had indeed gained some insights. However, perhaps it was because he had undergone the nirvana of a grand supreme that he did not walk the path of an ordinary person. Du Xiaofu realized that the enlightenment he gained was not too great, but he had already benefited a lot. After that, people in the square woke up one after another. On the 11th day, legalism took out many treasures as rewards. Some followers of legalism who obtained a spot to enter legalism this time received some extraordinary treasures. There were heavenly treasures, spiritual herbs, and artifacts. The most valuable one was a half-step saint artifact. Legalism rewarded it to Hui Mutian from the school of vertical and horizontal. Afterward, the people from the various families and major forces left one after another, and legalism gradually returned to its peaceful state. However, this also meant that the outside world was destined to not be peaceful anymore. The demon king, Du Xiaofu, had achieved nirvana and was currently in legalism. Once the news spread out, it was enough to shake the entire world. During these days, Du Xiaofu accompanied his mother. After the mother and son got to know each other, they became much closer. Child, you must have suffered a lot in the outside world over the years. Our lineage is very happy that you've returned this time, and we hope to do something for you. Out of the 10 beauties of legalism, if you like a few of them, why don't you marry them? It'll be another joyous occasion for our school of legalism. On that day, an old man from the school of legalism appeared. In terms of seniority, he could be considered Han Aodong's granduncle. His status in the school of legalism was clearly quite high. He was an extraordinary elder of the school of legalism. His expression was rather kind as he asked Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu was stunned. Then he smiled and said, I want to marry them. However, marriage is a big matter, and it has to be decided by my parents. My father is not by my side, so I have to ask for his opinion. Don't worry. When your father comes back, your family will be reunited, said the old man. Back then, legalism promised to look for my father. Why hasn't it done anything? Otherwise, my father would have been in legalism long ago, Du Xiaofu said calmly. This, the old man was stunned. He could feel the resentment in Du Xiaofu's heart. He said, Child, some things have already passed. Isn't everything developing in a good direction now? You've also seen your mother. In the future, your family will be able to reunite. Our family is reunited. Do you need me to stay in legalism? Du Xiaofu asked. You are a legalism person. The blood of legalism flows in your body, said the old man kindly. Phew! Du Xiaofu took a deep breath and looked at the old man calmly. He asked, Then why wasn't it like this in the past? Why did legalism want to kill me time and time again? This, the old man was stunned. Then he said, Perhaps you have misunderstood. If legalism really accepts me, why do I have to stay in legalism? Du Xiaofu said to the old man. Back then, the second protector brought people to separate my family. If legalism really treats me well, shouldn't it let me deal with it? Du Xiaofu raised these 2 requests. The old man could not answer. Child, a wise man submits to circumstances. I am your elder. This is for your own good. Think about it carefully. The old man shook his head and sighed. In the end, he left. Child, the reason why the elder is looking for you is to ask you to stay in legalism, right? After a while, in the courtyard, Han Aodong asked Du Xiaofu. Although she was not there, she was smart and guessed the elder's intention. Yes, I said I have to think about it. Du Xiaofu did not say anything more. He did not want his mother to worry. These days, Du Xiaofu roughly knew that his mother had been in legalism for more than 20 years and could not go out. She did not know anything about the outside world. Even when he came to legalism, his mother did not know. This was half house arrest. Therefore, this made Du Xiaofu feel even more resentful. In this huge legalism, his mother's words did not carry much weight. If she could change anything, she would have done so long ago. Therefore, Du Xiaofu did not say much. He smiled and did not want his mother to worry. Just do as you wish. If they still make things difficult for you this time, I will not let it go. Even if I have to fight them, Han Aodong said. Han Aodong spoke. Her expression became a bit colder, and her gaze was resolute. This time, no one could touch her son. I understand. Du Xiaofu smiled lightly and said, Mother, after my sister comes out of seclusion, let's go home and take a look. Let's go see your son's desolate country. To Du Xiaofu, legalism was not his home. The home in his heart was always in Stone City, followed by the Ancient Heaven sect, the Seven-Star Hall, the golden-winged Great Peng clan, and even Tianwu Academy. However, legalism was not his home. At least, Du Xiaofu did not feel any sense of home in legalism. Okay, after your sister comes out of seclusion, I will go see my son's desolate country. As for me, am I the Empress Dowager? Han Aodong smiled. In the evening, the sun was setting in the west. The sunset dyed the sky red. Impudent. That brat clearly does not want to stay in legalism. He even wants to punish me. How dare he? In the main hall, the second protector sat in a corner with a gloomy expression. Does he really think that our legalism needs him just because he has achieved nirvana? That brat is much harder to control than Xiaojing. If we let him stay, he might directly affect Xiaojing in the future. If anything happens to Xiaojing, it will be a real disaster. Xiaojing cannot have any accidents. If that brat really doesn't know how to appreciate kindness, we must not let him stay. Otherwise, he will affect Xiaojing in the future. He has achieved nirvana. If he really wants to stay, it will bring endless benefits to our legalism. Even if it's just to satisfy some of his wishes, we should let him stay. There were also people who wanted to persuade him to stay. How can we let him stay? Let him deal with the second protector? If that's the case, won't all of us be punished by him in the future? This is legalism. Someone strongly objected. There was another argument in the main hall. After a long time, the figures left one after another. Chapter 1564. Child, have you made up your mind? The next morning, the elder from yesterday came again and asked for Du Xiaofu's opinion. Back then, the second protector who separated my family and wanted to kill me, can you let me deal with him? Has the legalism come to a conclusion? Du Xiaofu asked. Child, when it is possible to let people off, one should be lenient. Back then, the second protector was only following orders. Back then, your mother and father's union had something to do with the clan, so it was impossible to investigate, the elder said. The legalism could not hand over the second protector, as the implications were too great. Why do you want me to join the legalism? Isn't everything fine now? Du Xiaofu already knew the result. Firstly, he did not have a good impression of the second protector, and secondly, he wanted to use this opportunity to test the legalism's attitude towards him. However, the result was just as Du Xiaofu had expected, so he was not surprised. You can think about it again. The elder nodded and did not force him. He then looked at Du Xiaofu and said, Back then, your heart had already saved your little sister Xiaojing. Although it looks fine now, the family is very concerned and is afraid that something will happen to you. Moreover, you have fused 3 spirit thunders in your body, which is too dangerous. Since ancient times, no one has ever succeeded. Also, Xiaojing does not have any martial veins in your body, which is very strange. The family hopes to give you a thorough examination to ensure your safety and prevent any accidents from happening. Haha, Du Xiaofu laughed helplessly. He finally understood why the legalism wanted him to join the legalism. Not only did they not have any sincerity, but they also wanted to see the mysteries in his body. They wanted to investigate the mysteries in his body. Thank you for the legalism's concern, Du Xiaofu said without much fluctuation in his voice. Looking at Du Xiaofu and hearing his laughter, the old man's expression also changed. He was somewhat moved. It seemed that the family had really gone overboard with this little fellow. Child, the family is also worried about you. In addition, the family also hopes that you can go one step further. You can use all the secret zones and treasures. The elder spoke. This could be considered compensation. In legalism, those who could merge 3 streaks of spiritual lightning, lose one's heart and not die, as well as those martial veins and supreme, golden-winged Peng beast abilities were something they had to obtain. If they were able to uncover its profundities, then they would definitely be able to nurture countless peak younger generations for legalism in the future. This was an irresistible temptation to legalism, and this temptation was even greater than that of a Nirvana stage Grand Exalt. After all, this Nirvana Grandmaster surname was due, and he wasn't a true core member of legalism. I'm doing very well now. There's no need for legalism to worry about me. When my sister comes out of seclusion, I hope to bring my mother and sister back to the desolate country. Du Xiaofu directly rejected. No matter what, he couldn't hand over his secrets to legalism. There was no room for negotiation. It wasn't difficult for Du Xiaofu to know that once his secrets were exposed, he would only become their experimental subject. And if his purple thunder profound cauldron was exposed, he didn't know what would happen. The purple thunder profound cauldron seemed to be related to legalism. Du Xiaofu had no choice but to be on guard against it. He wasn't strong enough. Child, don't be too stubborn. Think about it again. After the elder finished speaking, he left. After the elder left, Du Xiaofu stood there quietly. He was feeling very depressed and felt a sense of danger. Then Du Xiaofu calmed himself down. He didn't want his mother to worry. Du Xiaofu also didn't tell Han Aodong about this. He was afraid that his mother would do something extreme. In this huge legalism, what could his mother do? The old ancestor, who had always been protecting his mother, didn't belong to legalism either. He wants to leave. He wants to take Xiaojing and Aodong away. He wants to run. In the grand hall of legalism, an elder spoke. He's not willing to hand over his secrets and wants to take Xiaojing away. We can't let him live. Use a secret technique to search his primordial spirit. We can still find out all his secrets. Use the clan's soul-controlling secret technique to make it obedient. Although it won't make any progress in the future, as long as it can represent the school of legalism, it'll be enough to help Xiaojing and the others when the time comes. His heart doesn't belong to legalism. If he leaves and can't be used by legalism, he will inevitably become a problem in the future. If Xiaojing is affected, the price will be too great. No, we have to give him another chance. Unless it's absolutely necessary, we can't destroy him. After all, he has the blood of legalism in his body, an elder said. He was the elder who had contacted Du Xiaofu several times. He was Han Aodong Sr., and he couldn't bear to do it. He has the blood of legalism, but he also has the blood of a despicable person from the outside world. If we can find out his secrets, I'm afraid that the younger generation of legalism won't be weaker than him. When that time comes, our legalism will truly prosper. That kid is unruly and difficult to tame. If we nurture him into a true expert one day, he might bite us back. When that happens, it will be too late to regret it. An elder said gloomily, moreover, our legalism doesn't lack him. We have to control him, or we have to get rid of future problems. Xiaojing is his sister after all. If she finds out in the future, I'm afraid she will resist in her heart. Someone was worried. After all, siblings were connected by blood. Then let Xiaojing never know. Moreover, if we can control that kid with the secret technique of soul control, Xiaojing will only be more at ease. The gloomy elder just now sneered. A sharp weapon that couldn't be controlled would only hurt oneself. It was better to eliminate the source of trouble than to nurture a tiger. Legalism didn't lack a sharp weapon, and if they found out all the secrets, legalism might even prosper from then on. The strength of others was naturally far inferior to his own strength. He felt that he wouldn't lose out on this debt. In the evening, the setting sun was like blood covering half the sky. Bright red clouds spread out over the mountains. "Child, some elders in the clan wish to see you and have a chat with you." The old man came again, wanting to take Du Xiaofu away. "I'll go too," Han Aodong said. She was still worried and wanted to go too. "Don't worry. It's just the elders who want to see him. Don't worry. Don't you trust me?" The elders stopped Han Aodong, not wanting her to go. What will come will come. If it's a disaster, it can't be avoided. Du Xiaofu thought to himself. He didn't want anything to happen to his mother. He smiled at Han Aodong and said casually, "Don't worry, I'll be back soon." "All right." Han Aodong hesitated. The person who came was also an elder of her bloodline. In the end, she nodded. And so, Du Xiaofu followed the elder all the way to a vast and majestic hall. The surroundings were magnificent, like a fairyland. Inside the hall, the aura was vast. Hundreds of elders and strong cultivators were sitting there, making Du Xiaofu's heart tremble when he entered the hall. Looking around, Du Xiaofu saw many familiar figures. The second guardian was among them. There were also many people he had seen around the martial proof platform that day. At the head of the hall, there was an old man sitting on a chair. His eyes were closed, and no aura could be sensed from his body. "Child, we're very worried about you. We want to examine you. We can't let anything happen to you." Inside the hall, an elder had a smile on his face. He looked very kind and said to Du Xiaofu, "You're still young. You might misunderstand our good intentions. But don't worry, we won't hurt you." Du Xiaofu looked at the elder and said calmly, "Legalism doesn't need to worry about me. If I don't let you examine me today, I won't be able to walk out of this hall?" Hearing this, many of the elders in the hall changed their expressions. "Brat, don't be so shameless, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. You also have the blood of the school of legalism, so you have an obligation to do something for the school of legalism. Tell me all your secrets, or else." These legalism elders didn't seem to have much patience. They tore off their masks and revealed their fangs. They didn't believe that a kid could escape from them. "I'm afraid that if I stay up late, it will delay tomorrow. Let's just release it on National Day tomorrow. I'm adjusting my schedule. I hope brothers and sisters and readers can forgive me." Chapter 1565. There really isn't any blood in my body that belongs to the school of legalism. If there is, it's my mother's. It has nothing to do with the school of legalism. Back then, you tricked me into joining the school of legalism because you wanted my heart. As for killing me, you tricked me into joining the school of legalism because you want my secrets. Or do you want to kill me? Du Xiaofu laughed loudly. His laughter was somewhat dry and loud. His eyes swept across everyone in the hall and said with a clear gaze, "This is legalism. This is the dignified legalism." Hearing these words, many people's eyes flickered, especially when they met Du Xiaofu's gaze. Some avoided it, while others secretly changed their expressions. Your heart wants to save Xiaojing and your sister. This is a matter of course. You have the blood of legalism flowing in your veins. You have the obligation to hand over your secrets. This time, you secretly came to join legalism. Clearly, you are plotting something and harboring evil intentions. The second protector coldly shouted, "I am willing to save my sister Xiaojing. Even if you want me to save my sister again, I will not hesitate. However, you tricked me, bullied me, and tried to kill me time and time again. You keep saying that I have the blood of legalism flowing in my veins. When did you ever think that I have anything to do with legalism? You only want to kill me. You are truly ruthless. Do you people of legalism know what conscience is? Could it be that you have never felt uneasy and worried about retribution?" Du Xiaofu raised his voice again and laughed. "As for me plotting against legalism, how laughable. What is legalism? I and the young master of the golden-winged Pung bird clan. Who dares to touch me? Boom! As soon as his voice faded, Du Xiaofu's body was suffused with golden light. A phantom of a golden-winged Pung flapped its wings and circled behind him. A supreme beast aura filled the hall and shook the void, causing everyone's expressions to change. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was not angry. He had already expected this to happen. Du Xiaofu didn't hate him because he wasn't surprised by this outcome. Legalism had never treated itself well. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's heart was filled with anger and hatred. There was an indescribable resentment that was hard to let go. Legalism had tried to bully him time and time again. Did they really think that he was that easy to bully? Did the people of legalism not have a conscience? Let's not talk about how a human like you can become the young clan leader of the golden-winged rock clan. Do you think we are fools? You have the blood of our legalism, yet you join the beast clan. You are betraying your ancestors and forgetting your roots. You have malicious intentions. At the head of the hall, an elderly man's expression was gloomy. The legalism had long since heard that the golden-winged rock clan had come out because of this boy. This had caused a huge commotion in Kyushu. However, he didn't think that a human could really become the young clan leader of the golden-winged rock clan. This was simply too inconceivable. Moreover, they were one of the 9 great clans of legalism. How could they fear the golden-winged rock clan? Looking straight at Du Xiaofu, the elderly man's expression was indifferent as he continued to speak coldly. So what if you're from the golden-winged rock clan? The 9 great clans are of the same branch. Attacking our legalism is attacking the entire human race. Would the golden-winged rock clan dare to attack the entire human race? This is the resting place of legalism. I'm afraid even the golden-winged rock clan wouldn't dare to come here. You actually want to rely on a beast to protect you. You're a traitor who forgets his roots. You're not a good person. The blood in my body is the blood of the golden-winged rock clan, and the bones in my body are the bones of the golden-winged rock clan. My body is the flesh and blood of the Du clan, and my soul is the soul of the Du clan. How could I be a traitor who forgets his roots? Why do you have to make it sound so nice? If you want to be shameless, then just be shameless. Today, you just want to know what kind of secret I have. I'd like to see if any of you can touch me. Du Xiaofu loudly sneered. In the hall, the faces of many old experts were gloomy. They were somewhat speechless. However, their faces became even colder and colder. Their auras surged and flashed. When they gathered together, they were like millions of mountains that surrounded and suppressed Du Xiaofu. They could even crush the void. Do you think that you can fight against our legalism just because you've achieved nirvana? It's rare for a great sovereign to achieve nirvana, but you're still too weak. You're far from being able to fight against our legalism. In front of our legalism, you're still just an ant. If you don't want to hand over your secrets and acknowledge your ancestors, we have our own ways to make you obedient and obedient. The elder at the head of the hall said coldly. Looking at the young man in purple, he felt that he had to kill him as soon as possible. If he was allowed to grow, he would be a great threat to the legalism in the future. At this moment, the young man had already made him feel uneasy. Child, don't ruin yourself. You're still young. As long as you repent, you still have a bright future ahead of you. The elder from the Han clan who had been in contact with Du Xiaofu said. He hoped that Du Xiaofu would compromise. He couldn't bear to destroy a great sovereign's nirvana. If Du Xiaofu could compromise, everyone would be happy. It would be the best result. I didn't tell my mother because I didn't want her to know the deceitful face of the elder she trusted. This was Du Xiaofu's reply to the elder. The elder's face turned pale, and he couldn't say anything. Kid, you're stubborn. There's no need to say anything more. Let's execute the family rules. The gloomy elder at the head of the hall said. His eyes were cold, and his aura fluctuated. He was about to take action. His mother's surname is Han. If anyone wants to take action, it should be the Han clan. No one else can do it. On the head of the hall, the elder who had his eyes closed opened his eyes. The light in his eyes was like lightning, and his aura was terrifying. Hearing the elder's words, everyone in the hall looked at each other in dismay. Some people trembled inwardly and didn't dare to say anything. Some people even retreated a little. Du Xiaofu looked at the elder. His invisible aura was terrifying. He was probably no weaker than the fifth elder, Jialo Yuantu. Child, a great sovereign's nirvana is a pity. It's good for you to submit. Otherwise, don't blame legalism. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not being strong enough. Then the elder spoke to Du Xiaofu. His expression was solemn, and his words were sincere and heartfelt. On his left and right, there were a few other elders with gloomy expressions. Light flashed in their eyes. Indeed, the weak are prey to the strong. Strength is respect. If I have enough strength today, I will definitely wash legalism in blood and kill you all. Du Xiaofu nodded, his eyes shining. He agreed with the elder's words, but he also knew that he wasn't strong enough. Legalism was too strong. Sigh. Then don't blame legalism. The elder sighed and waved his long sleeve. A bright light burst out from his hand, as if it turned into a light curtain that distorted the void. It instantly enveloped Du Xiaofu. Qi. At the same instant, Du Xiaofu made his move. He had long been prepared. A resplendent beam of light shot out from the center of his brows. After that, a figure lunged out. Resplendent runes erupted as he punched out with an unparalleled might towards the light screen that was distorting the void. Chapter 1566. Boom! With a muffled collision, runes soared into the sky, and a dragon's roar resounded through the hall, shaking the surrounding hall to the point of collapse. If it weren't for the talisman array, the hall would have been razed to the ground in an instant, and a deep abyss would have appeared on the ground. A terrifying shockwave erupted, shaking the heavens and the earth. It was absolutely terrifying. Whoosh! Du Xiaofu's figure was like lightning as he used the rock soars to 10,000 miles. At this moment, he disappeared from the hall, like an arrow leaving the bow. That figure immediately followed behind and left in an instant. It's the dragons, chase them. However, it was also at this moment that the old man with the sunken face in the hall vanished first. Afterwards, the experts and old men from the school of legalism lunged out with lightning speed. Du Xiaofu wanted to escape back to his mother's courtyard and take her away from the legalism. If he had no other choice, with the purple lightning profound cauldron and vain soul, he wouldn't be completely without a chance. This was his only chance. However, Du Xiaofu's wish didn't come true. With the speed of the rock soars to 10,000 miles, he was intercepted by the old man at the head of the hall. The old man's aura was very strong, and he wasn't much weaker than the fifth elder, Jialo Yuantu. Afterwards, the old man from the Han family and the other old men and experts of the school of legalism all gathered around. More than 100 legalism experts stood in the void, surrounding the four directions, crushing the void, and sealing off the sky and the earth. Master! At this moment, a green-robed old man stood in the void beside Du Xiaofu. He had drooping eyebrows, and his forehead bulged as if he had two horns. The aura on his body rippled, and the faint shadow of a dragon circled around him. He was transformed from Qiuli. After submitting to Du Xiaofu, he was arranged by Du Xiaofu to enter the heavenly beast hall in the desolate ancient space to receive the inheritance of the ancient dragons and obtain a great opportunity. Although Li had been struck by lightning for a long time in the purple thunder profound cauldron, Du Xiaofu had helped him refine his body with divine lightning. Li was originally only one step away from the bounded domain. At this moment, Li also broke through in the heavenly beast hall and finally stepped into the bounded domain. After taking that step, although it didn't seem far, it was a world of difference from before. This caused the old men and experts of legalism to feel the aura from Li's body and their expressions to change. In legalism, There were only a few cultivators at the realm level. The dragons want to interfere. The gloomy old man frowned slightly. He did not know the relationship between Qiu Li and the dragons, but legalism definitely had to pay attention to the dragons at the domain level, not to mention that they were backed by the entire dragon clan. Kill whoever dares to move. Qiu Li opened his mouth and his aura surged. He did not back down at all. So this is what you're relying on. A legalism old man stared at Du Xiaofu with a gloomy expression. He thought that he finally knew the reason why Du Xiaofu dared to be so arrogant in legalism. Kill. Du Xiaofu did not say anything. There was no need for him to say anything at this moment. Coldness shot out from his eyes. Quietly, he crushed something in his hand. A golden light disappeared from his palm without a trace, submerging into his palm. At this moment, in a certain space between heaven and earth, there were mountains as high as clouds and towering trees all around. It was lush and green. In a quiet stone cave, golden light overflowed. A seemingly hunchbacked old woman was sitting cross-legged. Chi, chi! Suddenly, the old woman opened her slightly closed eyes. The golden light in her eyes shot out like lightning and shook the stone cave. A terrifying chill appeared on her wrinkled old face. How dare you touch my grandson? Do you think I'm dead? As soon as she finished speaking, the old woman's figure disappeared from the stone cave. It was as if she had instantly merged into the air. It was unbelievably strange. Roar. Legalism. As soon as Du Xiaofu's voice fell, the dragon roared. Qiu Li roared and swept out. The sound waves swept out like waves, and the dragon's might covered the sky. In an instant, Qiu Li transformed into his dragon form and stretched across the sky. The two horns on his forehead were densely covered with dazzling talisman patterns, and his dragon scales were shining. Stop the horn dragon! Restrain that brat! The gloomy old man ordered. He pounced straight at Du Xiaofu. Boom! At the same time, the old man, surnamed Han, attacked. Talisman patterns covered his body, and his aura was vast. He would not be under Qiu Li's control and attacked Qiu Li. Kid, you can't do anything. The gloomy old man attacked. His claw tore through the void and distorted a large area of space, crushing Du Xiaofu. Chi! Du Xiaofu covered his thunder martial vein and activated the golden rock wings on his back. Golden light shot out like a golden rainbow. In an instant, he escaped from the distorted void. Ah! The old man was surprised. His face became gloomier. It was beyond his expectations. Kid, you can't escape. However, there were over 100 experts from the school of legalism present right now. How could Du Xiaofu escape so easily? In a single moment, the surrounding space collapsed. Light shone resplendently, turning into countless seals of light that descended from all directions. Rumble! At this moment, Du Xiaofu's eyes surged with a touch of sharpness and decisiveness. Bright purple lightning surged all over his body. The killing intent swept out, revealing the majesty of creation. His aura was strong and masculine. Du Xiaofu also activated the spiritual thunder, primordial spirit, in his body. Countless thunderbolts swept out from his body. In the next moment, all kinds of dazzling lightning bolts swept out from Du Xiaofu's body and struck the surrounding void in an instant. Rumble! This collision caused the surrounding space to explode. All kinds of electric arcs spread out like the most beautiful fireworks. Under that kind of brilliance, any trace of brilliance was destruction. Many of the experts and old men from the school of legalism who wanted to suppress Du Xiaofu were forced back. They vomited blood as shock filled their eyes. Uffed! However, at this moment, faint golden blood flowed out from Du Xiaofu's mouth. His body was forced to retreat from the void. His hair danced wildly and was stained with blood. The golden wings on his back also dimmed a lot. Chi! However, Du Xiaofu did not dare to stay at all. The moment his body was forced to retreat, he soared into the sky and flapped his golden wings, wanting to escape immediately. A sigh came from above the void. Suddenly, from the sky, as if from the depths of the firmament, a bright rune swept out, shattering the void and finally turning into a huge handprint. Boom! This handprint was not to be underestimated. The pitch-black spatial crack spread out, and the aura swept through the clouds. The broken void fragments around danced. When this huge hand reached out, it affected time and space. The scene was vast, and the aura was majestic. It was so shocking that it seemed to tear the world apart. At this moment, Du Xiaofu had just leaped out when he suddenly found that the surrounding void had solidified. It was difficult to move horizontally, even with all his strength. His qi stagnated, and his divine soul was restrained. Qi! The huge hand fell from the void like a churning galaxy. The void shattered and finally covered Du Xiaofu. The giant hand contained a boundless ancient pressure and aura, imprisoning Du Xiaofu. A horned dragon at the domain level is not bad. At the same time, the second handprint descended. It shook the heavens and the earth as it covered 3 kilometers of space. Its aura caused the hearts of Qiu Li, who was fighting the old man with the surname Han, to tremble, and fear surged out from his eyes. Boom! The void shattered, and the giant hand reached down, grabbing Qiu Li's huge body that was lying across the void. Qiu Li roared and struggled, but it was useless in the end. The dragon scales on his body shattered and cracked, and in the end he was crushed into a dragon that was dozens of feet long. He was unable to break free and was imprisoned. In the void, a middle-aged man appeared. It was the old supremacy of legalism. He was the one who attacked just now. As the old supremacy appeared, the old man surnamed Han, the old man the second protector, and the others immediately bowed their heads in respect. Child, compromise is an opportunity. Why are you so conflicted? The old supremacy's figure landed directly in front of Du Xiaofu. He looked at Du Xiaofu with a smile and a look of pity. Is this why you ask me to come to legalism? Du Xiaofu was imprisoned, and the golden rock wings on his back were suppressed. He looked directly at the old supremacy. Originally, Du Xiaofu still had a strand of hope for legalism in his heart. But now Du Xiaofu understood everything. There was no need to ask any more questions. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's heart was surging with anger, but soon it calmed down. It didn't dissipate, but rather condensed and accumulated. Once it erupted, it might become a volcano. I heard about you and felt somewhat curious. To be able to kill Dongli Qihuang, who had undergone nirvana in the outside world, is a miracle. But I didn't expect you to exceed my expectations. If you are willing to turn back now and repent, I can guarantee that you will be safe and sound. I can guarantee that you will be reunited with your family. Legalism will also do its best to help you grow. The old supremacy looked at Du Xiaofu and said in a sincere and heartfelt tone, "This is the best choice you have made. You are still too young. Don't make a mistake. You just want me to work for you. You just want to know the secrets in my body. Why do you have to make it sound so dignified? You are already so shameless. Why do you still have to wear a mask?" Du Xiaofu looked directly at the old supremacy and said with ridicule, "You are bullying me today. How many people from legalism are left in my desolate country? They will die for sure. When eagles learn to fly, many will fall to their deaths. Only those who are left have the qualifications to spread their wings in the sky. My legalism has many descendants. They can't blame others for their weakness. It is natural selection. In the future, legalism will become better and better. I have lived for so long and have countless descendants. As long as legalism becomes stronger in the future, there is no meaning in letting a few juniors die first." The old supremacy spoke in a carefree manner. He didn't care about a few juniors at all. How vicious! Du Xiaofu laughed bitterly. This is your last chance. Don't make a mistake. The old supremacy looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "One day, when I rule the world, I will kill you." These words were Du Xiaofu's reply to the old supremacy. His expression was very calm. "Stubborn. You need to be taught a lesson." The old supremacy spoke. His aura fluctuated. Runes flew out from his forehead and directly entered Du Xiaofu's forehead. He wanted to pry into Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit. He wanted to search for secrets. This was not difficult for him. Pucci! Suddenly, at this time, Du Xiaofu spat out blood. His face was pale as if he had been struck by lightning. Arcs of electricity surrounded his body. Pucci! In an ancient and boundless space, an otherworldly woman with her eyes closed suddenly opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body was surrounded by light. "My soul feels like it has been struck by lightning. I feel uneasy. Brother, could it be that you are in danger?" Du Xiaojing's delicate body trembled. She suddenly felt uneasy and worried. At this moment, the old supremacy's expression finally changed. He looked at Du Xiaofu with a strange gaze. "Kiki!" Du Xiaofu laughed loudly. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, making him look extremely ferocious. His smile was filled with undisguised mockery and ruthlessness as he said, "You want to spy on me? Then kill me. Once I'm dead, everything you want to know will disappear completely." Ha ha ha. Du Xiaofu crazily laughed as he placed down a seal in his mind. This was something he had learned from his master, Spiritual Sovereign's Sacred Hands, Heavenly Spirit Record. With the addition of the 3 spirit thunders, other than himself, no one else would be able to touch it. Once an outsider touched it, no matter how strong they were, they would only be able to destroy his eyes. Even if the fused spirit thunders exploded, it would be enough to destroy his physical body. This was Du Xiaofu's ruthlessness. Du Xiaofu's style was cruel, and he was even crueler when it came to himself. Whoever dared to touch his primordial spirit would be turned into ashes. Chapter 1567. The old honorable lord's cultivation was extremely high, and he had seen through everything. His face darkened. He did not expect that this little guy would have such means. He was so cruel and ruthless to himself. He would rather die than let legalism get everything. "Old honorable lord, why did you touch my son, Xiaofu?" "Why?" Suddenly, a delicate voice came from the sky. It was Han Aodong. Her son had been taken away. Mother and son were connected, and there was an invisible connection between them. Han Aodong thought about it. In the end, she was still worried, so she came and saw the last scene. Her delicate face changed, and her hair danced in the wind. She was angry, and her eyes were filled with hatred. "Third sister, go back." A gentle voice came from the sky. A dazzling light shone in the sky, and a figure appeared in the sky. He stood in front of Han Aodong, and the light around him was as dazzling as the stars. "You did this to me in the past, and now you're doing this to third sister. Is legalism really so heartless? How disappointing." The middle-aged man with disheveled hair appeared in the sky again. His eyes seemed to be filled with fluctuations, and his voice was hoarse. "This is mine. I'll fight it out with you." Han Aodong's hair danced in the wind, and her voice was hoarse. She was furious, and the sound of wind and thunder came from her body. Her body was filled with runes, and the space between her eyebrows shone. Her eyes were bright, and her aura shook the clouds. This terrifying aura filled the sky in an instant. It was as if it could suppress the world, destroy everything, and shatter the void. The terrifying aura made the faces of the legalism experts change. I didn't expect Aodong's heavenly soul spiritual root to have reached this level. Looking at the terrifying aura that Han Aodong had unleashed, the group of legalism experts cried out in shock. "Third sister, you're too stubborn." The figure in the light shouted. He attacked, and as runes surged, they turned into a palm print. When the palm print landed, the surrounding void shattered. Runes flickered in the palm, turning into a bright lotus pattern. Light ripples swept out in all directions. Han Aodong did not say anything. She immediately attacked. She condensed a sword in the void and slashed through the void, slashing at the palm print. Within the light, the figure of the man became much clearer. He clenched his fist and wrapped it around the sword, wanting to destroy it. Chi la la. However, in just a single moment, the sword light directly shattered the palm print. The surrounding space shattered, and a large amount of sword light swept out as sword chi, erupting in all directions. It attacked over 100 legalism experts and old men in the surroundings, and it carried a terrifying attack on the souls of the souls. Han Aodong, what are you trying to do? Immediately, some elders and legalism experts cried out in alarm and tried to defend themselves. Some of the weaker ones even spat out blood from the attacks. If you want to touch my son, I'll kill you. Han Aodong was furious and crazy. This was the nature of a mother. Resplendent symbols gushed out from the surroundings. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Her figure soared into the sky. The primordial spirit storm around her was magnificent and desolate. It emitted a kind of pressure that couldn't be provoked, causing countless strange phenomena to descend from the void. They swept out in all directions and enveloped the heavens and earth. Not good! Many of the weaker elders of the Du family immediately covered their heads and ran away, not daring to fight head-on. Third sister, how dare you? The figure in the light soared into the sky and tried to block her again. My good big brother, we were born from the same root. Why are you so anxious to kill each other? The drunk, middle-aged man spoke. Suddenly his hair danced. At this moment, he no longer looked like a drunk beggar. He erupted with endless chi that resonated with the heavens and earth, causing the void to boil. Many legalism experts were shocked. Once again, second brother, you've reached this step too. The figure in the light was very surprised, but he did not stop. He punched out, sweeping out in all directions and shattering the void. Although I'm dispirited, I don't dare to forget about cultivation. The drunk, middle-aged man blocked with his palm print, shattering the void. What a scandal! The old reverend sighed softly. But when his words entered the ears, they could not help but shiver in fear. The void shone brightly, twisting the void and sealing time. The old reverend struck again. He waved his hand and sealed Han Aodong and the drunk, middle-aged man. Finally, he handed them over to the figure in the light and said, "Take them down and reflect on their mistakes." Yes, the figure in the light nodded and left. My son, Xiaofu, Han Aodong was sealed and left. Her face and posture were crazed. Drip, drip. She was sealed and could not move at all. Only tears flowed out of her eyes. Those tears were red with a tinge of red. Those were tears of blood. This scene was vivid in Du Xiaofu's mind. His face was ferocious, and anger was burning in his chest. Du Xiaofu was sealed and could not move, but veins were popping out on his face. His lips were turning white, and the light in his eyes dimmed. Then they flickered and became pitch black. His pupils were twitching violently, and they were flashing with uncontrollable anger. At this moment, Du Xiaofu wanted to kill someone. He wanted to fight with his life. He wanted to fight with everything he had. However, he had been restricted. He could only watch as his mother was restricted. He could only watch as his mother shed tears of blood. There was nothing he could do. All he could do was watch as a vein on his face twitched. "Mother!" Du Xiaofu opened his mouth and let out a roar like a wounded lion. The anger in his heart erupted like a volcano. At this moment, his chest was filled with anger, like a volcano that was about to erupt. His eyes were shooting out rays of light. "Legalism, one day I will make your blood flow like a river and your corpses litter the land," Du Xiaofu shouted in a shrill voice. His voice went from low to high and gradually became a roar. His face was red and his veins were popping out. His expression was ferocious. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's anger and hatred were like a volcano that had been accumulating for countless years, erupting at this moment. The legalism experts and elders all felt a chill in their hearts. A bone-chilling feeling emerged from the depths of their primordial spirits. Take him away and lock him in the most secure prison. Set up a seal and don't let anything happen to him. The old supremacy said, his primordial spirit has been sealed. Don't touch him, or else his soul will be destroyed. I need to think of a way to open the seal. I need some time to separate the horned dragon. The old supremacy frowned and left as soon as he finished speaking. This brat is really vicious. Hearing the old supremacy's words, the legalism elders looked at Du Xiaofu and sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder the old supremacy could not pry into his primordial spirit. It turned out that he was so vicious that he would not let them off. This brat has a lot of treasures on him. The world-shaking plate and the holy void halberd are still with him. Don't let anything happen to him. After that, the elders did not forget about the treasures on Du Xiaofu. When he defeated Han Ingma and Han Aodong appeared, this brat also took away the holy void halberd. However, they had always remembered it and were ready to take it back at any time. There is also the barbarian war spear, the dragon shadow phoenix whip, the evil warding yin-yang chain, the dark light void sword, the Taihang mountain, and so on. They are all precious treasures. They must be kept in the legalism, an elder reminded. When Du Xiaofu won the treasures of various clans on the martial proof platform, even the legalism was jealous. Naturally, they must be kept in the legalism and belong to the legalism. However, after the old men and experts of the school of legalism searched him, all of their faces became twisted in doubt. This brat doesn't have a Qinkuan bag on him. Even his dantian does not have any traces of treasures. There is only a pair of goldenrock wings. After a careful inspection, an elder frowned. Du Xiaofu did not even have a Qinkuan bag on him. There were also no traces of treasures in the holy watchtower. There was only a pile of goldenrock wings. This brat is cunning. The treasures might be on Han Aodong. Search her body, especially the holy void halberd. There must be no accidents. An elder pondered. He felt that Du Xiaofu was cunning. Perhaps he had been on guard for a long time, so he left everything on Han Aodong. Maybe this brat put the treasures in his Naiwen palace? There were also elders who were suspicious. However, it seemed that this brat's Naiwen palace could not be probed at all. The holy void halberd, the Taihang mountain, and other treasures are not origin divine weapons. It is impossible for this brat to refine them in such a short time. Even if he did, he would not be able to put them in his Naiwen palace, an elder said. An old man said. He felt that Du Xiaofu had left the treasure with Han Aodong. That pair of goldenrock wings is not bad. We can keep it. An elder who had just checked Du Xiaofu said. It is indeed not bad. We can keep it first. Just because we can't touch the primordial spirit doesn't mean that we can't touch the physical body. Such treasures should be kept. Immediately, someone else agreed. You are going too far. The elder with the surname Han said. His face darkened, and he did not look too good. Even the old lord has spoken. This is the decision of the clan. We are all doing this for the good of the clan. You heard it just now. This brat has the heart of legalism. We can't let him live. Otherwise, it will be a problem in the future. The elder said. His status seemed to be not much lower than the elder with the surname Han. Boom! In the end, an elder personally took action. He used a method to remove Du Xiaofu's golden rock wings from his body, causing them to explode with golden light. What a treasure! Cut it off forcefully. The eyes of the legalism elder who took action were blazing. He used a supreme method to directly remove Du Xiaofu's golden rock wings. Ah! Du Xiaofu cried out in pain. The golden rock wings had long been connected to his body. Now that they were forcefully removed, it was no different from having one of his arms and legs broken. Blood gushed out from his back and dyed his purple battle clothes red. After the golden rock wings were broken, golden light immediately filled the sky. The image of the golden rock covered the sky and erupted with endless power. However, it was immediately restrained by the legalism experts. The golden rock wings seemed to have merged with this brat. Only now did people realize that the golden rock wings had merged with Du Xiaofu. It was quite strange. This blood seems to be the blood of the golden rock wings. It's a treasure. He is a great supreme being. His blood contains endless power. It's a great treasure. Many legalism elders revealed expressions of joy. Immediately, some of them took action to collect the precious blood. Ha 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 ha! Du Xiaofu was in pain. His back was covered in golden blood. His expression was sinister as he laughed bitterly. He was like an angry and wounded beast. His malevolent appearance made people tremble in fear. "Stop! That's enough!" The old man, surnamed Han, shouted. In the end, he could not bear it any more. His eyes were filled with anger and emitted a cold light. Only then did the legalism elders in the surroundings stop. They were somewhat apprehensive. "Brat, go to the prison and stay there." In the end, the second protector sneered and took the initiative to bring Du Xiaofu to the legalism's most secure prison. After passing through layers of restrictions and defenses, they finally entered a prison covered in symbols. The surroundings were like the void. So what if a great supreme being has undergone nirvana? You are still useful to me. I'll take your life in a few days. Perhaps when the time comes, I'll turn you into a walking corpse under my legalism. The second protector threw the bloody Du Xiaofu into the prison. His aged face revealed a cold smile. "Old man, believe it or not, you will definitely die before me." Du Xiaofu spoke. His eyes were fixed on the second protector like a beast. His pupils were twitching. Looking at Du Xiaofu's gaze, the second protector did not dare to look straight at him. His heart was cold. This brat was clearly imprisoned, but he still made him feel cold. Bang, bang! Under the fear, the second protector ruthlessly hammered Du Xiaofu's body a few times. "Are you afraid? Ha! Kill me if you have the ability. Old man, old dog, do you dare?" Du Xiaofu laughed wildly. Blood flowed out of his mouth. He looked even more sinister. "When the old lord opens the seal in your Naiwan palace, it will be your end." The second protector really did not dare to do so. This was related to the great secret that the school of legalism wanted. If anything happened, he would not be able to bear the responsibility even if there were 100 of him. He viciously punched Du Xiaofu again before leaving. Drip, drip! In the prison, faint golden blood dripped from Du Xiaofu's body and mouth. The sky plains was a cloudless blue sky that stretched as far as the eye could see. "Old man, can you hurry up? If anything happens to him, I will not let you off." A delicate voice like the sound of nature rang out. Then the space in the sky was torn apart. 2 figures descended. One was old and one was young. One was male and one was female. Chapter 1568. The old man was old, but his face was ruddy. The woman was young, and her face could not even be described as beautiful. 2 strands of black hair fluttered gently in the wind, adding to her allure. She wore a light green dress, and her slim waist outlined a graceful curve. "Little she, why are you so anxious? That brat is a great supreme nirvana. Even legalism can't do anything to him, right?" The old man smiled and appeared unhurried. He was not worried at all. Legalism is shameless, and there aren't many good people. I don't believe in legalism, so I have to see it for myself. The woman spoke. Her expression was hurried, but it didn't affect her temperament in the slightest. At this moment, even if other beautiful women stood before her, they would immediately be overshadowed. She was like a true immortal that had descended to the mortal world, untainted by the mortal world. She was Qi Yeshi of the school of Yinyang. When her brother Qi Jejun returned to the school of Yinyang, she learned that Du Xiaofu was in legalism and immediately brought the experts of the school over. She did not trust legalism and was worried about his comfort. Girl, let me tell you, no matter what, that kid has some connection to the school of legalism, so it's not good for us to interfere. I can tell that you're a grown girl who can't be kept at home. I'm not an unreasonable and inflexible person, but the old man's eyes flickered with light as he looked at Chieshi. Tell me the truth. Does that kid have any feelings for you? If he's related to my school of Inyang, then the legalism faction will have to ask for my opinion before they can do anything to you. This, Chieshi was stunned. Her eyebrows curved, and her beautiful face blushed a little. Then her eyes flashed, and she glared at the old man and said, Old man, can you hurry up? What does this have to do with you? You're already so old. Don't worry so much. Little she, do you think I'm old? Then I won't go to legalism. I'm going home to sleep. Why should I worry at my age? The old man raised his eyebrows and turned around to leave. I'm begging you, take me to the school of legalism first. You can ask him if he's interested in you. She compromised. She stomped her feet, causing her tall and slender figure to rise and fall like a green lotus flower, pure and untainted by dust. The blush on her face added a bit of allure. If that brat dares to disagree, who in this world is worthy of my family's girl? If he dares to take advantage of her and still act obedient, I, the ancestor, will be the first to teach him a lesson. The old man was very satisfied, and then he vowed solemnly. As soon as his voice fell, he suddenly raised his eyebrows slightly and looked into the distance. Whoosh, whoosh! At the same time, the sound of wind breaking could be heard from the sky not far away. Grandma, hurry up. Legalism is not a good thing. You little girl, your grandmother helped you say so many things in front of me. So you're here to see your lover? Grandma, I've said it before. He's just my martial uncle. You're about the same age. What martial uncle? If you weren't worried about him and didn't miss him, would you have dragged me here? Would you have begged for the grass of immortality for him? The nirvana of Great Supreme. That little girl June Yu also praised him. He's qualified to marry my Mo family's girl. Grandma, he's really my martial uncle. The voice was crisp and seemed to be anxious, but there was also a hint of shyness. Whoosh, whoosh! 2 figures appeared in the sky, one old and one young, an old woman and a girl. The old woman's black hair was tied up in a bun and covered with a net hair mask. Her makeup and clothes were very simple, but her eyes were clear. The more one looked at them, the more one felt that they were vast and vast. The girl wasn't very old. She wore a long brocade dress and a light pink gauze cloak. A pinkish-white belt was tied around her waist, accentuating her well-proportioned figure and slender waist. On the lady's jade-like wrists were 2 bracelets that sparkled with white light. When they collided with each other, a pleasant sound was emitted. On her moving face, there was a faint purple glow in her lively eyes. Old monster Xinghan, why have you come to legalism? The old woman's clear eyes rippled when she saw the old man in front of her. She seemed to be very surprised. So it's old woman Bing, Mo from the Mo family. You're not dead yet? Old monster Xinghan was extremely surprised when he saw the old woman. Old bastard, are you asking for a beating? The old woman's expression changed when she heard his words. Her calm aura suddenly surged. Hee, don't be angry, old woman. I'm just joking. Why are you so serious? Old monster Xinghan immediately smiled apologetically when he saw this. The 2 of them were clearly familiar with each other. At this moment, Chieshi was also sizing up the girl who had arrived. The girl was also sizing up Chieshi. When their eyes met, there was an unusual charm in their eyes. Old monster, you can't have come to legalism because... Suddenly, the old woman's expression changed. She looked at Chieshi, who was beside old monster Xinghan, and her clear eyes rippled. She quietly turned around, and a ray of light shot out from her hand. It shot into the depths of the space in front of her, and a voice slowly sounded. Being Mo from the Mo family is here to meet an old friend. It seems that Xing Hun is also here to meet an old friend. Also, I've arrived earlier than the Mo family. At the same time, old monster Xing Hun's voice also sounded and resounded in the space in front of them. Mountain peak, mist courtyard. An old woman who looked to be in her 70s stood silently. She was wearing a plain dress and looked very old. Her wrinkled face seemed to be filled with the vicissitudes of time. Elder Ming. A voice sounded. Someone appeared behind Elder Ming, and for some reason, the entire area trembled. He was none other than the old sovereign lord of legalism. However, the old sovereign lord was standing behind the old woman in a very respectful manner. Sigh, the old woman's deep and spirited eyes suddenly dimmed a little on her wrinkled face. She turned around to look at the old sovereign lord and said, "You're the old sovereign lord of legalism. Among your peers, you're the most talented and have lived the longest. Is there anything else you need my help with?" Ripples flashed across the old sovereign lord's eyes. Elder Ming seemed to know the reason for his visit, even without him saying anything. "There's a brat who has placed some traps on his Yuan spirit. Perhaps Elder Ming can open them. This brat is very important to our legalism. I hope Elder Ming can help." The old sovereign lord spoke. "His name is Du Xiaofu, and he's Xiaojing's brother." The old woman looked at the old sovereign lord and sighed. "Listen to my advice. There's still a chance. Otherwise, you'll bring disaster to our legalism." "Elder Ming, why do you say that?" "I don't want him to die. After all, he's part of our legalism. I just want to pry into his secrets and improve our legalism. I'm doing this for the sake of legalism." The old sovereign lord said. He was secretly surprised that Elder Ming knew everything. "You don't know what you're doing. Go back. I won't help you. You're on your own," the old woman said. She then waved her hand and sighed. "They're guests coming to our legalism. I hope they're not here for you." As soon as Elder Ming finished speaking, a voice sounded in the air. "I'm Bingmo from the Mahis School. I'm here to meet an old friend. There are experts from the Inyang School and the Mahis School. There are also 2 beautiful women. They're both heavenly beauties. They're rare in this world. I saw them. They're so beautiful. They're like immortals. I'm afraid they're even more beautiful than our legalism's 10 beauties. It can't be. How can there be such beautiful women in this world? Of course, I'm afraid they're not inferior to Miss Xiaojing. Do you think the 2 beauties want to come to my school of legalism to choose a husband? It's not rare to see a marriage alliance with our legalism. I'm afraid it's possible, but I don't know who they're interested in. I think only people like Brother Mo and Brother Qian Ran have a chance. Could it be the Demon King, She? I heard that something happened to the Demon King. He angered the old sovereign lord. It's better if we don't talk about it. There were many discussions within the school of legalism. In particular, some of the younger generation stopped and looked into the distance, hoping to catch a glimpse of the 2 legendary beauties. Are those 2 women really that beautiful? In a courtyard, there were many beautiful women gathered together. All of them were extremely beautiful and had outstanding natural beauty. Any one of them was enough to attract the attention of countless young men in Kyushu. But at this moment, when these women gathered together, many of them looked unhappy. These women were the legalism's 10 beauties. Li Mi and Han Luoyu were among them. I want to see for myself just how extraordinary their temperament is. How beautiful they are, Li Mi said with a smirk. There were rumors that 2 beauties who were even more beautiful than the 10 beauties had come to the clan. She was somewhat dissatisfied. For a woman, this was even more depressing than being stronger than her. All right, they're our legalism's guests. If there's a chance, we'll get to know them. Who knows? Maybe we'll meet again in the divine realm. Han Liu said with a smile. The main hall was majestic and magnificent. At this moment, there were many legalism experts and elders in the main hall. They were all smiling and seemed very enthusiastic. I wonder why Xing Hun and Bing Mo have come to our legalism. Chapter 1569. The old sovereign of legalism was currently seated at the head of the hall. He looked at old monster Xing Hun and Bing Mo with a smile, but there was a trace of doubt on his face. I'm only here to see an acquaintance. I believe that Brother KK's sermon this time is due to the fact that his comprehension has improved over the years. Congratulations. Bing Mo spoke with a calm expression as she sat on the right side of the head of the hall. Her seemingly calm aura caused many of the old men and experts of legalism to be secretly moved. Bing Mo of the Mo clan was an expert of the same generation as the old sovereign, and had once stirred up a storm in the 9 clans. No one had expected her to still be alive, which proved that her cultivation had reached the heavens. I've only gained a little comprehension. I believe that the 2 of you must have gained a lot over the years. The old sovereign Han Ke spoke. Subsequently, the 3 of them chatted with each other. The rest of the crowd was merely there to serve as a contrast, and did not even have the right to interrupt. However, this caused Chi Yeshi and the beautiful lady to be worried and anxious. The beautiful lady was Sima Muhan. She had heard the news from her maternal grandmother in the Mo clan, and was determined not to believe in legalism. After all, Du Xiaofu had already died once because of the Mo clan. Chi Yeshi and Sima Muhan continuously shot glances at the old ancestor and maternal grandmother, but Bing Mo and old monster Xing Hun acted as if they did not see anything. On the other hand, many people in the hall were curiously sizing up Chi Yeshi and Sima Muhan as smiles appeared on their faces. They were somewhat expectant in their hearts. Perhaps the experts from the 2 clans were here to form a marriage alliance with legalism. These 2 ladies were extraordinary and extremely beautiful. If they married into legalism in the future, they would definitely be able to unite legalism, the Yinyang school, and the Mo clan. Cough! Old monster Xing Hun let out a dry cough. He finally turned to the main topic and said to Han Ke, Brother KKK, I've heard that legalism has produced a Nirvana stage expert this time. Congratulations. Hearing this, the expressions of the legalism members in the hall changed slightly. Haha, one has indeed appeared. This is also luck. The children obtained the fruit of Tao through their own opportunities. The old honorable Lord smiled faintly without leaving a trace. However, there was a hint of doubt on his face. Nirvana of a great supreme being, something rarely seen since ancient times. Any one of them, once they mature, would be able to shake the past and dazzle the present. They are heaven and earth geniuses. Old monster Xing Hun secretly observed the changes in the expressions of everyone in the Great Hall, and also felt that the atmosphere in the entire Great Hall seemed to have suddenly changed. At his level of cultivation, how could this be hidden from him? However, old freak Xing Hun's expression didn't change at all as he spoke to the old sovereign lord. I'm truly astonished by such a heaven-defying genius, and I've especially wanted to meet him. Since I've come all the way here, I'm sure Brother K Ming won't stop me from meeting him, right? Xing Hun's intention is also my intention. It's rare to see a heaven-defying genius, and this old one also wants to broaden my horizons. I hope Brother K Ming can fulfill my wish. Bing Mo spoke. She also felt the sudden change in the atmosphere in the Great Hall, and it suddenly seemed a little abnormal. Perhaps it was, as the little girl Muhan had said, legalism had never had any good intentions towards that little fellow. At this moment, when they heard that the experts from the 2 families had personally come to meet Du Xiaofu, the atmosphere in the Great Hall immediately became much more oppressive. The old experts of legalism all secretly changed as they looked towards the old honorable lord, Han Ke-ming. My 2 old friends, you really came at a bad time. That child seemed to have comprehended something after listening to my sermon, and is now in closed-door cultivation. Han Ke-ming sighed, but his expression didn't change, and there was a smile in his eyes. Impossible, he won't go into closed-door cultivation. Seema Muhan immediately spoke up. She definitely didn't believe that guy was in closed-door cultivation. I heard that Xiaofu's mother is also in legalism. Then we would like to meet her. She knew about Du Xiaofu and also found out that Du Xiaofu had met his mother in the clan this time. At this time, he didn't even have time to accompany his mother. So how could he choose to go into closed-door cultivation? These words were most likely not true. You two little girls. What is your relationship with that child? Han K hurriedly spoke. He didn't berate them. A junior that Bing Mo and old monster Xing Han had personally brought over was definitely not of an ordinary status. However, he was also curious about the relationship between these two women and Du Xiaofu. Even more so, he wanted to know what the Mo clan behind this was. She's my martial aunt. Seema Muhan's pearly white teeth parted slightly, her tender red lips slightly pouting. She absolutely did not believe the words of legalism. Xiaofu is my friend and also my junior. We are from the same sect and friends, so it's necessary to visit Xiaofu's mother. Otherwise it would be rude. Chi, she spoke up, neither servile nor overbearing. These two girls came for Du Xiaofu, and their relationship seems to be quite deep. Since when did that brat have a vague relationship with the Mo family? Hearing Seema Muhan and Chi Yishi's words, some of the elders in the hall looked at each other. You two little girls, unfortunately, the child's mother is also in closed-door cultivation, and his sister has also been in closed-door cultivation. I don't know when they will come out. Otherwise, the two of you can wait in legalism. Han K Ming spoke kindly and even urged the two girls to stay. Absolutely impossible. Hearing Han K Ming's words, Chi Shi and Seema Muhan spoke in unison. They didn't believe Han K Ming's words at all. Old monster Xing Han and Bing Mo also began to change their expressions. The atmosphere in the hall made them feel that something was wrong. The sky and plains were vast and boundless. It was morning, and there were no clouds in the sky. There was only a line of clouds in the distance, and the horizon couldn't be seen. Whoosh! A stumbling old woman appeared in midair. Her hair was mottled, and she wore a pale golden robe. Her aged face seemed to have been carved by the passage of time. She raised her head slightly, raised her hand, and a golden ray of light shot out, fiercely colliding with the sky. Rumble, golden light rippled, and the sky shattered. Like a fierce thunder, an explosion reverberated in the sky. A large area of space was destroyed, and the sky was densely filled with runes. Rumble! At the same time, an ancient city appeared out of thin air in the vast sky. It was magnificent, exuding an ancient aura, and was shrouded in clouds and mist. The appearance of this huge city immediately caused the clouds to move. Then numerous figures rushed out of the huge city and floated in midair. Groups of armored figures appeared, and their auras were very strong. They were fierce and intimidating. Who dares to offend legalism? Are you courting death? The leader was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s, but he was a transcendent martial saint. He had been in charge of guarding the Sky City. The Sky City was the entrance to legalism, and now it was being invaded. For countless years, legalism had never been challenged like this. The middle-aged man's eyes were cold. He must teach the other party a lesson. Legalism is nothing. The old woman didn't say much. She spoke indifferently, and a golden light flashed in her eyes. Suddenly, golden runes appeared on her pale golden robe. Then, the energy of heaven and earth seemed to fluctuate violently in the vast sky plains. Finally, the old woman raised her hand. Her seemingly old and powerless palm swung forward. Rumble, an expanse of dazzling golden talisman markings that were dazzling like golden lightning condensed into a golden wing that covered the sky and descended. Bang, 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 bang. Suddenly, the bodies of the people of legalism shattered, and the entire Sky City collapsed in an instant. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Gravel shot out, and sand flew everywhere. In the end, it was reduced to ruins. The vast ancient city was usually home to hundreds of thousands of foreign descendants of legalism. However, at this moment, it was razed to the ground in an instant. Chapter 1570. The old lady did not stop. She appeared in front of a passage in the void. It was a space-time wormhole that led to legalism. Chi! The old lady's figure flew into the wormhole. Not long after, she appeared again in legalism. Who are you? An old man appeared at the exit of the wormhole. This was the passage to legalism. It was very important. It was the door to legalism, and there would be experts guarding it at all times. You will only know who I am if I kill more people. Otherwise, you won't remember me. The old lady only said this one sentence. She did not even look at the old man. She only raised her hand and waved it. Instantly, the old man was smashed into pieces through the air with a slap. The old man screamed and turned into ashes. When had the disciples of the school of legalism ever seen an outsider kill someone in the school of legalism like this? With a wave of his hand, an elder's soul was wiped out. They were unable to react at all. They were all stunned like idiots. Legalism, you have really offended me this time. The old lady sighed and waved her hand again. Golden light swept out and rushed into the sky and the ground. Everything in its path turned into ashes. Bang, bang, the ground cracked and the void exploded. The wind whistled and the runes shone brightly. Ah! Screams and wails sounded. Countless living beings were destroyed and their souls were destroyed. The old lady was on a killing spree. She did not hold back. Who dares to be impudent in legalism? Finally, a legalism expert was alarmed and flew over. There were hundreds of martial honorables and 2 martial domain realm experts. This kind of cultivation strength was already very strong in the outside world. Only this kind of cultivation. The old lady only said this sentence. Then she raised her hand and twisted the void. It turned into a golden handprint and pressed down. It's a super expert. Under the terrifying golden handprint, the 2 martial domain realm cultivators seemed to feel something. Their faces changed and their eyes were filled with fear and shock. In the blink of an eye, over 100 martial honorables and 2 martial domain realm cultivators were killed. This large group of experts turned into a bloody mist, easily killed by the old lady with a single slap. Oh my God, there's an invader. Not good, run. Some of the legalism disciples in the distance finally regained their senses. They all shouted coldly and quickly fled. Kill! The old lady did not show any mercy. She killed her way forward, leaving no trace of blood behind. Everything was turned into ashes, a land of death. Ah! All sorts of miserable shrieks and howls resounded through the sky. Who dares? With a thunderous roar, a huge Jiao dragon monster appeared. It flew across the sky and glared at the old lady. However, its roar was stopped in its mouth. It felt the aura of the old lady and was frightened for no reason. Its eyes turned white and its huge body trembled. Die! With a wave of her hand, the old lady killed the flood dragon without mercy. She even destroyed its beast soul. Who dares to offend my legalism? This was legalism. Not long after, experts from afar rushed over. A large number of martial honorables, martial royal realm, and domain realm cultivators. Unfortunately, these so-called powerhouses were like ants in front of the old lady. They were swept away without any effort at all. The old lady looked old and kind. However, she was decisive in killing. She did not even blink when she killed. The old lady pushed her way forward at an extremely fast speed. She seemed to be rushing to a certain place and did not stop. Everywhere she passed, everything was destroyed. Along the way, there were powerful talisman arrays blocking her way. However, in front of the old lady, those talisman arrays could not withstand a single blow. Roar! The old lady passed by the Beast Mountain and waved her hand. Golden talisman runes swept across the sky and turned into the shadow of a golden-winged rock. Bang, bang, bang. In the vast beast mountain, countless terrifying demonic beasts were killed. However, the old lady did not attack the demonic beasts. Roar! However, a ferocious tiger in the beast realm had appeared in the beast mountain. Its cultivation was terrifying. It was probably no weaker than the beast realm. It wasn't far from the inner realm. However, in the end, the tiger was killed by the old lady with a single slap. Then, the old lady's figure appeared in the sky above the herb field. She waved her hand, and countless precious herbs and spirit herbs were reduced to ashes. In the legalism hall, Chi Yeshi and Sima Muhan spoke. They did not believe Han Ju's words. This made the hall very awkward. Buzz! A sharp sound rang throughout the legalism hall. It represented the greatest danger. A powerful enemy had invaded. In the rather awkward hall of legalism, all the experts heard the boom at the same time. What's going on? Immediately, the legalism experts and the old honorable lord in the hall were shocked. This was the legalism alarm. It would only sound when the legalism hall was facing an invasion or great danger. It seemed that this alarm had never sounded since ancient times. However, it did now. Whoosh, whoosh! In the hall, all the legalism experts immediately left. Please do as you wish. I'll be right back. Han Ju also left. This was not a normal situation. This was the legalism alarm. He had to take it seriously. Bing Mo and old monster Xing Hun looked at each other and left with tacit understanding. The continuous ancient city seemed to be standing towering on a vast mountain that had its peak severed, and it was lofty, majestic, and possessed a majestic aura. White mist surrounded the city. From afar, it looked like it was floating in the sky. It was so vast and magnificent that one could not see the end of it. Roar! Stop it! Attack with all your might! Who knew how many experts of the school of legalism had gathered outside the city? Huge demons had piled up together, using various treasures and arcane artifacts to attack an old woman. At this moment, countless core disciples of the school of legalism surged out from the city. They stared at the battle before them in horror. They were all astounded by it. The old lady was fearless. She advanced with her own strength. No one could stop her. Just a small talisman array. A powerful legalism talisman master took the opportunity to set up an array to trap the old lady. However, the old lady waved her hand casually and destroyed the array. Bang! An old man at the martial domain realm, who was at the sealed domain realm, stood in front of the old lady, but the old lady simply raised her hand and smashed him to pieces. He turned into a bloody mist, leaving behind half a corpse. Many people in the surroundings were affected and were killed. Roar! A demonic beast with an ancient bloodline that looked like a mix between a wolf and a dragon appeared. It was incomparably ferocious, and its entire body emitted the aura of a realm. Its enormous body was over 10,000 feet long, and it carried a ruthless aura as it blocked the old woman's path. It shouted, "Those who offend the legalists will die. Get lost!" The old lady snorted softly, then slapped the girl with her palm. Boom! The slap shattered the void. In the next moment, the huge body of the ancient demonic beast at the domain level crashed down like a meteorite, creating a huge abyss on the ground. Its physical body at the domain level was smashed into pieces, and it was completely dead. Oh my God! Some experts descended and just happened to see this scene. They were the old Exalt and the others who had walked out of the hall. The old man with the surname Han, the second protector, and the other experts from the School of Legalism were immediately stunned and terrified. Who is killing our legalism disciples? More experts arrived. They were dazzling and appeared outside the city like a sun. The two people in the lead were an old man in a long robe and a middle-aged man wrapped in bright light. When the light faded, the middle-aged man's appearance was revealed. He had an extraordinary aura, and his eyes were like the sun. Greetings, old reverend, uncle, and all the other elders. When the core disciples of legalism saw the arrival of these experts, they felt as if they had been pardoned. The old man at the front of the group was the current lord of the school of legalism. The other middle-aged man was the eldest son of the legalism reverend. To many legalism disciples, he was Han Ingma's father. Whoosh whoosh! Old monster Xinghan, Bing Mo, Qi Shi, and Sima Muhan had also arrived. They looked ahead and probed with their minds. Their expressions changed. At this moment, corpses were everywhere in front of the city. Blood flowed like a river. A large number of legalism experts were killed and countless demonic beast experts were killed. Everyone could even see that the old woman had directly charged into the core city of the school of legalism from the outskirts. Just how domineering and terrifying was that? What kind of expert is that? Qi Shi and Sima Muhan clicked their tongues. This was the legalism of the 9 great families. Such an old and simple old lady had charged into the legalism and killed her way from the periphery to the core city. It was terrifying. No matter who you are, you'll pay the price today. The old Reverend Han K looked forward and peeked into the whole of legalism. Even with his cultivation and mental state, he could no longer hold back and roared in anger. His voice was like a Tao sound that could penetrate people's hearts and resound throughout the world. Boom! At the same time, a powerful ripple spread out in the air around Hanju, shaking the void and turning into countless strange phenomena as if forming a world of its own. In the end, that world turned into a resplendent spear, piercing through the air towards the old lady. Chapter 1571. The old lady attacked, her domineering aura exploding. She stretched out her hand, golden light shining, her 5 fingers flickering with mysterious runes, as if she wanted to tear space apart. Whoosh! In the next instant, the old lady's claw had already reached out, the dazzling mysterious runes wreaking havoc like golden lightning, as if a golden winged rock was about to spread its wings and soar into the 9 heavens. Boom! The old lady's claw directly grabbed the dazzling energy spear. This was the rock chaos shattering claw, enough to crush a true dragon. The stalemate did not last long. The energy spear was instantly shattered by the claw. Walala! The dazzling runes rippled out like thunderbolts, tearing apart the heavens, as if the end of the world had arrived. A vast aura swept out, causing the surrounding demonic beasts to roar and causing people to go limp. The golden-winged rock clan, Bing Mo and old monster Xinghan's expressions changed. They immediately recognized the old lady's origins. She was a terrifying powerhouse from the golden-winged rock clan. You dare touch my grandson with just this bit of strength? Is the school of legalism really that bold? The old lady's domineering voice rang out, her figure strangely appearing in front of old Sovereign Han Quebec. That was the speed of a golden-winged rock. How terrifying was that? Bang! The old lady's palm landed on old Sovereign Han K's chest in disbelief. Even someone as powerful as Han K could not block the old lady's palm at this moment. Not even his full strength could avoid it. Thud thud! Han K's body was directly knocked back, swaying as the dazzling runes on his body cracked. After a dozen steps, Han K finally stabilized his body. At this moment, his eyes were already filled with shock. You are from the Golden-Winged Rock Clan. Han K stabilized his body, only being knocked back with minor injuries. He looked at the old lady. His expression changed drastically, his eyes fiercely twitching. A powerhouse from the Golden-Winged Rock Clan. All the legalism powerhouses and elders in the surroundings changed at this moment. Not long ago, they were solemnly swearing that the Golden-Winged Rock Clan would not dare to attack legalism, and would not dare to do anything to legalism. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, a powerhouse from the Golden-Winged Rock Clan would have already charged into legalism? In just one exchange, there was already a bloodbath within legalism. The old honorable lord was injured in one move. The strength of the other party was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Could it be that that kid really has such a deep relationship with the golden-winged rock clan? Suddenly, the elders and experts from the school of legalism thought of something. At this moment, a supreme expert from the golden-winged rocks had entered the school of legalism. Could it be related to that brat? If it was, then they would be in big trouble. Our legalism has no enmity with the golden-winged rock clan, yet they came to our legalism for a bloodbath. Could it be that the golden-winged rock clan wants to start a war with our legalism, with our 9 families? Han Kei said, looking at the old lady, but he was secretly wary, as if he had more or less guessed the reason. If my grandson loses a single hair, I will make your legalism pay with 1,000,000 lives. The old lady opened her mouth and looked at Han Ju. Her eyes glowed with golden light as she said, "Call him out for me first." "Who is it?" "Our legalism does not have anyone from the golden-winged rock clan." Han Kei's expression changed inwardly, pretending not to know. "Don't play dumb. My grandson Du Xiaofu is in legalism right now. Call him out," the old lady said. She did not speak much, but her voice was soul-shaking. Her eyes shone with a golden light, and she was no longer the old woman who seemed to be staggering. "That brat Du Xiaofu is her grandson." Hearing this, the entire legalism changed color. In the giant city, countless eyes were stunned, and many elders and experts of legalism were shocked. They had never imagined that Du Xiaofu and this expert in front of them were actually grandfather and grandson. So it's Xiaofu's grandmother. Xiaofu has been enlightened recently and is in seclusion in our legalism. Han Kei was all smiles, as if nothing had happened. He said to the old lady, "Xiaofu is in our legalism. It's all a misunderstanding." "Grandmother, this is not a misunderstanding. Legalism is fishy. Xiaofu can't be in seclusion. Grandmother of the golden-winged rock clan, Xiaofu must be in danger. Legalism is not telling the truth." Hearing this, Qi Yeshi and Sima Muhan immediately shouted in unison. They did not believe in legalism. They had also heard of the relationship between Du Xiaofu and the golden-winged rock clan. Now that they saw the expert of the golden-winged rock clan personally barge into the legalism and start a massacre, they no longer doubted that this old lady must have come to save Du Xiaofu. They were afraid that this old lady would be deceived by legalism. Hearing Qi Yeshi and Sima Muhan's words, Han Kei and many of the elders of legalism did not look too good. The old lady looked at Qi Yeshi and Sima Muhan and smiled faintly. She said to the 2 girls, "Who are you to my grandson?" "Grandmother, I am Sima Muhan, from the Mahis clan and the ancient Heaven sect. Du Xiaofu is my uncle master. He is my father's junior brother," Sima Muhan said, revealing her identity. "Junior is Qi Yeshi from the school of Yin Yang. I am Xiaofu's senior sister. This time I also came to find Xiaofu. However, legalism is not telling the truth," Qi Yeshi said. "All right, you 2 girls are not bad. Stand to the side. I know legalism is not telling the truth. I will deal with it," the old lady said to Qi Yeshi and Sima Muhan. Then she raised her eyes slightly and glanced at the people around the legalism clan. She said, "Perhaps our golden-winged great rocks have not appeared in the world for too long and even forgot about legalism. You even dared to touch the young master of our golden-winged great rocks, my grandson." The old lady's voice was not loud, but it was loud enough for everyone to hear clearly. "What? That kid really is the young master of the golden-winged great rocks." The group of legalism experts and elders who had attacked Du Xiaofu earlier were shocked. They did not believe Du Xiaofu's words at first. However, now that the golden-winged great rocks had personally admitted it, they had no choice but to believe it. They had now touched the young master of the golden-winged great rocks. Thinking of this, they could not help but feel uneasy. Du Xiaofu is the young master of the golden-winged great rocks. Inside the legalism clan, countless people were shocked. Originally, many people thought that Du Xiaofu had come to the legalism clan with ulterior motives. However, only now did they know that with Du Xiaofu's status as the young master of the golden-winged Great Rocks, he would most likely become the clan leader of the golden-winged Great Rocks in the future. With such a status, what could he possibly do with legalism? The golden-winged Great Rocks were a supreme clan. Although they had not appeared in the world, they were definitely not inferior to legalism. They were supreme beasts that even the phoenixes and dragons feared. At this moment, the old lady did not say anything else. She directly soared into the sky and was about to step into the giant city. Stop her! Prepare to activate the array to protect the city. In an instant, many loud shouts were heard. The old lady's domineering killing just now was still right before their eyes. Once that old lady entered the city, it would be the core of legalism. When that time came, if that old lady started a massacre, the entire legalism clan would not be able to bear the consequences. Han Kei's expression changed drastically. He was also afraid that the old lady would enter the city and start a massacre. That would be too great a price to pay. Han Kei had never thought that Du Xiaofu would cause so many problems so quickly. Putting aside the Yinyang school and the Mahis school, the most terrifying thing at this moment was the golden-winged Great Rocks. Do you really think that my legalism will allow you to barge in? Han Kei shouted loudly with a gloomy expression. This was the dignified school of legalism. His figure charged out once more, causing the space behind him to shatter. Tempestuous waves arose, and boundless waves swept out and dyed the sky resplendent. Then the entire void distorted and the strange phenomenon changed. It was as if the entire world had suddenly changed. In an instant, all sorts of demon beasts roared in the void around Han Kei. There were mythical birds flapping their wings, dazzling lights, sky-splitting gales, suns, moons, stars, mountains, rivers, and lakes. These frightening phenomena formed a world. The scene was shocking, and it suddenly collapsed towards the old lady. This was the Dharma force of legalism. But when it was activated by Han Kei, it was so terrifying that even old monster Xing Han and Icy Ink were secretly shocked. Is this the so-called Dharma force of legalism? The old lady made her move. She waved her sleeve and golden light gushed out in an overwhelming manner. Dazzling golden talisman, runes swept out. Everywhere they passed, the world that was pressing down on them was completely shattered. It was as if the world was collapsing. Have you already taken that step? At this moment, Han Kei seemed to have realized something. He was both shocked, and his expression changed. It was only now that Han Kei realized that even the old lady of the golden-winged Great Rocks had not used her full strength. It was only now that the old lady had truly made her move. He felt that the level he had always wanted to cross, but could not even touch, was actually so powerful. Even if your real body was here, with your cultivation base, you don't have the right to be so arrogant in front of this old lady, let alone a mere Dharma body. The old lady's figure once again appeared in front of Han Kuei-yo like a ghost. A claw mark distorted the void and covered Han Kuei-yo's head. Then, the old lady waved her hand and shattered the void. Han Kei's figure was directly shattered along with the void, turning into a dazzling mist and disappearing into the spatial crack. Everyone was dumbfounded. That was the old honorable lord of legalism. But he was defeated just like that and even killed. How is this possible? This was something that the legalists could not accept, nor could they believe. Old honorable lord. When the people of legalism in the huge city saw this scene, their eyes trembled and they cried out. They could not accept that their old honorable lord, who had just been preaching a few days ago, had been defeated so easily. This was simply too humiliating. No, the old honorable lord seems to be just a Dharma body. His real body has yet to come out of seclusion. Then someone was pleasantly surprised that the old honorable lord was not dead. It was just a Dharma body that had died. However, at this moment, the elders and experts of legalism, the Honorable Lord of the golden-winged great rocks, and the handsome middle-aged man were all shocked. This time, the golden-winged great rocks had sent a supreme expert, and they could not resist. All of this made them feel helpless. In front of the golden-winged great rocks, they did not even have the strength to resist. Chapter 1572. Who are you? The High Lord spoke. He had just come out because of the commotion. He hadn't even come out for a grand occasion like the old High Lord's birthday celebration. That was a celebration for the younger generation of the various families. There was no need for him to appear. He had always been in seclusion. At this moment, even though he was the High Lord of legalism, he couldn't help but feel shocked. The old High Lord's Dharma body had been killed. The legalism could be considered to be in a bloodbath. The one who came was a super expert of the golden-winged rock race. This was big trouble. If I kill more people, the legalism will remember who I am in the future. The old lady spoke. On her aged face, the killing intent in her eyes was undisguised. It surged with golden light. Your golden-winged rock race is provoking the legalism. This is destined to cause a bloody battle. Our legalism will not tolerate provocation. We are one of the 9 great families. The High Lord spoke. The legalism was one of the 9 great families. It had its own dignity and would not tolerate provocation. Then I now declare war on the golden-winged rock race and the legalism. The old lady spoke. She was very cold and domineering. As she spoke, she waved her hand and directly slapped over. Pa! A clear palm print immediately appeared on the face of the legalism High Lord. With a puffed sound, blood spurted out from his mouth. Some of his teeth were knocked out. Then his body was directly slapped to the ground. His nose was bruised and his face was swollen. He couldn't withstand a single blow. It wasn't that the High Lord of legalism wasn't strong enough. It was that the old lady was too strong. What a domineering grandmother! Chi Yeshi and Sima Muhan gasped. Their eyes shone brightly. They were very excited. Then the 2 girls turned to look at their grandmother and ancestor. The meaning in their eyes was very clear. Look at the expert of the golden-winged rock race. That was called domineering and domineering. Legalism didn't even have the strength to fight back. At this moment, Bing Mo and old Freakshin Hun were also astonished. They seemed to have guessed the old lady's identity in the golden-winged great rocks. Looking at the gazes of Chi Shi and Sima Muhan, the old monster and Bing Mo could only helplessly smile bitterly, as if they were responding. This was the 4 golden-winged great rocks. Their group of supreme beasts didn't have much to worry about, and they were all incomparably domineering masters. This old lady was also an absolute expert in the golden-winged great rocks, unlike them, who had too much to do with their every move. The old lady did not kill the Lord of Legalism because she was humiliating him. So what if she was deliberately provoking him? When had the golden-winged great rocks ever been afraid of starting a war with anyone? What a disgrace! This is legalism's disgrace today. Hurry up and ask the ancestors to come out of seclusion. The surrounding people shouted loudly and wailed incessantly. In the dignified legalism, someone had barged into their territory and started a massacre. Blood flowed like a river. The Dharma body of the old Lord was killed, and the Lord was slapped in the face. This was a humiliation that legalism had never experienced since ancient times. The old lady's domineering attitude, declaring war without hesitation, made the legalism even more stunned. Only then did they realize that if they threatened to start a war in front of the golden-winged great rocks, they would take it seriously. Legalism, one of the 9 great clans, you think that you are the greatest clan in the world, looking down on all living things. Are you used to being high and mighty? Today, you actually dared to make a move on my golden-winged great rocks, daring to make a move on my grandson. Today, I will make you remember this, otherwise you will not know what the golden-winged great rocks are. The old lady spoke. As her voice faded, her figure appeared in front of an old man. This old man was none other than the gloomy old man who had led the group to deal with Du Xiaofu. As soon as her figure appeared, the old lady immediately attacked and slapped her palm. Boom! A vast aura permeated the air, and golden light suddenly erupted. One could vaguely see that the space around the palm was collapsing, as if there was a black hole in the universe. This kind of terrifying strength was not something that the latter could resist. No, the old man was shocked, and his eyes were filled with fear. His pupils were constricting, and the terrifying aura alone was enough to make him tremble in fear. At this moment, he felt the aura of death, and he did not even have the strength to resist. Sister, give your elder sister some face. Legalism will give you an explanation. Suddenly, a voice rang out, resounding in the sky and spreading in all directions. Swish! As the voice rang out, the old lady's expression did not change, but her palm quietly changed, turning into a claw. As if tearing the void apart, 5 pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in front of her fingertips, flashing with golden light. Then, she directly grabbed the old man's neck. Suddenly, the old man was lifted up in the old lady's hand, like a little chick. At the same time, an old woman appeared in the sky in front of the ancient city. She wore a plain dress and slowly walked over. She looked old, but her steps were vigorous, and she had a similar temperament to the old lady. Under her faint eyebrows was a face full of wrinkles, as if the passage of time was written on it. Sister, we meet again, the old lady said with a smile. The old woman spoke, carrying a bit of a smile, only her smile was a bit bitter. This old lady was none other than Elder Ming. The old lady waved her hand and threw the old man in her hand towards the ancient city in front of her. Bang, bang! With a low muffled sound, the old man's body was thrown several thousand feet through the air and heavily smashed into the edge of the ancient city. Many of the ancient buildings in the ancient city were directly destroyed, and his body was buried in a pile of rubble. It was very miserable, and he could not even withstand a single blow like an ant. This kind of tyranny shocked countless legalism, and their eyes were dazed, and their hearts were filled with fear. The seemingly amiable old lady was actually so tyrannical, and so valiant to such a terrifying extent. You should know why I'm here. The old lady raised her eyes and looked at Elder Ming. I know. Elder Ming smiled bitterly and nodded. You know that he's my grandson. The old lady spoke, and her voice suddenly became sharper. Elder Ming still smiled bitterly, not knowing how to answer. She indeed knew, but she did not know the change in legalism's attitude towards the end. When she found out, it was already too late. However, she could not say anything at this moment. She could not explain, and there was no need to explain. She was only a servant in legalism, and she never interfered in legalism's matters. What could she do? Perhaps it was best that the old lady came personally at this moment. In her heart, legalism did indeed need to wake up. Golden-winged rocks, do you really think there's no one in legalism? You're provoking legalism. Boom! Suddenly, behind the huge city, the world trembled, and a vast wave swept through the entire legalism. That terrifying wave shook the world, and runes covered the sky, shining in all directions as if a god was descending. Under that terrifying aura, all the disciples of legalism raised their heads, and their hearts trembled for no reason. In just an instant, 2 figures appeared in the distant sky. They were surrounded by resplendent runes, and it was as if the sun was shining in the sky. The 2 ancestors have come out of seclusion at the same time. The voices of some legalism elders and experts trembled, and their bodies trembled. They were clearly very surprised, as if they had seen a life-saving straw. The 2 of you are still alive? That's good. Today, let me exercise my muscles and bones, and see how much you 2 have improved over the years. The old lady raised her eyes and glanced at the two incomparably dazzling figures in the sky, but she still did not put them in her heart. Garuda Mola, why is it you? The two dazzling figures seemed to have recognized the old lady at this moment, and their voices changed. The resplendent light on their bodies dissipated in the air, and the two figures descended from the sky. They were two old men in their 60s, and at this moment they looked at the old lady with ugly expressions. Looking at the bloody scene behind the old lady, the two old men's minds swept through the entire legalism, and when they realized that the old lady had killed her way here, their faces became even more gloomy. Chapter 1573. Why, Chin Tianshi, Li Chin Fa, do you think legalism dares to attack my golden-winged rocks because I'm dead? The old lady spoke. Her seemingly hunched body was enough to make the entire legalism tremble in fear. There must be a misunderstanding. The old man on the left was dressed in a dragon robe embroidered with a golden dragon. It was vivid and lifelike, as if it was a living creature. The invisible aura around him suppressed the heavens. He was Chin Tianshi, one of the old ancestors of legalism. He had just been awakened from his seclusion by the younger generation and knew the old lady, Jalomola. Chin Tianshi didn't believe that his younger generation would provoke a terrifying existence like the golden-winged rocks. Whoever provoked that clan would definitely be their mortal enemy and would suffer terrible revenge. Misunderstanding? Call my grandson out first, the old lady spoke. Your grandson, the other old man, was dressed in a long robe. His face was clean and fair, and his eyes were like the sea, vast and boundless, as if they contained a world of their own. He didn't know what was going on. If you don't know, then I'll raze this legalism to the ground. When the time comes, I'll definitely find him. As the old lady's voice fell, the golden light on her body fluctuated, and her killing intent rose again. She didn't say anything, but was strong and fierce, domineering and disdainful. Don't tell me you don't plan to bring that child out, said Elder Ming. His voice was a little sharper. He looked at all the elders and experts from the school of legalism, as well as the handsome middle-aged man. He was the eldest son of the Lord of Light and also Han Ningma's father. The middle-aged man stood in the void, just helping his father up. He didn't say anything, and his face was calm with a hint of indifference. The group of old people and experts of legalism, looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Some of them looked at Chin Tianshi and Li Chin Fa, the two old ancestors of legalism. What's going on? Hurry up and bring him out. Seeing the change in everyone's expression, Chin Tianshi and Li Chin Fa immediately felt that there must be a secret behind this. Someone in legalism must have poked a hole in the sky. Otherwise, why would someone like Jalomola personally come to the legalism and start a massacre? I'll go get some people. An old man with the surname Chin spoke. His strength wasn't ordinary and his status wasn't low. He had fought with Chili before. Legalism is really nothing good. Something must have happened to Xiaofu. Sima Muhan scolded without giving any face. Granny Jalo of the Great Rock race, let me go with them to bring them back. Chi Yeshi stepped forward and turned around to glare at old monster Xinghan. She was afraid that the legalism people would secretly do something. I want to go too. Sima Muhan also stepped forward, unwilling to be left behind. Old monster Xinghan and Bing Mo smiled bitterly. School of Yinyang, School of Mo, Chin Tianshi, and Li Chinfa also noticed Bing Mo and old monster Xinghan. They seemed to have seen them before and recognized them. They didn't know what had happened. How did the School of Yinyang and the School of Moism get involved? It seemed very complicated. Greetings to the two of you. Bing Mo and Xinghan greeted Chin Tianshi and Li Chinfa simply. Although they were existences with extremely high status in the School of Yinyang and School of Mo, they were similar to Han Quebec compared to Chin Tianshi and Li Chinfa. They were slightly lower. The two girls will go together. Watch out for legalism." The old lady nodded at Chieshi and Simamuhan, indicating for them to follow. She could see what the two girls were thinking. Her gaze was filled with praise, but at this moment her eyes were filled with anger towards legalism. The old man with the surname Han had a trace of helplessness in his eyes. He sighed and then left with Chieshi and Simamuhan. At this moment, no one stopped them. No one dared to say anything about legalism. That old lady from the Great Rock Race was too terrifying. Legalism had been completely slapped in the face. There were countless casualties and heavy losses. If that old lady went completely berserk, even if the two old ancestors could do nothing about it, legalism would have to pay a huge price. Moreover, from the attitude of the two old ancestors towards the old lady of the Great Rock Race, the old people and experts of legalism could feel it. The two legalism old ancestors were obviously afraid of that old lady. They didn't know if the two old ancestors could withstand her. "Who can tell me what is going on?" Qin Tianshi shouted with a gloomy expression. With such a huge incident, legalism had been slapped in the face and provoked the terrifying existence of Garuda. At this moment, he was suppressing the anger in his heart. If someone else had come to the school of legalism and started a massacre, regardless of whether the school of legalism was in the right or not, Qin Tianshi would not hesitate to kill that person as a warning to others. The school of legalism was not to be provoked. But now he was facing Garuda. He didn't dare. He knew very well how strong Garuda was. Phew, he had no chance of winning. What's more, behind Garuda was the entire Great Rock Race, those supreme demonic beasts who love to fight. Old ancestor, it's like this, a legalism old man, an expert, transmitted a message to Qin Tianshi and Li Qinfa, explaining the general situation. Inside the heavenly prison, Du Xiaofu was trapped in the void. This seal was very strong and very strange. Du Xiaofu couldn't break it. He couldn't move at all. The primordial spirit of the red-bone horse monkey in Du Xiaofu's mind was also sealed from the outside to the inside. The red-bone horse monkey had an innate ability. Although the seal was strong and strange, Du Xiaofu could feel it. He only needed some time to break the seal. At that time, he might be able to escape. The blood on his body hadn't dried up and was still flowing out slowly. This was especially true for Du Xiaofu's back. It was dripping with blood, dyed red by golden blood. Du Xiaofu's face was ferocious. Last time, he was bullied by legalism. Although he was angry, he wasn't angry at himself for digging out his own heart. That was to save his sister Xiaojing. Even if he could turn back time, Du Xiaofu was sure that he would still do it willingly. Du Xiaofu was angry at legalism for tearing his family apart and trying to kill him time and time again. Therefore, when he saw legalism in the outside world, Du Xiaofu killed them mercilessly. But this time, after entering legalism and seeing his mother and the attitude of the old supremacy, Du Xiaofu thought that as long as his family could be reunited, as long as he could bring his mother and sister away, their family could be together. Although he couldn't forgive legalism, he could at least ignore legalism in the future. Seeing that his mother was from legalism and that they had nurtured his sister Xiaojing, they could ignore legalism. From then on, they would be passers-by. It would be fine as long as they didn't provoke him. However, Du Xiaofu didn't expect legalism to be so obsessed with him. This time, they didn't have good intentions when they sent him to legalism. If he didn't work for them, they would still try to kill him. In the end, they wanted to take everything he had. They were still so shameless. His drunkard father wasn't around. But Du Xiaofu knew that what his drunkard father was doing now was the same as what he was doing. They both had the same goal, which was to reunite their family. Du Xiaofu was filled with hatred and anger, but he did not regret coming to the school of legalism this time. At the very least, he was able to see his mother this time. The blurry figure that he had seen since he was young was no longer blurry. That was his mother. Even if they weren't together all these years, they were still close relatives and connected by blood. To be able to see his mother and accompany her for a few days, Any price was worth it for Du Xiaofu. At this moment, Du Xiaofu even felt a deep sense of relief. In the future, he wouldn't have to worry about legalism anymore. Of course, Du Xiaofu knew very well that all of this depended on him being able to leave legalism alive. At this moment, he was still in danger and his life was hanging by a thread. Du Xiaofu was secretly using his primordial spirit to attack the seal. At the same time, he was also waiting. In the final battle in the main hall, Du Xiaofu crushed the technique that his grandmother had left for him in the golden-winged Great Rock clan in case he needed it. This was also why Du Xiaofu dared to enter the school of legalism. He still had the purple lightning profound cauldron and the red bone horse monkey to deal with emergencies. Even if he ran into danger, he still had a chance to turn things around. However, beyond Du Xiaofu's expectations, the old supremacy was extremely shameless despite his sanctimonious appearance. Chi! Finally, a wisp of purple gold lightning flashed between Du Xiaofu's eyebrows. At the same time, the seal on his body also gradually cracked. Boom! The celestial chi in his body trembled and a wave of aura swept out. Du Xiaofu regained his freedom. Crack, crack! However, at this moment, the void heavenly prison around him trembled, and 3 figures appeared. Du Xiaofu's face darkened. He did not expect his luck to be so bad. As soon as the seal was broken, someone came. Du Xiaofu retracted his aura and pretended that he was imprisoned. However, he was secretly accumulating his strength and preparing to act according to the situation. When the time came, he would strike first to gain the upper hand. However, when he saw that there were 2 women who were not beautiful enough to be praised, Du Xiaofu was surprised. They were Qi Yeshi and Sima Muhan, whom he had not seen for a long time. Du Xiaofu was surprised that they had come. Xiaofu, when Qi Yeshi and Sima Muhan saw Du Xiaofu, their hearts trembled when they saw him covered in blood and bruises. They could imagine how miserable he was. It was easy to imagine how much he had been bullied and abused. Legalism did not intend to let him go at all. How did they treat you? What a cruel legalism! Bastard legalism is inhumane. They are bastards. Trembling, the 2 women walked up to Du Xiaofu and touched his blood-soaked violet battle garments, as well as his ferocious face. Their eyes were red and moist, and they couldn't help but feel pain in their hearts. I'm fine. Why are you here? Du Xiaofu looked at the 2 enchanting faces in front of him. It seemed like there was no need to introduce them to each other. He was only confused as to why they had come to the school of legalism, and to this place at that. Logically speaking, even if they wanted to find him, the school of legalism should have kept it a secret. However, at this moment, it was not difficult for Du Xiaofu to figure out that the 2 girls must have sensed something and came to save him. Although the 2 girls had some background, it was not easy for them to come to legalism's prison to see him. At this moment, Du Xiaofu looked at the 2 girls. He was grateful and touched. Granny Jialo of the golden-winged Great Peng clan has killed her way to legalism. Legalism can no longer hide it. Legalism has no choice but to hand you over. Qi Yeshi said to Du Xiaofu. Chen Hui's eyes were red. Granny is here. Du Xiaofu's eyes twitched as he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Legalism bastards. None of them are good people. I'll fight it out with you. Sima Muhan was furious. A treasured sword flew out from his hand, and he was about to slash at the old man surnamed Han. She wanted to take revenge for Du Xiaofu. Don't attack, let's go out first. She immediately pulled Sima Muhan back. She knew that the 2 of them would not be a match for the old man, not to mention that this was a heavenly prison with layers of defenses. There were talisman arrays and mechanisms everywhere, so it was better to get out first. When the time came, there would naturally be someone in charge to prevent any unforeseen events from happening. Muhan, I'm fine. Du Xiaofu also pulled Sima Muhan back at the same time. Sima Muhan would not be a match for that person, so it was better to leave first. The old man, surnamed Han, looked at Du Xiaofu in surprise. That was the seal that the old High Lord had placed on his body, but it was broken at this moment. "Where's the horned dragon that I brought?" Du Xiaofu looked straight at the old man, surnamed Han. Granny had come, and legalism seemed to have compromised, hoping to bring Chiu Li out. "He's locked up in front. I can hand him over to you." The old man, surnamed Han, hesitated for a moment, then nodded. He did not make things difficult for him and turned to leave. Chapter 1574. Within the ancient city, countless disciples of legalism rushed out. They looked at the hunchbacked old lady in front of them, their hearts trembling in fear. The two ancestors of legalism came out of seclusion, which eased the situation a little, but they still trembled in fear. The old lady waited quietly, floating in the air. Her seemingly hunchbacked body was as immovable as a mountain, like a boulder. Qin Tianshi and Li Qinfa's expressions kept changing. Someone was telling them about what had happened. In the end, no one knew what they were thinking, but their expressions did not look too good. The honorable lord of legalism, who was slapped, was supported by his son to the side. His expression was also very ugly. He was the honorable lord of legalism, not the sect leader of the Huijian sect or the Great Lun sect. Legalism was one of the 9 great clans. If he stomped his feet, the entire world would tremble. But today he was slapped in the face. This was not only a slap to his face, but also a slap to the entire legalism. The High Lord then arrived behind Qin Tianshi and Li Qinfa. His face was pale, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth, causing Qin Tianshi and Li Qinfa's eyes to secretly fluctuate. However, there was nothing they could do as they looked at the old lady in front of them, who was as still as a mountain. Bang Mo and Elder Xing Hun stood to the side. At this moment, when they saw the old lady of the golden-winged Great Rock clan confronting the two ancestors of legalism, they came to a conclusion. The legalism must have done a lot of things this time. Whoosh, whoosh! While everyone was waiting, a figure appeared in front of them, then rushed out of the city and landed beside the old lady. Everyone looked over. It was Chi Yeshi Sima Muhan, and an old man in a green robe who had just left. "It's Du Xiaofu. What happened to him?" When the crowd saw Du Xiaofu from afar, they were surprised. Only the experts and elders of the legalism knew what had happened in the end. They had already made preparations and sealed the surroundings. The other disciples of the legalism did not know. In the end, Han Aodong had even barged in. With Du Xiaofu's appearance, the eyes of the experts and elders of legalism twitched. They had never imagined that Du Xiaofu would cause such a huge blow and humiliation to legalism, attracting the attention of the school of Yinyang, the school of Moism, and the golden-winged Great Peng clan. Qin Tianshi, Li Qinfa, and the supremacy of legalism were also looking at Du Xiaofu with complicated expressions. To the legalism supremacy, the purple-robed young man was still his grandson, but today he had reached this step. Is he that brat? He seems to have suffered a lot. What is the legalism up to? In the distance, Bing Mo and Xing Hun looked at Du Xiaofu from afar as they pondered. Grandson is unfilial and has alarmed grandmother. Du Xiaofu landed beside the old lady and bowed with a bitter expression. The old lady pulled Du Xiaofu up and did not say anything. Her expression gradually became gloomy as she looked at Du Xiaofu's pale face. His purple battle robe was soaked with blood and was torn in several places. The old lady also noticed the bloody patch on Du Xiaofu's back. She lifted the torn purple robe and saw 2 bloody holes on his back. Golden blood was gushing out, and the golden bones were ghastly. "Xiaofu, this is..." The old lady's expression darkened as she realized something. She grabbed Du Xiaofu's arm tightly and asked. Her old and hunched body began to tremble. "Grandmother, the legalism people are too cruel. They tortured Xiaofu." Sima Muhan was almost crying. She wanted to kill the legalism people, but she knew that she was not strong enough. They saw that my golden rock wings were not bad and probably liked my blood, so they took the golden rock wings and left with a lot of blood. Du Xiaofu squeezed out a smile and said to the old lady, "Don't worry, grandmother. I won't die. I have a tough life." Hearing this, the old lady gritted her teeth so hard that they made a GG sound. Her golden eyes flashed with uncontrollable anger. Du Xiaofu said it casually, but how could the old lady not know? How could she not see that the golden rock wings on Du Xiaofu's body had been forcibly pulled out by someone? She knew that the golden rock wings had been integrated with Du Xiaofu for a long time. Pulling it out was no different from digging out the bones and breaking the wings. Looking at the bloody hole that was slowly recovering and the faint blood flowing out, the old lady's heart also felt waves of stabbing pain. "Ha ha ha," the old lady laughed. Her laughter became louder and louder. In the end, her laughter became a roar of anger. Her voice was like rolling thunder, piercing through clouds and splitting rocks. It spread far and wide, causing the legalism people to change color, digging out my grandson's bones, breaking my grandson's wings, and drawing my grandson's blood. Legalism, do you really think my grandson has no one behind him? An ear-piercing roar rang out. The old lady was enraged. Her anger soared to the heavens. Blue veins popped out on her aged face. The wrinkles on her face twitched and trembled. Her eyes shot out a sharp golden light. Boom! In an instant, the old lady's body was surrounded by a dazzling golden light from the sky. It was like a golden torrent that swept across the world, carrying an incomparably domineering aura. The golden talisman runes flickered and emitted a blazing light. The old lady's hunched body instantly turned into a huge golden rock. Gee! The screeching sound pierced through the clouds. The entire legalism was trembling. The terrifying golden rock spread its wings and was thousands of feet long. Its entire body was shining with a golden light. Its ferocious aura spread out, wanting to destroy the void, make the stars fall, and make the mountains and rivers explode. It was terrifying. Roar! The pressure that radiated from the golden winged rock made all the demonic beasts around the school of legalism hiss and roar. They prostrated themselves on the ground. The terrifying pressure of a sovereign beast was unstoppable. Oh my God! All the disciples of the legalism in the huge city looked up at the terrifying golden rock. The terrifying aura suppressed their hearts. Many people couldn't imagine it. They sucked in a breath of cold air and felt their hair stand on end. They wanted to bow down and worship it. This was the old lady's original body. The old lady came to the legalism for her grandson. It wasn't her clone that came, but her original body. This was the body of the golden rock. At the old lady's cultivation, once she revealed it, it would resonate with the heavens and earth. It would shake the world, knock down the stars, and shake the 9 heavens. At this moment, the old lady's huge original body appeared in the sky. It was shining with a golden light that distorted time and space. It spread its wings and cut through the void, causing the energy of the heavens and earth to become chaotic. Countless pitch-black spatial cracks burst out around the golden wings, tearing the void apart. This scene was extremely terrifying. It was as if the heavens and earth were going to be destroyed. It made people fearful for no reason. Terrifying. This scene was too terrifying. Who could contend against such a peerless, golden-winged great pung? Even in ancient times before the dragons and phoenixes' calamity, the golden rock was a supreme beast race that could be compared with the dragons, phoenixes, and Chilans. The experts of the school of legalism felt their hair stand on end as they stared at the colossal, golden-winged great pung. Their hearts trembled violently. Too terrifying. At this moment, not to mention the people of the legalism, even Bang Mo and old monster Xing Hun sucked in a breath of cold air. They could feel how terrifying the golden rock was. Kill! The old lady's original body opened her mouth. Her voice pierced through the clouds and tore through the void, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. The sound waves swept out and descended like pitch-black spatial cracks. They spread to the surroundings and spread to the entire legalism. An incomparably domineering killing intent swept through the sky. Bang! 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 At the same time, in front of the giant city, an old expert's body was suddenly shattered by the sound waves and exploded. In the ancient city, hundreds and thousands of living beings exploded in an instant. The killing intent descended in an instant. The old lady's anger could not be suppressed. She turned her heartache and anger, and at this moment, she was about to start a massacre. Quickly activate the formation and protect. However, it was only for an instant. Qin Tianshi and Li Qinfa's expressions changed drastically as they shouted and immediately acted to protect. The mysterious runes around the two of them erupted and turned into two worlds. They caused the universe to revolve, the mountains and rivers to move, and the sea to rise with stormy waves. They protected the ancient city and protected the legalism. Boom! At the same time, the vast ancient city was protected by the formation. A formation activated, and the sun, moon, and stars appeared and shook the universe. The terrifying formation spanned tens of thousands of miles and enveloped the entire vast ancient city. However, at this moment, the entire legalism was filled with miserable wails and explosions. Under the rage of the old lady's main body, the vast medicinal fields exploded, the mines collapsed, and a large number of monsters in the Beast Mountain turned into a bloody mist. Many legalism disciples were bleeding. When the old lady was angry, the sky fell and the earth cracked. When the old lady screamed in anger, it brought a catastrophe to the legalism. Many protectors and elders died, and countless living beings suffered. Heavens, so many protectors died. A few elders just died in an instant. Du Xiaofu is really the young patriarch of the golden-winged rock clan. That expert is standing up for him. What did the clan do to him to cause that expert to be so angry? It seems that Du Xiaofu's golden-winged rock was plucked away and his blood was sucked away by the elders. The golden-winged rock clan is here for revenge. Can the two ancestors resist it? Within the ancient city, someone exclaimed. In that instant, they saw the powerful protectors and elders being destroyed by the golden-winged great rock. How terrifying was that? It was enough to make people feel horrified. The golden-winged rock was so terrifying. At this moment, the old lady showed the horror of the legendary golden-winged rock in front of everyone's eyes. The supreme power of the golden-winged rock clan reappeared in the legalism. Chapter 1575. So strong, she's a true expert. Du Xiaofu looked up at the sky. That was the old lady's original body. Her aura was monstrous, able to split mountains and rivers in a fit of rage. Such strength had already exceeded the imagination of ordinary people, causing Du Xiaofu's blood to boil. At this moment, Du Xiaofu knew that the old lady was standing up for him, seeking justice for him. Legalism wanted to kill him, while the golden-winged Peng clan, who had no blood relations with him, treated him like family and protected him with all their might. Comparing the two, Du Xiaofu was moved. The old lady also treated him like her own grandson. Du Xiaofu would remember the old lady's kindness in his heart. Jalomola, are you trying to trick me? Do you want both sides to suffer? Qin Tian's face darkened as he shouted. The price was too great, legalism could not afford it. What qualifications do you have to talk about suffering both sides? Today, I, Jalomola, will not leave until I turn legalism into a river of blood. I've let down my grandson. The old lady spoke, vowing not to give up, truly angered. That several thousand zhang large golden-winged Peng body's enormous eyes were like glorious suns, flickering with golden light. Sister, why don't you take the child away and talk about this later? Elder Ming said to the old lady. Ming Su, you know about this too? The old lady looked at Elder Ming and asked, Elder Ming smiled bitterly as he looked at Du Xiaofu from afar. He then looked at the old lady's original body and said, "When I found out, it was already too late. But no matter what, I owe you. You don't owe me anything. But from now on, I, Jalomola, will break all ties with you." The old lady did not ask further. She knew Ming Su's character, disdaining to lie. However, the old lady was furious. Ming Su knew that Xiaofu was her grandson and the brother of the little girl. Yet she did not protect him on account of their friendship. Ming Su's face was a little pale. She didn't help in the end because she knew that only Garuda Mola's legalism would be useful. She was just a servant of legalism. Ming Su didn't say much. She knew Garuda's temper, and there was no point in saying anything now. She sighed and said, "Sister, this is legalism. You should know that if we really fight to the death, you won't have any advantage." "Do you think I'll be afraid?" The old lady spoke. Her eyes were like golden lightning, shooting into the sky like a beam of golden lightning, shocking everyone. "Garuda, this is my legalism." Boom! As the voice faded, the sky above the giant city shone with boundless light. On the left and right of the void, runes spread out in the sky. Two figures stood there, and it seemed as if they had brought along two worlds behind them. The sun, the moon, and the stars rotated, and the atmosphere was filled with the vicissitudes of time. The vast and mighty pressure surged. That was Qin Tianshi and Li Qinfa. They wanted to join forces to attack the old lady. "Elder Ming, please help us defend against the strong enemy," the Zun Lord said to Elder Ming. His gaze was filled with respect. As long as Elder Ming helped, he should be able to defend against Garuda Mola. He was the Zun Lord of legalism. Legalism was equivalent to a large clan, and he was also the clan leader. In the entire legalism, only he could casually move Elder Ming. The ancestors had said that in the clan, only the Zun Lord of the current generation had the right to move Elder Ming. No one else had the right to make any demands of Elder Ming. Sigh, Elder Ming was helpless. Protecting legalism was his responsibility. He looked at Garuda Mola and said, "Sister, take your people and leave. I've always wanted to see how far you've reached." The old lady didn't back down. She wanted to avenge her grandson. She had broken her wings and taken his blood. Being bullied like this, she was burning with anger. "Then don't blame me. I have the responsibility to protect legalism," Elder Ming said. His aura fluctuated and filled the sky, a majestic aura that wasn't weaker than Qin Tianshi and Li Qinfa's swept across the area. It was as if it could cleanse the spiritual platform and suppress all evil. The three super experts were like three legs of a tripod. Three majestic auras caused everyone to tremble. At this moment, the three super experts of legalism wanted to join forces to defend against the old lady. "Legalism has passed this time," old monster Xing Han said. He walked out with starlight rippling from his body. It was as if a river of stars had appeared behind him. An ancient and boundless pressure was released. "Legalism has disappointed me. My Mo clan has never been fond of fighting. However, if you insist on fighting today, my Mo clan will accompany you." Bing Mo also walked out. As she walked out, the space around her started to change. An invisible ice chi filled the air, and frost started to fall. Seeing old monster Xing Han and Bing Mo walk out, Chieshi and Sima Muhan's expressions became slightly better. "Yin Yang School and Mo clan, what is the meaning of this?" Qin Tianshi asked. He didn't expect the Yin Yang School and Mo clan to help Garuda at this moment. "Du Xiaofu is my Yin Yang School's son-in-law. Legalism better give my Yin Yang School an explanation this time. Otherwise, my Yin Yang School won't let this matter rest," old monster Xing Han said. He secretly glanced at Bing Mo and smiled. "Du Xiaofu is also my Mo clan's son-in-law. Legalism is bullying him like this. My Mo clan will also be angry," Bing Mo said. She didn't want to be left behind and glared at old monster Xing Han. "What? When these two super experts spoke, the entire school of legalism was stunned. So these two beauties were actually his women? One was from the school of Moism, and the other was from the school of Inyang. No wonder. Du Xiaofu injured many people on the martial proof platform, but he didn't injure Qi Jijun and Mo Junyu. Some people recalled and were even more certain that Qi Jejun, Mo Junyu, and the others must be acting, helping Du Xiaofu swindle so many treasures. Some people felt that the more they thought about it, the more certain they were that the Inyang school and Mo clan were acting along with Du Xiaofu on the martial proof platform. The old man from legalism was even more shocked. No wonder the Inyang school and Mo clan were here. Who knew that Du Xiaofu had such a relationship? At this moment, the three people involved all had stunned gazes as they looked at each other. Qi Yeshi and Sima Muhan's faces were red. They didn't expect the old ancestor and grandma to find such a reason to help them. But since they said that Du Xiaofu was also stunned, he guessed the intention of the two experts from the Inyang school and Mo clan. They were looking for a reason to help him. In the air at this moment, Qin Tianshi and Li Qinfa's faces also secretly twitched. Bing Mo and Xing Han weren't much weaker than them. More importantly, they had the backing of the Inyang school and Mo clan, as well as the golden-winged Great Rock clan. Even if legalism could survive today, it would be targeted by the three superpowers in the future. Why does that brat have so many connections? All the experts and elders from legalism were trembling in their hearts. Some were so depressed that they were about to cry. If they had known that Du Xiaofu would bring about such a huge disaster for legalism, they would have thought twice before making a move on Du Xiaofu. Yet now, not only had they provoked the revenge of the terrifying experts of the golden-winged Great Rock clan, they had not obtained anything from Du Xiaofu. They had not obtained any benefits, and the losses did not make up for the losses. They had even paid a heavy price. Originally, they thought that legalism was superior. So what if that brat had achieved the nirvana stage? A nirvana stage that hadn't matured didn't mean anything. If legalism wanted to, it could kill him at any time. However, only now did the old men and experts of the school of legalism understand that there are far more people standing behind Du Xiaofu than the school of legalism. He was no longer the brat they could bully. Everyone, I've only just found out about the child. Some people from the school of legalism acted on their own, so I'll definitely punish them severely. After all, the child also has the blood of the school of legalism. This is a family matter of the school of legalism, so it's not appropriate for everyone to interfere. However, the child is related to everyone, so when the time comes, the school of legalism will definitely give everyone an explanation. We won't let these people off easily. Qin Tian spoke. At this moment, regardless of whether it was his tone or his bearing, it had a 180-degree change. Not long ago, he had also found out about everything and roughly understood the cause and effect of the matter. Hearing Qin Tian's change, old monster Xinghan and Bing Mo's expressions changed. My flesh and blood is from the golden-winged Great Rock clan. My soul and my person are from Stone City's Du clan. My father is Du Tingxian, and I am Du Xiaofu. We have nothing to do with legalism. I am ashamed to be associated with legalism. Du Xiaofu walked out and looked at Qin Tian. Even under that vast pressure, he did not lower his head. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Qin Tian's face turned hot. It was equivalent to being slapped in the face. Many thanks to grandmother. Many thanks to the two seniors. Following which, Du Xiaofu turned around and bowed to the old lady. Old monster Xinghan and Bing Mo, however, this matter will end here. One day, I will personally kill those people from legalism. Du Xiaofu's words were very calm. At this moment, there was no anger in his eyes. Today, the old lady would wash legalism in blood. Compared to washing legalism in blood in the future to take back everything, Du Xiaofu chose the latter. Du Xiaofu could also see the current situation. It was likely that both sides would not be able to gain any advantage. If they were to really fight, the outcome would most likely be a life and death battle. Du Xiaofu did not wish for any accidents to happen to the old lady. He also did not wish for any accidents to happen to the experts from the Yinyang school and the Mahis school. This was legalism. People from legalism were too shameless. There was nothing that they would not do. Du Xiaofu could not help but worry. In the depths of his heart, Du Xiaofu also hoped that one day he would be the one to wash legalism in blood. That hatred was suppressed in the depths of his heart. The calmness at this moment was only suppressed in the depths of his heart. Hearing Du Xiaofu's calm words, quite a few people from the school of legalism trembled inside and felt a chill. All right, grandmother will listen to you. I will leave those people from legalism for you to kill in the future. The old lady nodded and did not say anything else. Her huge golden rock body transformed into human form and stood beside Du Xiaofu. She asked, "Is there anything else you want to do? If not, grandmother will bring you back to the clan." "I wish to bring my mother and sister away." Du Xiaofu spoke. This was the hope in his heart. "You heard it, right?" The old lady nodded to Du Xiaofu before speaking to Qin Tian and Li Qinfa. Chapter 1576. Impossible. Legalism can start a war. Li Qinfa said he would rather start a war with legalism than hand it over. This represented an absolute attitude that could not be changed. The old lady's expression changed. Her eyes emitted a cold golden light. Just as she was about to speak, Du Xiaofu opened his mouth first. He smiled bitterly at the old lady and said, "Then forget it. I will come again when the time comes." Before Du Xiaofu spoke, he knew that legalism would not agree. However, after seeing the attitude of legalism, he was even more certain of his sister's position in legalism. Legalism would not let her go. According to Sima taxing, the divine domain should be opening soon. Han Qianran, Haningma, and the others had been attacked. Legalism most likely needed Xiaojing at this time. As for his mother and sister, they were in legalism. Du Xiaofu was not worried about their safety. "Hand over my grandson's golden rock wings. Legalism has no right to touch it." The old lady looked at legalism and said, "Hand it over." Qin Tian looked at the city behind him and said, he indeed did not dare to keep the Golden Rock clan's item. Otherwise, Garuda would not have left today. In the city, a trembling old man took out the Golden Rock wings. He handed it over. He did not dare to not hand it over. Chi, the Golden Rock wing, was forcibly pulled out, but it was still connected to Du Xiaofu's mind. At this moment, the shackles were released, and Du Xiaofu's heart moved, and he immediately took it into his hand. Legalism owes me blood. In the future, I will take it back double. Du Xiaofu said, if the old lady did not come today, it would be too difficult for him to walk out of legalism. Strength. Du Xiaofu was very calm. He was not strong enough. What could he do? Let's go. Grandma will bring you back. The old lady looked at Du Xiaofu, and then back at legalism. She said, I will leave the people of legalism for my grandson to kill. But in the future, if someone of the same generation wants to kill my grandson, this old lady will not say anything. However, if the people of legalism are shameless and the older generation wants to kill them, then this old lady will first kill all the descendants of legalism. Not a single one will be left alive. Garuda Mola, are you threatening the school of legalism? Li Qinfa's face twitched. No one dared to threaten legalism. Threatening you? You are not qualified. The old lady looked at Li Qinfa, her golden light frightening. She said, do you think you can stop me today by joining forces? At least if I want to leave, you can't stop me. Legalism has many people. Don't forget that I am not the only one in the golden-winged Great Rock clan. If you provoke me again, I swear to destroy your legalism. Li Qinfa wanted to say something, but in the end he held back. He knew what Garuda meant. Legalism had people, but there were also people in the golden-winged Great Rock clan. At this moment, with the school of Yin and school of Mo around, legalism was at a disadvantage. I will leave today, but the golden-winged Great Rock clan and legalism are not finished. This price is not enough to appease this old lady's anger. The old lady left with Du Xiaofu and Qiuli, her voice echoing in legalism. Legalism bullied my school of Yinyang's son-in-law. We will talk about this later. I hope legalism can give my school of Yinyang an explanation. Old monster Xinghan also left with Qi Yishi. Legalism is ruthless. School of Mo will also talk about this later. Bing Mo also left with Sima Muhan. Looking at the few people leaving, the experts and elders of legalism looked ahead. Blood flowed like rivers, and corpses were everywhere in front of the ancient city. Their eyes twitched fiercely. Far too many disciples of the school of legalism had died today. A large number of experts had died. The price was far too great for the school of legalism to pay. However, in the end, they could only watch as those people left without a second thought. Is our legalism going to decline? Some people couldn't help but sigh. Legalism's younger generation couldn't even withstand a single blow from Du Xiaofu. Now legalism's habitat was also being massacred. This was the warning bell of its decline. Outside of legalism, the vast sky city had already been razed to the ground and turned into ruins. Old monster Xinghan, Bing Mo, Qi Yishi, Sima Muhan, and the others walked out of the wormhole. Along the way, they saw the ruins and casualties of legalism. At this moment, the vast sky city had already been destroyed. Bing Mo and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Other than the old lady, there was no one else who could have done this. Senior Mo Luo, why don't you bring Xiaofu to my school of Mo? My school of Mo has a few stalks of precious medicine that can regrow bones and heal broken bones. It can also heal Xiaofu's injuries. Bing Mo spoke, inviting the old lady, and Du Xiaofu to the school of Mo. My school of Yinyang also has precious medicine, and it won't be inferior to the school of Mo. Old monster Xinghan spoke, unwilling to fall behind. This old lady thanks the two of you. However, I have to bring my grandson back to the clan first. If there's a chance, I will definitely pay a visit to the school of Yinyang and school of Mo. The old lady spoke. She wanted to bring Du Xiaofu back to the clan. Today, she also owed a favor to the school of Yinyang and school of Mo. She glanced at Qi Yishi and Sima Muhan, who were standing on either side of Du Xiaofu, and said, or the two of you can also bring the little lass to my golden-winged Great Rock clan. Old ancestor, grandmother, Qi Yishi and Sima Muhan instantly turned to old monster Xinghan and Bing Mo. They had just met Du Xiaofu and didn't wish to leave. Senior Mo Luo is so kind. We can only wait for the next time. I'm afraid the divine domain is about to open. They have to make preparations first. Old monster Xinghan and Bing Mo felt regretful. The divine domain was about to open, and Qi Yishi and Sima Muhan had to return to make preparations. Qi Yishi and Sima Muhan were reluctant to part, but they also knew that the divine domain was about to open. Hence, they didn't say anything. The divine domain is about to open. This is a grand occasion with huge implications. You have to make preparations. Qi, she said to Du Xiaofu. She was afraid that Du Xiaofu still didn't know about the divine domain. However, Qi, she didn't say anything. Even if Du Xiaofu didn't know, the golden-winged Great Rock clan wouldn't be unaware. This time, I begged grandmother to come out. I have to return and make preparations for the divine domain. Sima Muhan wasn't worried about Du Xiaofu. With the golden-winged Great Rock clan around, there was no need for her to worry. She only felt heartache for Du Xiaofu, who had been bullied by legalism. Make your preparations. When the divine domain opens, we will naturally meet again. Du Xiaofu looked at the two girls with gratitude in his heart. After which, old monster Xinghan and Bing Mo left with Qi Shi and Sima Muhan. I liked these two girls very much. Looking at the backs of Qi Shi and Sima Muhan, the old lady said with a smile, "Grandmother, I would like to make a trip back to Shur City." Du Xiaofu retracted his gaze from the two beautiful figures and said to the old lady, "After being out for so long, Shur City must be worried. All right, then grandmother will go and take a look at my grandson's palace." The old lady nodded with a smile in her eyes, after which she passed many elixirs to Du Xiaofu. The old lady didn't find Xiaoli, who was beside Du Xiaofu, strange. She seemed to have heard about him from the fourth and fifth elders. Swoosh, swoosh, the three silhouettes then flew away, disappearing in midair in a flash. The originally vast Sky City was now in ruins on the sky plains. There were no signs of life, and it was like a dead land. Swoosh, swoosh. After a while, many people of legalism flew out from the spatial wormhole. Shame, this is the shame of our legalism. Just what did my school of legalism provoke to bring about such a disaster? When they saw everything in Sky City turned into ruins and the door to legalism was razed to the ground, it was an absolute humiliation for legalism. Master, you should hurry up. Fu Bai, you bastard. Anyway, don't even think about running away this time. Old lunatic, can you let go? I promised this girl, so I naturally won't run. If you continue to hold me, I won't let you off. A voice came from afar, and three figures appeared in the sky above Sky City. It seems like someone came. This aura seems to be from the golden-winged Great Rock Clan. The three figures floated in the air, and some people were surprised. Among the three, there was a woman in front. She had a devilish figure under her tight clothes. Coupled with her beautiful face, she was simply captivating. However, the woman's eyebrows were furrowed and her eyes were filled with worry and anxiety. Beside the woman was an old man with disheveled hair. His clothes were very sloppy, and at this moment he was tightly tugging on the clothes of a sloppy old man with ragged clothes and a few strands of grass in his white hair. The sloppy old man was very helpless. He occasionally turned around and glared at the old man with disheveled hair. Then he squeezed out a smile on his wrinkled face and chuckled at the beautiful woman. He looked very cunning and said, "Little Shuang, can you ask this old lunatic to let me go first? If I enter legalism like this, it will damage my dignity." Dignity? How many treasures and medicines have you stolen from me? You still have the face to talk about dignity in front of me. The old man with disheveled hair was furious and glared. He had finally caught this guy, so how could he let him go? Chapter 1577. The old man with disheveled hair was the old lunatic, Ouyang Shuang's master. As for the sloppy old man, it was none other than Fu Bai. "When did I steal your treasures and elixirs?" Fu Bai stared at crazy old man, but there was a flicker in his eyes. His aura had weakened quite a bit. "Master, let go of Senior Fu first. If anything happens to Xiaofu, I will not let you off." The beautiful woman with large eyes was naturally Ouyang Shuang. Du Xiaofu had not returned for a long time without any news, causing everyone in Stone City to be worried. She was about to return to her master, but she never thought that she would encounter her master, who was still chasing after Fu Bai in Stone City. "You actually threatened your master for that brat. I still haven't settled the score with you for sneaking out." The old lunatic glared at Ouyang Shuang, but he let go of Fu Bai. I don't need such a master. Little Shuang, I will take you in as my disciple." Fu Bai straightened his clothes, but his messy white hair that was like a bird's nest with a few strands of grass stuck in it. His tattered clothes couldn't make him look dignified. "Xiaofu is your big brother. If you become my master, I won't do it." Ouyang Shuang shot a glance at Fu Bai. "No, I'm clearly the big brother. How can he be my big brother? Absolutely not." Fu Bai raised his head. Before he finished his words, he had already arrived in front. "Little Shuang, help me look after that shameless guy." Don't let him escape. The old lunatic secretly said to Ouyang Shuang, "Who are you? How dare you trespass into my legalism?" A disciple of the school of legalism was searching through the ruined Sky City. When he saw the two crazy old men and a woman, he immediately asked the question, "Tell your legalism, sovereign lord, to come out and see me." The old lunatic spoke, asking for the legalism, sovereign lord, to come out and see him. Trespassers of legalism die. These legalism disciples had just suffered a huge blow, so when they were reprimanded by two deranged and tattered old men, they were immediately enraged. Legalism might have suffered a blow this time, but it was still legalism. It was still an existence that ordinary people could not provoke. Pah! As soon as the middle-aged man from the school of legalism finished speaking, he was suddenly swept away by a huge, invisible force. He was directly slapped away from the air, landing heavily in the ruins below. "Old lunatic, you sure have a lot of nonsense. Can't you just go in yourself? Why do you need someone to fetch you?" Fu Ibai flicked his sleeves and entered the wormhole in front of him. Humph! The old lunatic let out a muffled groan and glared at Fu Ibai before following him. The periphery of legalism was filled with ruins and corpses. It was a complete mess. Bastard! Inside the legalism great hall, Li Qinfa was furious. His face was gloomy. The humiliation today was something the legalism had never experienced before. "Ancestor, it's all because of that Du Xiaofu. If he doesn't die, he'll be a huge threat to our legalism." An old man spoke. He had always advocated cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. "Pah!" A clear and crisp sound rang out as a red and swollen palm print landed on the old man's face. The old man's teeth flew out and he spat out blood. A Nirvana Grand Sovereign, the young master of the Golden Winged Rocks, related to the school of Yin and the school of Moism. Once such a brat is roped in, it will only benefit our legalism. It's fine if you don't want to rope him in, but you still want to suppress him after digging out his wings and drawing out his blood. Can you be any more useless? Legalism will fall into the hands of your sister sooner or later. Li Qinfa was enraged. Finally, he could no longer suppress his anger and flew into a rage. The great hall was as silent as cicadas in winter. All the elders and experts were trembling. The ancestor was truly furious. The price legalism had to pay today was too great, so great that it was unbearable. But now they also felt wronged. They didn't know all of this beforehand. Even if they heard that Du Xiaofu had some relationship with the Golden Winged Rocks, they didn't dare to believe that a human was the young master of the Golden Winged Rocks and the grandson of a terrifying existence, like Jalo Mola. If they knew all of this was true, they would naturally have thought more about it. Things have already happened. That brat's heart is already filled with killing intent. If we don't get rid of him, once his wings are fully grown, he will become a great threat to our legalism. Li Qinfa's expression was gloomy. His eyes were filled with coldness. His aura fluctuated, causing the great hall to tremble. He said, "These days I have a feeling that the divine domain is about to open. That brat will probably enter the divine domain. When that happens, it will be our chance. Seal all news. We can't let Xiaojing know. There can't be any accidents in the divine domain," said Qin Tianshi. "In the divine domain, we must first eliminate that brat. His relationship with Xiaojing is too great. We can't let them meet." Li Qinfa said, "That brat's background was too great. If he didn't get rid of him, legalism would really avoid a great threat. This great threat had to be eliminated. This time, legalism's blood debt had to be borne by him. That brat has a great enmity with the dragons. I'm afraid the devil religion won't let him go." In the great hall, a middle-aged man spoke. He was Han Ningma's father. His eyes were surging with brilliance. He said, "Also, the school of vertical and horizontal has always been brooding about what happened in the past. Although the ancestor suppressed it, I believe that now that the news has spread, the School of Vertical and Horizontal should also take action. When necessary, we can borrow the hands of the dragons and the School of Vertical and Horizontal, or even the hands of the devil religion. Future troubles must be eliminated, said Li Qinfa. Suddenly, as Li Qinfa's voice fell, a sharp roar was heard. This was the alarm bell of legalism. It had already rung once before. It represented the greatest danger of legalism. A strong enemy had invaded. Could it be that someone had rung it wrongly? In the great hall of legalism, many experts heard the roar at the same time. Someone spoke, suspecting that someone had rung the wrong alarm bell. Intruders! Li Qinfa and Qin Tianchu's expressions changed greatly. Their figures immediately disappeared from the great hall. The ground was in a mess. There were ruins everywhere. Countless people were wailing in grief. They were heavily injured. Mountains collapsed, rivers were broken, and the abyss shifted. Ancient buildings were razed to the ground. There were broken walls and ruins everywhere. Who exactly are you? You trespassed into legalism. Our legalism ancestor will definitely not let you off, an old man shouted. He was the second protector. At this moment, there were 2 ancestors in the Great Hall. He did not even have the qualifications to enter the Great Hall. As a result, the second protector could only remain in charge of investigating the casualties within the school of legalism. The golden-winged Peng had killed millions of disciples, which was a shocking sight to behold. His heart chilled. "Pa!" before the second protector's voice fell. He was slapped from midair into the ruins below. He did not even have time to react. Legalism is getting worse and worse. Crazy, Ol said, his eyes surging with light. He was the one who attacked just now. Where is Du Xiaofu? Ouyang Shuang asked. Legalism's door was razed to the ground. At this moment, legalism seemed to have suffered a major change. She could not help but worry. Du Xiaofu! Hearing the 3 words, Du Xiaofu, many legalism disciples' faces changed like a chain reaction. They immediately trembled. These 3 people seemed to have come for Du Xiaofu. Not good, they also came for Du Xiaofu. A strong enemy has invaded. Quickly inform the ancestor. In a single moment, an expert of the school of legalism cried out in panic. He immediately began to raise his guard, ringing the golden bell. All of their faces changed drastically. As soon as Du Xiaofu was mentioned, they still felt lingering fear. Master! Something must have happened to Du Xiaofu. Seeing the reaction of the legalism disciples, Ouyang Shuang was even more worried. Something must have happened to Du Xiaofu in legalism. Fu Yibai's face changed. He soared through the air and appeared in front of an old man like a ghost. That old man was in the martial domain realm, but for some reason he did not even have the strength to move in front of Fu Yibai. Where is Du Xiaofu? Fu Yibai asked with an unprecedentedly serious expression. I don't know. That elder had the cultivation of martial domain, mystical realm. After walking out of legalism, he was an absolute expert in the world and could become a hegemon of a region. However, when facing Fu Yibai, he felt a chill for no reason, and his voice was trembling. It seems like you know. Then I'll see for myself. As Fu Yibai's voice fell, he turned to look at Ouyang Shuang and asked, Little Shuang, when did he enter legalism? Less than 20 days. Ouyang Shuang replied. Okay. Fu Yibai nodded and formed a seal in his hand. A rune appeared in his palm and entered the old man's glabella. PFFF! In an instant that old man was wrapped in runes. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood. Large amounts of runes surged out of his eyes. His face twitched malevolently as though he was suffering from some kind of shocking pain. Ah! The old man let out a miserable cry. Dazzling runes surged out of his eyes and soared into the sky. There were rustling sounds in the air. It was cryptic and profound. There was a terrifying fluctuation and a strange aura that intertwined together. Finally, it seemed like a void painting was pulled open in front of him. In the void painting there was a vast plaza. On a huge stone platform, a young man in battle clothes was fighting against people of the same generation. He was incomparably valiant. Then, the young man in battle clothes revealed his true appearance. Facing a Nirvana sovereign of legalism, he used the golden winged rock's supreme beastability and Nirvana sovereign to suppress him. He looked down on everyone and looked down on the world. This kid is not bad. Crazy Ol looked at the scene in the void picture scroll and praised it. Then, in the void painting, the young man in purple battle clothes listened to Tao and comprehended in all directions. But not long after, in the vast hall, a legalism expert bared his fangs. The young man in purple battle clothes did not obey and fought back. But in the end, he was suppressed, and the mother and son were separated. His angry and sorrowful roar caused the sky to change color. The golden winged rock on his back was pulled out, and blood flowed out. He was then collected by the legalism as a treasure. Xiaofu! Ouyang Shuang's eyes were moist, and her heart was in pain. Crazy! Ol's face also sank. Then an old woman appeared in legalism. She swept through everything, unleashing a great slaughter in all directions. She turned into an exceptional golden winged pong, causing legalism to suffer disaster. In the end, she brought the purple-clothed youth away. The rune light slowly dissipated, and Ouyang Shuang's delicate body trembled. Then everything dissipated, and the void painting disappeared in the air. There was no smile on Fu Yibai's face. His eyes were flickering with light. Whoosh, whoosh, many figures descended in front of him. They were the ancestors of the legalism, Li Qinfa, Qin Tianshi, sovereign lords, elders, and others. Chapter 1578. Legalism, do you really think he is easy to bully? A faint voice came out from Fu Yibai's mouth. With a wave of his hand, the old man in front of him turned into a bloody mist and scattered in the air, killing someone in front of legalism without any scruples. Legalism was not in his eyes at all. Legalism's eyes twitched fiercely. Today, legalism was being slapped in the face one after another. Who are you? This is legalism, who dares to be impudent. The Lord stepped out and asked. He felt that legalism today was like fish in a market. Anyone could come and slap them. You are legalism's Lord. Fu Yibai looked at the Lord. He had seen him in the void painting before, but it was very blurry. That's right, legalism's patriarch. The Lord nodded, his eyes shining. Pa. The crisp sound of a slap was heard. It was very pleasant to the ears. Boom! The pitiful High Lord suffered another slap to the face. Before he could even finish a sentence, he began to spit out blood. His body was flung from mid-air into the ruins below, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. From Fu Yibai's body, an invisible aura fluctuated, causing the surrounding space to tremble. He was the one who slapped. The surroundings fell silent. This was the second time a legalist supremacy had been slapped in the face today. Each slap was more crisp than the one before. I don't care who you are. Do you think legalism is easy to bully? Li Qinfa was furious. He stepped out and a world appeared behind him. The sun, moon, and stars revolved. The mountains and rivers trembled, and beasts roared. Offending legalism is a serious crime. It is unforgivable. Qin Tian's aura moved as well, activating his magic aura. The vast world erupted, causing the clouds to move. The ruins below could not withstand the pressure and immediately collapsed. The two old ancestors could no longer bear it. Legalism was definitely not a fish in a market. Anyone could come and grab it. The aura of the two old ancestors of legalism burst out, their might shocking the heavens and terrifying to the extreme. Rumble. The two patriarchs of legalism attacked Fu Yibai almost at the same time. They fused their dermic arts and triggered two worlds. All methods returned to one. Symbols filled the sky, distorting the void. Terrifying divine might descended, shaking all directions. Large expanses of the void collapsed inch by inch. This scene was too terrifying. These were two terrifying old ancestors taking action, as if they wanted to destroy the world. Under this terrifying pressure, the disciples of legalism all around trembled with fear. Some went limp, some knelt down, and in the distance, demonic beasts whined and crawled. Against the simultaneous attacks of the two elders, Fu Ibai remained calm. His disheveled hair and weeds did not even flutter in the face of the terrifying might. Following this, under countless gazes, something shocking happened in the air. All of the legalism students present would never be able to forget this scene for the rest of their lives. Under the terrifying pressure, Fu Ibai made his move. He extended his hand and slapped forward. As Fu Ibai waved his palm, the void in front of him seemed to be spinning in reverse. The firmament seemed to be overturning as it turned chaotic. Pa! Pa! The sound of the slap was somewhat dull, like a thunderclap. Li Qinfa's face was slapped on both sides. At the same time, the world that Li Qinfa brought forth shrank under the resplendent light. Stars fell, the sun was extinguished, and mountains and rivers collapsed. Pa! Pa! At the same time, Crazy Old's figure appeared in front of Qin Tianshi. He waved his hand left and right, and a red palm print fell directly on Qin Tianshi's face, causing his face to swell and blood to spurt out of his mouth. Walala! The terrifying attack that was triggered by Qin Tianshi's body was also destroyed in an instant. The entire legalism fell silent. The experts and elders of legalism felt their hair stand on end when they saw the scene before them. They were shocked, and their faces were as pale as ash. They would never be able to forget this scene for the rest of their lives. Those were two ancestors. In the hearts of all the people of legalism, the two ancestors were the unmovable mountains of legalism. They were the source of pride for legalism and the source of pride for the disciples of legalism. But now the two ancestors couldn't even withstand a single blow. Before they even made a move, they were slapped twice. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. Qin Tianxi and Li Qinfa were also shocked. They stood in the air in a daze. They were in disbelief, and their faces were pale. The great calamity of heaven and earth is coming. If it wasn't for the fact that I still have some use for you, I would have slapped the two of you to death. Fu Ibai opened his mouth and looked at Qin Tianxi and Li Qinfa. Remember this well. If you want to touch Du Xiaofu, I welcome you. Seal Realm, no. Great Domain Realm is also fine. If you can kill him, that's your ability. But if you're above the Domain Realm, I don't mind slapping you to death. As his voice faded, Fu Ibai swaggered off. The weeds on his white hair that looked like a bird's nest swayed slightly. His ragged clothes fluttered in the wind. At this moment, Fu Ibai exuded a dignified aura. Such an elder slapped the ancestors of legalism effortlessly. It was so shocking that they couldn't breathe for a long time. Legalism is getting worse and worse. How dare you provoke the great golden-winged Peng bird clan? Are you fools? Do you want to destroy the orthodoxy? The old lunatic spoke and glanced at the two legalism ancestors. He shook his head and sighed. My temper isn't good. I'm not like Fu Ibai, who has some friendship with your ancestors. If you anger me, I'll burn your legalism orthodoxy and slap you bunch of good-for-nothings to death. Behave yourselves in the future. The old lunatic was scolding with vigor when his expression suddenly changed. He seemed to have thought of something and immediately pulled Ouyang Shuang away. His voice echoed in the air. Fu Ibai, you bastard. I'm looking for you. Stop right there. The three figures came quickly and left quickly. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared in the air as if they had never been there. PFFF, the High Lord of Legalism, crawled out from the rubble and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked up at the silent sky with a blank expression. He still hadn't reacted. Ha 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 ha! Not far away. Laughter came from a drunken, middle-aged man. He looked at the ruins and countless corpses in the distance with a helpless expression. He could only laugh. Who were those two old men? What kind of monstrous cultivation did they have? What is Du Xiaofu's background? The great golden-winged Peng bird clan, the Yinyang school, and the Mo school. Where did those two old men come from? Everyone's hearts trembled as they exclaimed softly. Some were even trembling. Li Qinfa and Qin Tianshi clenched their fists as their bodies trembled. At this moment, their faces were pale and their eyes were filled with shock. They didn't recover for a long time. Stone City Du family. At dusk, the sun was setting in the west, illuminating the entire Stone City as if it was a dream. How is it? Did you see your mother and sister? In the courtyard of the Du family, Zhen Qingchen asked Du Xiaofu. His inverted triangular eyes were searching Du Xiaofu's body, as if he wanted to see something. Du Xiaofu's face was pale. He had changed into a purple robe, and the immortal Xian body had repaired his body, at least on the surface. There weren't any visible injuries. I saw my mother. A smile appeared on Du Xiaofu's face, but soon after, there was a slight fluctuation and coldness in his eyes. Xiaofu, are you okay in legalism? Du Xiaoman looked at Du Xiaofu's face and felt Du Xiaofu's aura. She was worried. Big sister, don't worry. I'm fine. Du Xiaofu smiled. It's good that brother's fine. Sister Shuang brought her master to legalism to find you. Didn't you see them? Du Xiaoqing smiled. Seeing that her brother was fine, she was relieved. Du Xiaoyao stood at the side, her golden eyes moving, but she didn't say anything. Her master, that old lunatic? Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but worry. They didn't see Ouyang Shuang on the way, but that old lunatic didn't seem to be an ordinary person. How is the desolate country? Du Xiaofu asked. Everything is fine in the desolate country. Don't worry. Du Yunlong said. Now, there were no forces above Kyushu that dared to touch the desolate country. The Sky Snake Sect and Spirit Sky Valley also didn't make any moves. Second brother, please call everyone back. I have an announcement to make. Du Xiaofu said. On the way back, there were some decisions that needed to be made as soon as possible, in case the divine domain suddenly opened. Okay, I'll make the arrangements immediately. Du Yunlong nodded, then left to make the arrangements. What about those people from legalism? Zhen Qingchen asked. Keep them. I have a use for them. Du Xiaofu spoke. The corners of his lips curled up, revealing a hint of coldness. At night, the moon was bright and the stars were dim. At the back mountain of the Du family, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged, enveloped by the moonlight, and his body rippled with starlight. Du Xiaofu was recuperating, using the energy of the stars to heal. The speed wasn't slow, and the effect was excellent. The immortal Xian body could heal the physical body, but the internal injuries couldn't be healed too quickly and needed to be nourished slowly. However, absorbing the energy of the stars and the essence of the moon was extremely effective for healing. You can't hide from me. You're seriously injured. At the back mountain, Du Xiaoyao's figure appeared behind Du Xiaofu, her eyes rippling with golden light. It's not a big deal. I won't die. Du Xiaofu opened his eyes, and there was a hint of golden light in his eyes. He said, If I don't die, they will die in the future. That's good. Du Xiaoyao nodded, then looked at Du Xiaofu and said, Are you interested in comprehending it? It should be helpful to you. Chapter 1579. Rune World, huh? Du Xiaofu smiled. A moment later, within the desolate ancient space, a dazzling light burst out from Du Xiaoyao's body and fused with Du Xiaofu. The mysterious runes of the talismans surged and condensed into the phantom of a five-fingered mountain that extended out. Crackle! The mysterious runes of the golden runes lingered. In a blur, Du Xiaofu entered another space. This was not the first time Du Xiaofu had come to this rune world. It was purple like the beginning of chaos. A huge five-fingered mountain stood in this rune world. The runes were dazzling like the sun in the sky. Endless rays of light burst out, and the pressure was terrifying. This five-finger mountain peak underwent different transformations and evolutions. It was endowed with life. Golden light surged and vaguely emitted a buzzing sound of wind and thunder. Dense spiritual energy was born, giving people a feeling of the beginning of the world. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit, red, pheasant monkey, flew out from between his eyebrows and turned into a mountain with golden lightning arcs. Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged, and his body was enveloped in dazzling silver-gold lightning arcs. The five-fingered mountain behind him was already densely covered in lightning, and it emitted the aura of three types of spiritual lightning. The five-finger mountain was constantly growing behind Du Xiaofu, communicating with the energy of heaven and earth. The silver-gold light spread throughout the space. In the purple mist space, Du Xiaoyao's surprised voice rang out. After that, everything in the purple mist space began to change. If someone was able to spy on it, they would discover that the silvery golden mountain shadow behind Du Xiaofu and the mountain shadow in the purple mist space were one entity, and the changes were endless. Du Xiaofu was immersed in comprehending in Du Xiaoyao's rune world. At this moment, it was as if the little demon's comprehension had become Du Xiaofu's comprehension. Du Xiaoyao was also connected to Du Xiaofu at this moment, and they were fusing with the three spiritual lightning bolts. Silver golden arcs of lightning flowed in all directions. The two of them were originally one entity, and at this moment there was a sense of harmony between them. Inside the desolate ancient space, energy surged. Resplendent talisman symbols covered the sky and the earth, and the illusory mountain peaks evolved. The mysterious runes on the talisman were changing, and each of them contained a certain kind of origin energy of the world. Silver gold electric arcs surged as lightning symbols evolved. It was incomparably tyrannical. Du Xiaofu was immersed in it. After stepping into the grand supreme nirvana annihilation, he had encountered a bottleneck recently. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was trying to gain enlightenment from the boundless mysteries of heaven and earth. It was as if he had entered a new world. After Du Xiaofu entered the desolate ancient space, many people who were outside the Stone City returned to the Stone City, one after another. There were disciples from Tianwu Academy, World Society, and Celestial Beast Hall. Even Gui Che, Fantasy Tiger King, and the others who were playing outside hurriedly returned after receiving the news. Ouyang Shuang also came back, but she didn't see lunatics Ol and Fui Bai. Is he back? Ouyang Shuang asked Du Xiaoman, Du Xiaoqing, and the others. Her master went to chase after Fui Bai and sent her somewhere nearby. Big brother is back, and he seems to be fine, Du Xiaoqing said. How can he be fine? Legalism pulled his wings and drew his blood, and he was mercilessly bullied. Ouyang Shuang was enraged, and her heart was filled with hatred. When everyone asked her, Ouyang Shuang found out that Du Xiaofu didn't mention anything about legalism when he came back. Therefore, she told everyone what she saw about legalism. Legalism, I'm not done with you. Legalism, my Du clan will kill anyone we see in the future. Zhan Qingchen, Apothecary Yi Wuming, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoqing, and the others were gnashing their teeth. At night, the Stone City was like a dream. The moon was bright, and the stars were dim. Swish, swish, silently, three figures appeared on one of the mountain peaks in the Stone City. They were three old men, and all of them had beards and eyebrows. They looked to be in their prime, and all of them looked to be in their twilight years. The elder in the middle had a rather tall figure. His hair was light gold, and he was wearing a silver gold long robe. The second old man seemed to be a bit older than the rest. The third elder was wearing a scholarly long robe, and his eyes were suffused with gold. The arrival of the three old men had also soundlessly isolated the space around them. If Du Xiaofu was here, he would also be surprised. These three elders were none other than the great elder, second elder, and third elder of the golden-winged Great Rock Clan. The appearance of these three elders was enough to cause a commotion. However, at this moment, these three elders appeared in the stone city. They had isolated the space and were silent. "You're here." Following the arrival of the three elders, a hunched figure also appeared on the mountain peak. It was the old lady Jalomaluo. "Greetings, sacred elder." The three elders bowed respectfully. They had received the old lady's summons and immediately rushed over. Something big must have happened. Otherwise, the old lady wouldn't have summoned them. "Legalism has touched my grandson. The golden-winged Great Rock Clan has almost been forgotten. The three of you should go out personally." The old lady's voice was calm, and a faint golden light flashed in her eyes in the dark night. Boom! As the old lady's voice fell, three auras soared into the sky, and three golden lights shot into the sky. In the land of Kyushu, there was a rumor that the demon king Du Xiaofu, a greater supreme nirvana, had suppressed the younger generation of the 8 great clans with legalism. He had defeated the legalism lesser supreme nirvana and looked down on the world. This news didn't spread widely, and those who knew about it weren't ordinary people. They were all shocked and secretly stirred up a storm in the central state. This kid, so he's a greater supreme nirvana. No wonder Dongli Chi Huang wasn't his opponent. In the ancient heaven sect, Sima Taxing Star received the news. He was shocked and excited. Compared to a nirvana grandmaster, the eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix was nothing. That kid is a greater supreme nirvana, bastard. In the Sky Snake sect, an elder's face was gloomy and twitching. This was definitely not the news that the Sky Snake sect wanted to hear. A greater supreme nirvana, this is a big problem. In the Spirit Sky Valley, an elder's eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. Right now, I'm afraid that those people in the Spirit Sky Valley and the Sky Snake sect are not in a good mood. In the Dark Lake sect, Morong Gaing smiled. He was in a good mood. In the Tranquil Province, the Heaven-Shaking sect was one of the top forces in the Tranquil Province. In the eyes of ordinary people, it was a colossus. It was a cultivation, holy land, and unshakable existence. The Heaven-Shaking Valley was vast, and it was the headquarters of the Heaven-Shaking sect. Screech! In the calm world, a screech pierced through the clouds and cracked rocks. A strong wind whistled and rolled up the clouds. The world instantly darkened. Dark clouds gathered and rolled over. Countless creatures looked up. At the end of the world, there was a golden light shooting over. It was a huge, ferocious bird. That ferocious bird was unimaginably huge. It was as if it was flying over. Its speed was astonishing. In an instant, it covered the entire world. It was as if, with a flap of its wings, it was 10,000 miles away. It was a peerless, ferocious bird. Billions of creatures were terrified. They had never seen such a terrifying bird before. Bang, 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 bang! That peerless, ferocious bird covered the heaven-shaking sect. The mountains, earth, mountains, rivers, and buildings all collapsed inch by inch. Hundreds of thousands of core disciples of the heaven-shaking sect screamed miserably. Their souls were destroyed one after another, turning into a bloody mist. That peerless, ferocious bird was too terrifying. It was unknown how many thousand feet it spread its wings. As it flapped its wings, the surrounding space collapsed inch by inch. It was as if it could strike down stars. Its vast and majestic aura was extremely terrifying, as if it was the end of the world. Golden-winged Rock Clan, we are followers of legalism. If you dare to touch my heaven-shaking sect, legalism will not let you go. You are offending the might of legalism. Within the heaven-shaking valley, several aged figures rushed into the sky. Light shot out, and symbols covered half of the sky. They were actually able to faintly resist that peerless, ferocious bird. Legalism is what will be destroyed. This is the fury of my golden-winged Rock Clan. This is only the beginning. The peerless, ferocious bird spoke. It flapped its wings and attacked. The golden light on its body was dazzling, and its aura was terrifying. It was as if a golden divine flame was burning. Waves of overbearing waves swept out. It was as if the sun was exploding, burning everything and destroying the void. Instantly, the peerless, ferocious bird and the several aged figures fought together. Rumble! Such a great battle caused the heavens and earth to rumble. Endless rumbling sounds could be heard everywhere. Endless, dazzling light flooded the heavens and earth. Countless creatures in the distance could not look directly at it. They could not open their eyes. However, it did not take long for everything to disappear. The dazzling light also disappeared. Some people opened their eyes and saw the several aged figures crumbling in midair. They turned into a bloody mist and drowned the heavens and earth. The golden-winged rock clan and legalism are at war. This is only the beginning. The peerless, ferocious bird only left such a sentence before it flapped its wings and left. The heaven-shaking valley, which was tens of thousands of miles in radius, turned into ruins. Everything was destroyed. Hundreds of thousands of core disciples of the heaven-shaking sect and hundreds of thousands of creatures were buried. Blood flowed like a river. This was a great calamity. That's the golden-winged rock clan, a supreme beast clan. How terrifying! After a long time, some people came back to their senses. At the same time in the Thunder State, the Heavenly Sun sect was one of the giants in the Thunder State, offending the golden-winged rock clan. Legalism, this is only the beginning. Above the Heavenly Sun sect, two peerless rocks spread their wings and covered the heavens. Golden light surged and dazzling. As they flapped their wings, strong winds swept up like wind and thunder. Then they flew away, causing the mountains and rivers to shake. The vast Heavenly Sun sect was already in ruins. It was razed to the ground. Hundreds of thousands of inner and outer sect disciples were buried. Everything was destroyed. Some people saw that a few experts in the Heavenly Sun sect attacked, but they were swallowed into the bellies of the two golden-winged rock clan. The world is going to change. Legalism has offended the golden-winged rock clan. The whole of Kyushu was in turmoil. Forces like the heaven-shaking sect and the Heavenly Sun sect were razed to the ground overnight. This was the precursor of Kyushu's turmoil. The real tips will be displayed by the system. Chapter 1580. Kyushu was already in an uproar, and legalism had also received the news. The golden-winged rocks are too arrogant. Do they really think our legalism has no one? Within the hall, the old man who'd been leading the charge to suppress Du Xiaofu had a gloomy expression. The heaven-shaking sect and the sky-sun sect had been destroyed. They were followers of legalism in the outside world, the foundation of Ningzhou and Laizhou. They were the foundation for legalism's return to Kyushu. But now, they'd been directly destroyed by the golden-winged rocks. This was a slap to the face of legalism in front of the entire world. Slap! As soon as the old man finished speaking, another slap appeared on his face. It was the work of the ancestor of legalism, Li Qinfa. A bunch of trash. If it weren't for you, how could you have provoked the golden-winged rocks? Li Qinfa coldly shouted. His expression was gloomy, and the handprint on his face hadn't even disappeared. The ones he was truly sullen about were the two mysterious old men. The old man called Fu Bai was so powerful that even he couldn't touch him. Those two slaps made him see stars. He was the one he feared the most. The old man didn't dare to say anything else. He covered his face as if he'd been wronged. He was also sullen. Who would have thought that a mere Du Xiaofu, a brat who could have been trampled on so easily, an ant whom legalism didn't place in its eyes, would attract so many experts? With the heaven-shaking sect and the sky-sun sect destroyed, the old men and experts of legalism in the hall were speechless. If the school of Moism and the school of Inyon had attacked, they could have fought back. At worst, They'd just fight to the death, and both sides would suffer. However, the golden-winged rocks had no foundation in the outside world. They'd never come out, and they didn't even have a base in the beast region. There was no way for them to take revenge. As for the nest of the golden-winged great rocks, other people dared to come to the nest of the legalism, but the legalism did not dare to go to the nest of the golden-winged great rocks. Contact the Dragons School of Vertical and Horizontal, as well as the Taoists and Buddhists. The golden-winged rocks have gone too far. Investigate Fu Yibai's background. Qin Tianji spoke. He could not help but feel fear in his heart. Kyushu was in turmoil, and all parties were targeting the desolate country. Back on Tianhuang mainland, the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, had killed many disciples of legalism. When he attacked the Great Wheel sect, the golden-winged great rocks had appeared and helped him. It was not difficult to guess that the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, had something to do with the destruction of the heaven-shaking sect and the Sky Sun sect. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was still comprehending in the desolate ancient space. The talisman patterns on his body were dazzling, and the 5 fingers of the lightning mountain evolved. The golden talisman patterns entered his body and nourished it. Immersed in comprehension, Du Xiaofu was oblivious to everything around him. However, the aura of the 5-finger mountain behind him, which was already wrapped in electric arcs, was getting stronger and more terrifying, as if it was continuing to transform. "What is nirvana?" Du Xiaofu murmured. At this moment, he was comprehending in Du Xiaoyao's runic space. He was also comprehending himself, trying to break through the bottleneck in his body. Nirvana extinguishes life and death, extinguishes worries, freeing oneself from inaction, freeing oneself from death. Nirvana is a great realm, also known as liberation. Nirvana is the liberation of life, death, and worries. In front of Du Xiaofu, the huge 5-finger mountain opened its mouth. It was Du Xiaoyao's voice. At this moment, they were one. Du Xiaofu asked, and it answered. "What is liberation?" Du Xiaofu asked again. "It's like being imprisoned and seeing the light of day again, gaining freedom and liberation." Du Xiaoyao said, "You are now trapped by yourself. There is a prison in your heart, and you are bound layer by layer. You are trapped in greed, anger, and infatuation, unable to free yourself. You can't see the truth of the Dharma, and you can't see the impermanence of the Dharma. Have you taken that step?" Du Xiaofu asked. "No, I am comprehending." Du Xiaoyao said, "These are only words from the depths of my spirit. I don't know who left them, but they are useful to me. I understand a little. Exterminating all sentient beings. Exterminating all sentient beings. There are no sentient beings. Those who are exterminated, there is no self in the Dharma, and they have achieved nirvana. Because there is a self, they return to calmness and lifelessness, cool and free. It is called silence." Du Xiaofu murmured, "The nirvana form of Dharma cannot be declared righteously. It is called nirvana. The nirvana form of Dharma cannot be declared righteously. I have also comprehended it." Du Xiaoyao's voice rang out. In the calmness, there was a hint of chaos. Boom! After a few days behind Du Xiaofu, the 5-finger mountain peak floated out. The silver-gold talisman patterns flickered with dazzling light. Electric arcs overflowed everywhere, and endless dazzling light burst out. The talisman patterns were dazzling, and the electric arcs wreaked havoc like a thunder sun in the sky. Finally, the 5-finger mountain peak with silver-gold electric arcs began to change. There was a strong life essence awakening, and it turned into a red-bone horse ape. Ao, the red-bone horse ape, roared like rolling thunder. Ao, at the same time, in this purple mist space, Du Xiaoyao's body also turned into a huge red-bone horse ape. The red-bone horse ape's body was wrapped in talisman patterns. It was sparkling and translucent, and its body was wrapped in multicolored light. It was full of vitality and it communicated with the heaven and earth. It gave people a feeling of the beginning of the heaven and earth. When everything finally calmed down, everything returned to nothingness. The red-bone horse ape, wrapped in silver-gold electric arcs, turned into a dazzling electric arc and disappeared into the space between Du Xiaofu's eyebrows. After a moment, Du Xiaofu's eyelashes trembled, and he opened his eyes. Qi golden light flickered in his eyes, and then it became clear again. Du Xiaofu's face revealed a smile. He felt that he had transformed again. It was a nirvanic transformation, as if he had gone through reincarnation and comprehended a new life. It was an indescribable feeling. Ao Du Xiaoyao roared. Its body was sparkling and translucent, and the monkey hair on its head was colorful. Its eyes were quick-witted, as if it was born with spiritual eyes, looking down on everything. After a long time, the talisman patterns that filled the sky continuously poured into its body. A terrifying aura erupted, as if it could sweep across the 4 directions and suppress everything. When everything calmed down, the monkey's body shrunk and the light receded, turning into a golden-robed young man. The golden-robed young man had a handsome face. His long eyelashes were slightly curled, covering a pair of bright and deep golden eyes. He exuded a noble aura, and there was a faint golden mark between his eyebrows that flickered like a flame, adding to its profoundness. Have you comprehended lightning? Du Xiaofu looked at Du Xiaoyao in astonishment. He could clearly feel that there was an additional lightning aura in Du Xiaoyao's body, and it was the aura of 3 types of spiritual lightning in his body. I have some comprehension, but it's still shallow. Du Xiaoyao smiled, and it was obvious that she was extremely happy. I still have some things to do, so I need some time. Du Xiaofu said. Before coming out of seclusion, there were still some things that he needed to do to prepare for his future entry into the divine domain. Dusk, World Society, Desolate Country, Sky Beast Hall, Tianwu Academy, and 7-Star Hall gathered in the center of the palace. Zhan Qingchen, Apothecary Yiwuming, Yi Piaoling, Qiu Li, Zither Demon, Gui Che, Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaoqing, Yiwuming General, Dongli Jiao, Lin Weiqi, and the others were all present. Ning Prefecture's Heaven-Shaking Sect and Thunder Prefecture's Sky Sun Sect have been annihilated with countless casualties. Since then, they have disappeared from Kyushu. It's the doing of the golden-winged Great Peng clan. Rumor has it that the Heaven-Shaking Sect and Sky Sun Sect are outside forces of legalism. Du Xiaofu received this news from the Moon Shadow Hall. This is the old lady's doing. She is still angry. Du Xiaofu didn't even need to think to know that it was the old lady's doing. If it wasn't the old lady, then it must be the strongest elder. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to annihilate the Sky Sun Sect and Heaven-Shaking Sect. Venting my anger, Zhan Qingchen, Du Yunlong, Gui Che, Phantom Tiger King, and the others all let out a sigh of relief. They were very excited. The golden-winged Great Ping clan had annihilated the Sky Sun Sect and Heaven-Shaking Sect in one night. How domineering was this? It had already caused a commotion in Kyushu. Rumor has it that the God Domain is about to open. Everyone must be prepared. Du Xiaofu said to everyone in the main hall. This time, the reason he called everyone back was because of the opening of the divine domain. It was rumored that the divine domain was the most mysterious existence in the world. There were countless great opportunities inside, but there were also countless dangers. Du Xiaofu wanted everyone to enter and obtain the opportunities. Is the God Domain's opening? Gui Che, Phantom Tiger King, and the others heard some rumors about the God Domain space. What kind of place is the God Domain space? However, there were also people who didn't know about it. For example, Dong Li Diao, Lin Weiqi, the general Gu Xinyan Wu Kei, and the others had never heard of the God Domain space. Rumor has it that it's a mysterious place between heaven and earth. Once you obtain the opportunities inside, you can become the most powerful existence in the world. Someone explained to the general, Gu Xinyan, Dong Lijiao, and the others. When the God domain space opens, anyone in the world can enter. The 9 great families, the dragons of the 4 seas, the Phoenix clan of Wudong Mountain, the Beast region, the Yao region, and others can all enter. Du Xiaofu opened his mouth and told everyone about God's domain, informing them of the things they needed to pay attention to. Saint-grade medicinal pills, saint-grade martial skills, saint-grade primordial spirit skills, saint-grade treasures. After hearing all the rumors about the God domain space, Du Yunlong, Dong Lijiao the general, and the others were filled with anticipation and shock. They sucked in cold breaths and swallowed their saliva. If a supremacy cultivator can break through to the martial domain realm, it's very likely that it's the nirvana of a supremacy. Yi Piaoling's pitch-black eyes were sharp. The God domain space is indeed miraculous. Great Elder Gong Dao and the others were also surprised. After hearing everything about the God domain space, from the pulsating realm to the boundary realm and the sealed domain realm, all experts could enter the God domain space. As long as they were qualified, they could enter the God domain space to seek opportunities. However, if ordinary people tried to force their way in, they would be killed by the God domain space. As for Master Apothecary Yi Wuming and Sacred Array Child Jinqing Chen, they already knew about it last time, so they weren't surprised now. Entering the martial domain realm after entering the God domain space, I wonder what kind of experience it will be. Many people were looking forward to it, even if it was a cultivator at the spiritual pulse realm. As long as they were qualified to enter the divine domain, they would immediately transform into a cultivator at the domain realm who could move unhindered throughout the 9 states. How shocking would that be? Chapter 1581. Those who had yet to reach the martial domain realm would have the opportunity to experience what it was like to reach the domain realm. If they wanted to reach the real domain realm in the future, it would be much easier. More importantly, everyone who was qualified to enter would receive a life-saving talisman. Even if their divine souls were destroyed inside, the life-saving talisman would instantly reassemble their soul and physical body and send them safely out of the divine domain space. With such benefits, once the divine domain space opened, it would attract hundreds of millions of creatures. The divine domain space is about to open. This time, I asked everyone to come back so that you can understand the divine domain space. In addition, I will give some treasures to some of you. There aren't many treasures, so I can't distribute them one by one. The rest of you will receive some spiritual herbs and martial skills to prepare for entering the divine domain space. As Du Xiaofu finished speaking, many flowing lights flew out from his hands. Waves of rich energy were suddenly released in the main hall, and multicolored light soared into the sky. It was a large amount of spiritual herbs, treasured herbs, and other items that were not found by the legalism. They were hidden in the desolate ancient space in Du Xiaofu's mind. The purple lightning profound cauldron, purple gold heavenly palace, and other items in the God Watchtower were also placed in the desolate ancient space by Du Xiaofu. They were sealed and escaped the legalism search. Yi Lao, big sister, second brother, come with me, Du Xiaofu spoke, and then called Master Apothecary Yi Wuming, Great Tribulation Du Xiaoman, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoqing, Yi Piaoling, Guqin Devil General, Gu Xinyan, Dong Lijiao, Lin Weiqi, and a few juniors of the Du family, a total of more than 20 people, into the desolate ancient space. Rumble. At this moment, there were dozens of treasures floating in the desolate ancient space. Everyone was awestruck. The dazzling runes soared into the sky, and the power that filled the air made everyone's hearts palpitate. Treasures! These are all great treasures! Yi Wuming, Dong Lijiao, and the Qin Devil were all trembling under the pressure of the treasure. They wanted to kneel down because the pressure was simply too powerful. Coiling dragon war god armor, heavenly dragon cover, savage war spear, dragon shadow and phoenix whip, thunder spike, tying mountains, mystic radiance void sword, Buddha shadow beads, evil warding yin yang chain, limitless glorious star spear. These are the treasures of the 9 great clans and the 9 dragons. Du Xiaofu explained the origins of these treasures to everyone. They had been won by legalism, and because they had been placed in the purple lightning profound cauldron, their connection to Master Void Spirit, Heng Qi, and the others had been easily severed. In the end, they had been placed in the ancient desolate space to escape disaster. A few days ago, Du Xiaofu had cut off all the primordial divinity connections in these precious treasures. At this moment, all of these treasures had become ownerless. Heavens, a treasure from the 9 great clans! So many half-saint artifacts. At this moment, looking at the treasures in the ancient desolate space, Iwuming and the others' eyes were blazing with excitement. These were the treasures of the 9 great clans and the dragons. Many of them were half-saint artifacts. How amazing! These treasures are sentient. You can choose the treasure you want to fuse with. Du Xiaofu said to everyone. He was also looking forward to it. If these treasures were successfully fused with each other, it would be enough to make everyone stronger. After a while, in the purple lightning profound cauldron that was placed by Du Xiaofu in the ancient desolate space. Uncle Xiaofu, are you looking for me? Du Xiaoba's figure appeared in the purple lightning profound cauldron. He looked at Du Xiaofu curiously. Lightning flashed in the depths of his eyes. Just like his name, his small body was already emitting an overbearing aura. Are you afraid of pain? Du Xiaofu asked. I'm not afraid. My father said that only by enduring the most bitter of hardships can one rise above others. In the future, I will become an expert like Uncle Xiaofu. Du Xiaoba's immature voice was incomparably firm. Okay, Uncle will give you something first. Let's see if you have the opportunity to obtain it. Du Xiaofu patted Du Xiaoba's little head. He had always liked this little guy. Boom! Then Du Xiaofu summoned something. Immediately, a golden light erupted and a vast and domineering aura swept out, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. The golden light shone brightly, and a terrifying, overbearing aura swept out. Gee, a sharp cry resounded. In the golden light, there were golden talisman, runes flickering. It was as if there was a golden-winged rock phantom flapping its wings. In the golden light, a pair of golden-winged rock appeared. Layers upon layers of golden feathers appeared. Its shape was fierce and domineering. It was wrapped in bright talisman runes. Chi. At this moment, lightning flashed in Du Xiaoba's eyes. There was a burst of golden light. It was as if a golden-winged rock was about to fly out. That was the golden-winged rock. It was pulled out by the people of legalism. Du Xiaofu did not intend to reintegrate it. After all, it was not something that belonged to him. Even if it was a perfect fusion, it was still just a fusion. Whether you can succeed or not will depend on your luck. Du Xiaofu said softly. Du Xiaoba's meridian spirit was a golden-winged rock. It was also a meridian spirit formed by the blood essence of Jiaoluju. But whether Du Xiaoba could obtain the golden-winged rock in the end, Du Xiaofu did not know. After all, the blood and bones in Du Xiaoba's body did not have much to do with the golden-winged rock. Everything depended on luck. What do you want to do in the desolate ancient space? The few disciples of legalism who had been restricted were brought here by Du Xiaofu. They looked at Du Xiaofu with shock in their eyes. I still have some use for you. I won't completely kill you, Du Xiaofu said with a cold expression. At the same time, a spiritual stove and talisman cauldron condensed in front of him. Arg! After a short while, screams of agony resounded endlessly and incessantly. The bright moon hung in the sky, and the stars shone resplendently. It was like silver sand pouring down from the heavens. In the back mountain of the Du family, Du Xiaofu stood alone in the cool and gorgeous night. His purple robes fluttered slightly, as if he was shaking off his sorrow. He gazed at the bright moon in the distance. Golden light flickered in the depths of his clear eyes as a chill flitted past. Mother, under the moonlight, Du Xiaofu clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flickering with golden light. How are your injuries? Suddenly a voice rang out. It was Ouyang Shuang. She wore a green dress, and her hair was tied up in a bun. The thin strands of hair on her temples served as a foil to her peerless appearance. Du Xiaofu turned around. It was like the first time he had seen her in women's clothing. Her eyes were large and peerless. I'm fine. Du Xiaofu looked at Ouyang Shuang and asked with a smile, What about your master and Fui Bai? I don't know where they went. I couldn't catch up. Ouyang Shuang replied to Du Xiaofu, But my master said that the divine domain space is about to open. This will be the last time the divine domain space will open, and the danger will be even greater. He told us to be careful. What is the origin of Fui Bai and that old lunatic? Du Xiaofu was somewhat flabbergasted. He had already learned from Ouyang Shuang that Fui Bai and his master had slapped Li Qinfa and Qin Tianshi, the two ancestors of legalism. It was easy to imagine how tyrannical Fui Bai and that old lunatic strength was. Furthermore, Fui Bai had previously stayed in the Du family. Du Xiaofu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If he had known earlier that Fui Bai was so tyrannical, he would have directly taken Fui Bai as his master. Thank you for this time. You don't want the treasures. Du Xiaofu was helpless. He originally wanted to give Ouyang Shuang one of the treasures he obtained from the various families, but Ouyang Shuang didn't seem to be interested. Du Xiaofu was grateful that Ouyang Shuang had brought his master to legalism. My Baiyan sword won't be inferior to your treasures. It will only be stronger, not weaker. Ouyang Shuang curled her lips and said, Just don't risk your life in legalism next time. Next time, Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and smiled at Ouyang Shuang. Thank you for your help this time. If you were a woman, I would repay you with my body. But it's a pity. Are you asking for a beating? Ouyang Shuang looked at Du Xiaofu and her face sank. Her eyes were filled with warning anger. This guy is getting more and more impudent. She said, If you mention it again, I won't let you off. Fine, I won't mention it. But I'm not wrong. Last time, Uncle Ouyang told me to keep an eye on you. Du Xiaofu curled his lips and smiled. How am I not a woman? Ouyang Shuang glared at Du Xiaofu with a face full of anger. You don't look like one now, Du Xiaofu said as he looked at Ouyang Shuang. Okay. Ouyang Shuang glared fiercely at Du Xiaofu with her large eyes. She walked towards Du Xiaofu with light steps. What are you doing? Du Xiaofu instinctively took a step back, afraid that this tomboy would flip out. Ouyang Shuang glared at Du Xiaofu and bit her lips. She said angrily, I'll let you see if I'm a woman. You want to? Before Du Xiaofu could finish a sentence, he was fully prepared for Ouyang Shuang's sudden attack. However, he was caught off guard and couldn't speak. His lips were bitten by Ouyang Shuang. Their lips were pressed together and their eyes met. Du Xiaofu was stunned and lost in thought. Ouyang Shuang also seemed to be stunned. Her beautiful eyes were wide open and her gaze was blank. Damn! Du Xiaofu immediately came back to his senses. He looked at the eyes and face in front of him and was stunned. The taste is not bad, but in the end, Du Xiaofu couldn't control himself. Mustering his courage, he bit down on those soft red lips. He felt that the texture was quite good. It was a little different from the last time. It was less shy and more charming. Let go! At this moment, Ouyang Shuang seemed to be struggling. She wanted to prove that she was a woman, but at this moment, she realized that he was taking the initiative. She wanted to struggle, but a feeling of emptiness made her hold on to him. She closed her eyes as if she was enjoying the feeling of emptiness and deepened the kiss.